Some lady rolled down her window, yelled obscenities at me, flipped me off, then crashed into a pole going 40 miles per hour. What instant karma in driving have you guys had? Some guy cut me off once in a roundabout in the most dissish way possible, nearly causing me to crash into him. I slammed on my brakes, and I was seething with anger. Fast forward 10 minutes later, some other guy, douche master flex, decides to cut off the first guy, let's call him Slaps, off, so they get into this bit of road rage war, trying to cut each other off, and I got caught in the middle. I call the cops, because I noticed one of the guys had his kid in the back seat and this was not about to end well. Turned out there was a cop in an unmarked car literally a few cars up ahead of me. He couldn't see what was going on when they radioed him, so he slowed down, letting traffic pass him by as these assholes are still going on with their stupid testosterone-fueled war. The cop pulls over Slaps, and another cop pulled over the douche master flex up ahead. Point how do ya like my dick now? Edit, change the phrase undercover car to read unmarked car. Had an asshole in a Hummer riding my ass at the speed limit, down a steep snowy hill, in the right lane, in the middle of winter, 20-30 seconds away from a light that clearly had less than 15 seconds left before turning point. After about 5 seconds of being 2 feet from my bumper, he decides to change lanes and floor it in an attempt to cover the last 20 seconds of ground in the 10 seconds left. About 200 feet short of the intersection, the light turns red and the moron finally decides it would be a good time to start slowing down. He slid through the red light, clipped the rear end of a tractor trailer, and took out the traffic light at the far end of the intersection. 4 bonus marks. It turned out there was a cop a few hundred feet behind us, and, being well uphill of us, had a nice clear view of the idiot weaving through traffic and accelerating to nearly twice the speed limit towards a light they could not possibly make. Driving my dad's old trail Jeep back from a BBQ one night, an old 1965 Willys, on a back road, doing about 35 miles per hour. Now, we had this Jeep as a kind of rally support vehicle, lights all over the place, extra battery and everything. It's about 4 AM, nobody in front or behind us, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere from behind us, comes a whatever sports car. I immediately switched to the right lane, giving him ample space to pass me. Instead of taking the offer, the jerk gets behind me and starts honking and flashing his high beams. This goes on for about a minute while I try to figure out what exactly is he complaining about, till I figured out he was really just trying to mess up with me. By then, my dad is already half awake when I instruct my girlfriend to open the glove compartment, flip the 4 top switches and the one on the left. She asks me about it, and I just tell her to do it and see. She starts flipping them, and just as my dad yells from the back seat, "Don't do it," she flips the last one. All of the lights around the center column, 6 on top, 4 each side, plus 4 high beams on the rear bumper, all light up like 1,000 suns, right in front of this jerk's eyes. He slams the brakes so hard his car immediately spins about 720 before regaining control and stopping. She flips the lights off and away we go. He just stood there behind us, half a mile or so, all the way, until we got off the road, never again trying to pass us. Backstory, I was in cadets as a kid, and one of the leaders was this cop named Bird. We always called each other by last name. He became a good friend and we always joked around. He definitely is the coolest cop I ever met. Before I moved he always used to pull me over, sirens and everything, just to have a chit chat and scare the shit out of me. Best cop ever. But I digress. I was driving in my hometown, after dropping off my girlfriend. I stopped at a stop sign behind a truck. There was a dirt road leading to a trailer park right before the stop sign and he missed his turn apparently. So instead of turning around he decides to reverse into me, making his hitch go through my bumper. He then decides to take off. While normal people would just take his license plate number, I didn't. I chased that motherfucker down. He had a shitty truck kind of looking like this, while I had my 2006 Cobalt LT, and I can go a lot faster than him. So I follow him, and after about a 7-minute chase, you guessed it, Officer Bird saw us. We were going about 120 km/h in a 50, so it was easy to spot us. Officer Bird recognized my car and knew something was up. So he pulled beside me and looked at me and nodded. I knew that look. I eased off the gas and he went in front of me and pulled over the truck. After the guy was detained, I approached Bird and told him everything. The guy admitted to it and he was arrested. But wait. There's more. Bird ended up searching his truck and found about 4 ounces of pot and about 3 kilos of coke. He is still serving jail time last I heard. Definitely a win in my books. TLDR, guy hit me and ran. Followed him and met up with awesome cop. Ended up to be one of the biggest drug busts in my little town. I was driving south on I-684 New York morning rush about 4 years ago. Anyone who knows this road knows that the average speed in the middle lane is 75 to 80. If you are going under 80, stay out of the left lane because some asshole in a monster truck is going to ride your tail until you get out of the lane. This morning I was in the left doing around 70. Traffic was extremely heavy and all lanes were moving around the same speed. I was in the end of what I call a pod. Bunch of cars all going the same speed so no one can really pass. I looked in my rear view and see a two-seat BMW coming up on me real fast. Within seconds he was 3 feet off my bumper leaning on his horn. I knew that slamming on my brake might give me satisfaction. I did not relish the idea of a rear ender. So I just took my foot off the gas and started to coast. This enraged the asshole even more and he pulled out from behind me, cutting someone in the middle lane off and proceeded to cut me off and get in front. I knew he was going to slam his brakes on to teach me a lesson and had already prepared by starting to brake myself. He was half in my lane at about a 30-degree angle when he tromped on the brakes, sending him and his car into a skid across all 3 lanes. Amazingly no one hit him. But when he went off the right shoulder he rolled the beamer. I witnessed this in my rear viewpoint. I went to the next exit and did a U-turn and got to the accident scene. A New York State trooper was already there. The moron was sitting in the grass next to his wrecked car. I told the trooper the story as to what happened and he said they would call if they needed to. I never heard anything from them. About 4 years ago, I was driving home from work when I came across 2 douchebag oil riggers, one in a regular half-ton, the other a half-ton and trailer that had some weird tank on it, tailgating a poor old man. I drove beside them for a while as they proceeded to drive 2 feet off the back bumper of this old man, so I flipped them the bird, told them to pick on someone else. Well, all of a sudden the guy in the half-ton roars up past me and blasts by screaming and cursing me. He proceeds to get a half-mile in front of me when up come the truck and trailer behind me. I drive a half-ton as well, so when I look out my rear view mirror and can't see the grill of the truck behind me, I knew he was close. Well, I'm watching the guy in front and the guy behind me. We are coming up to an intersection with a red light. We are all in the right-hand lane. The guy in front stops at the red. I've drove this route 1,000 times, so by watching the other lights I know that it is about to turn green. I continue full speed with the jacker still attached to the back bumper. Light turns green and I quickly change lanes from right to left. The guy behind me had no chance. 55 miles per hour right into the back of his buddy's truck. Trailer flipped, tank shot off, spraying gunk everywhere. Highway closed down for 2 hours. I've never felt so good. At work, a beachy co-worker was away and someone asked me to do something that was actually her job. It took me a couple of minutes, so I did it anyway, just to help out. Co-worker gets back the next day, but rather than a thank you, she sends me a snarky email telling me that I did it all wrong and how she was going to have to fix it. Also, she went ahead and copied my boss and my boss's boss on the email, which made me look bad. I didn't want to stoop to her level, so I didn't say anything, knowing she would love the comment. Turns out, I didn't have to. My boss's boss sends her a reply email saying, "Actually, Snarkette, that is not correct. Please fix it back and send a reply email to let us know you've done it." Edit. 13 hours later I'm checking up on this post and I'm so confused about everyone's driving references. Now I get it. I totally misread the part in op-quotes question that refers to karma in driving. Oops. I feel like a doofus. When I was young I was a total douche. I was 19 years old and riding with friends in Chicago, my first time in the city. I was drunk and my sober friend was driving. I was with 3 chicks in the back of a car, and I was getting laughs by yelling things at people as we drove by. I saw this huge Amazonian black chick, and, this being 2003, that one movie Deuce Bigalow was fresh in my mind. I yelled, "That's a huge beach," out the window. We literally stopped at a red light less than a second after I said beach. She was like, "Nigga, what you say?" And I was trying to roll up the window because power windows were not standard on the 2003 Malibu Point. I stared straight ahead, terrified for my life, as this woman pounded on the window screaming she would beat my ass. I was praying the light would turn green, especially when she took off her high heel and started trying to bash the window, and with it, the light turned green and we sped off. Needless to say, I was humiliated in front of the chicks, and the driver lectured me on yelling shit out the window. I deserved it. Not instant karma, but yeah. I was in Colorado with my family for a vacation/conference in October 2009. We land, pick up our rental car, go grocery shopping, etc. It's about 10 p.m. at this point. We are driving to our hotel, through an intersection. All of a sudden, this lady who's around mid-30s pulls out of a side street right the fuck in front of us from the left side. My dad slams on the brakes. We hit her rear passenger side. She spins out, and her car is up on the curb. The front of our car is totaled. She wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, claimed she didn't see us coming, although there were a bunch of other cars going the same direction as us, and the opposite way, and claimed she didn't know we had the green light. There were a few witnesses. They all said, "Wow, I can't believe you pulled out in front of them." And such point cops get there. We get her insurance. Few weeks later we find out her insurance is expired, and whenever we tried to contact her or her insurance company, they ignored our calls. We obviously wanted them to pay for the damage on our rental car. Months go by, still absolutely no contact from her. A couple months ago, my dad decides to Google her name. She's dead. TLDR. Get into car accident with some 30-something-year-old woman. Her fault. Her insurance is expired. Never told us/the cops. Couldn't ever get contact from her or her insurance company to pay for the damage to our rental car. Turns out she died a few years after the accident. Still never got our money. Edit. Okay, obviously everyone's getting but that, calling my story bullshit. Keep in mind, I had no intention of this getting a ton of comments. I was simply telling the story based on what I know/remember. I was 15 at the time of the accident, and I didn't want to ask about anything that happened that I didn't understand. I don't even know the other driver's name because I was too busy crying while she and my parents were talking to the police. I guess I have to make it clear, we were never demanded money from Enterprise. All I know is, her insurance was faked up somehow, and we considered suing her until we found out she was dead. That's it. None of this is bullshit. If I could find the accident report online for free, I'd show you guys, but I don't think that's possible. I checked the Colorado Springs PD website and they only kept the records from 2011 and on, from what I could tell. This is not funny, but rather sad. I was driving with my mom when I was about 14, and we were on the highway. There's this crazy guy on one of those little crotched rocket motorbikes who's being a complete dick and is obviously drunk and maybe a bit coked out. Well, he is going extremely fast and weaving in and out of traffic, being disrespectful and just being a downright asshole. We came to a red light and he pulled up next to my mum's car. I rolled down my window and attempted to yell over his revving engine that maybe he should slow down. He looks at me and says, "Fuck off, kid." Well, fast forward a mile or so, and I'm looking out the window thinking about this douche and why people like him exist. I then see a crowd of people at the side of the road and tell my mom to stop and pull over. We got out of the car and lo and behold is the guy lying in a pool of his own blood. At first I was shocked just from seeing the lifeless body, but then I started to think that I may have brought this upon him with my mind, and I was scared. I told my mom this, and she just said I was crazy and there was nothing to worry about. All in all, it was a weird day and a strange story. TLDR saw us whole on crotched rocket being very reckless. I tell him to be more cautious at red light. He tells me to fuck off. He is dead. I had a similar experience about 2 weeks after I got my driver's license. I was just cruising around, going nowhere in particular when some lady backs into the road at a 45-degree angle and stops. I swerved around her at about 40 miles per hour and hopped the curb while flipping her off. She then proceeded to chase me for about 5 blocks. Every stop sign I hit she was right there next to me in the oncoming lane. I could hear her yelling all sorts of fuck words through her windows, my windows, and the radio. Finally I come to a stop at an intersection that has no light and is notorious for taking ages. I worriedly look back to see her car parked behind me, but she wasn't in it. All 3 of her passengers looked like they were in shock. Next thing I know she's beating on my window as hard as she can, so I roll it down an inch and tell her to fuck off. Maybe I should describe her. Very Midwestern. By that I mean she had about half her teeth, balding, wearing an absolutely filthy Tweety Bird shirt that I'm 90% sure came from a gas station. Okay. So, she starts going on about working for the sheriff's department and how it's illegal to flip someone off and that I needed to stay put until the police arrived. I'm immediately okay with that course of action. I didn't see how I was getting in any trouble, so I ask her if she really wants her boss to come out there, just so I could explain to him how she pulled out in front of me, crossed the yellow and stopped there, then chased me for at least 5 blocks in the wrong lane, then get out of a running vehicle and tried to fist my car harder than her dad used to fist her. Obviously I did not use those words at the time. Once she saw that I had what appeared to be a credible witness in the car and God knows how many people stopped to watch when they were walking by. So she reluctantly goes back to her car and I have to get the last word because I'm a 16-year-old boy at the time and that's just icing on the cake. I don't really remember what I said, but it pissed her off to a whole new level and she came right back at my car as fast as she could and started to kick and punch it. Not 1 second before she starts hitting my car does a sheriff's cruiser come around the corner, minding his own business. Well, not anymore. Reds and blues just for her. Just so happens to be a guy she works with, and he does not like her, not even in an I'm okay with your existence just leave me alone way. He pure straight hates this lady. Evidently she frequently tries to arrest people even though she files paperwork in the basement. So he cuffs her and puts in the car and I explain what happened, even though me antagonizing her multiple times because he's just eating that up. I wish he would have maced her or something. Anyway, she got some fines and I went to Burger King and got a Whopper. Not a bad day in my book. TLDR. Crazy power hungry beach chases me down after almost running into me and proceeds to beat up my car, only to get arrested by a man who literally could not have hated her more. They were cowhawkers and I got a Whopper. PS. Sorry for the length. I just love me some instant karma. In the winter, on some icy fresh snow-covered roads, I was once behind an old lady while driving in the left lane. She was very courteous and was signaling to switch into the right lane, and there is a person beside me that sees the signal light and speeds up. It's a fat woman in a truck. The old lady changes lanes anyway and the woman has to then brake and proceeds to ride her bumper. I accelerate to go the same speed as the old lady to piss this stupid driver off, and she starts swerving from left lane to right lane back and forth, constantly waiting for me to pass, over a period of 10 seconds. Well, as she swerved back and forth constantly, she hit a patch of snow in the left lane. Over the line, her truck hit the median and turned sideways quite suddenly and flipped over. I paused for a second, jaw dropped, then laughed my faking ass off while driving away. Karma is a beach, and so was she. The same thing happened to me basically. I was driving down a 5-lane road, 2 lanes each side and a turning lane, doing 40 mph in a 35 mph zone. I usually stick close to the speed limit because this was a major road used a lot and the cops would patrol it. I was doing 40 and getting tailgated by this dude in a Dodge Neon. I drive a 4-wheel drive F-150. At one point he was so close to me, I could only see the roof of his car in my rearview mirror over my tailgate. My truck really isn't that tall. He was just really close. I just held my speed at 40. Didn't brake check him, just let him sit there. I could see he was getting pissed. I didn't want to slow down because he was so close. The other lane was clear for 300 to 400 yards. I would have happily let him pass me. I just didn't want him to be behind me anymore. Finally he whips into the curb lane. It ended up being a dressed up neon with a wing on the back and the big mufflers that make a lot of noise. He pulled up next to me, stared straight at me taking his eyes off the road, screamed his whole, and then gunned the engine. Chances are if he had taken a second to actually look at the road, he would have noticed the parked delivery truck in front of him. As he gunned his engine, he basically slammed right into the back of a delivery truck. Me, being the asshole I am, broke out into laughter, then pulled over and walked back to see if he was okay. The neon had tucked itself underneath the delivery truck, peeling back the hood and mangling the sheet out of the front clip. The delivery truck driver saw everything, as did the people further behind me. When the cops showed up, the delivery truck driver called them. He tried to insist that I ran him into the truck. Thankfully some people came to my rescue. Even the cops didn't believe his story. After I talked to the cops, I was free to leave. As I was leaving they were giving him a field sobriety test. I'm not sure what happened to him. Me, then 19-year-old, driving my old VW 1980 VW Beetle, going through a 5-exit intersection in the middle of my residential neighborhood. Not a busy one, maybe a car a minute during rush hour. I'm driving on the preferential path, that is the one that has the right of way, when all others have to yield. The street I'm coming from has a wide view of 3 other ones, and I see a small compact coming towards the intersection. I have the right of way, I think, and I keep going. The other car too keeps coming. He has to stop, I think again. He has to stop, else we are gonna crash. Crap, he's not stopping, and I slam on the brakes. The other car is already about halfway through the intersection, and too slams on the brakes. I stop about a yard from the passenger's front door. Out of the driver's side comes an old woman, maybe about 45, but looking as if she was 60, behaving as if she was 30, and wearing clothes probably borrowed from her hypothetic 15-year-old daughter. She comes towards me, taking care not to get too close, and starts yelling at me. "Son, listen to me. You drive like you've bought your license. You drive like a drunken teenager. You've almost rammed me. If you keep doing this, you'll eventually get into an accident and kill someone." I then open the door, step out of the car and prep my elbows on the door / on the roof of the car. And yell back, "Mom, or should I say grandma, if you keep driving like an blind old lady, ignoring yield signs, you're the one who's gonna get killed in an accident, and I think the world would then become a much better place." I then went back inside, backed up and went around her, who just sat there astonished for getting yelled back at, and proceeded back on my way. I have a very relevant story. First off, I live in the Phoenix, Arizona metro area. We have all sorts of crazy ramps and interchanges between freeways. A few months ago, I got in the lane to merge onto another freeway. It was a 1-lane ramp with no reduced limit. It was 65 miles per hour and most people did 75. Well, I was in my Sentra, with a ref 150 in front of me, and an old Buick in front of that. Once we hit the ramp, the Buick slowed down to 15 miles per hour. 15 miles per hour. The guy in the F150 honked a few times, and I was mad too, but I figured it was probably just some old lady that shouldn't be driving. After what seemed like an eternity, we reach the end of the ramp, and the Buick floors it. They didn't just accelerate hard, they were running that little V6 all out. That's when I realized they just wanted to piss us off, and that's when I got mad. The F150 in front of me got on the gas, and was keeping up with that little Buick, weaving through light traffic with it. I tried, but my little 1.6L gas sipper was quickly left behind. About a mile down the road, I see the Buick right in the middle of the 5-lane freeway with the trunk completely smashed into the cab, and the F150 sitting on the shoulder with the front end all messed up. I'm still not sure exactly what happened up there, but I was fantasizing about ramming that Buick, and it was incredibly satisfying to see someone else do it for me. It was a good day. I was driving to work early one morning along SR 72, south of Springfield, Ohio. fairly straight section of road near the airport point. Looking in my rearview mirror, noticed a set of headlights coming up fast and weaving quite a bit. My first impulse is to slow down and get as far right in my lane as possible to make it quite easy for this asshole to get by. The guy that was in front of me in a 1-ton pickup had the same idea. About 10 seconds later, this little riced out car comes screaming past us in the left lane, swerving a bit as he tries to cut back into the right lane ahead of the truck, then goes out into the left lane again to pass, only to be greeted with a tractor trailer coming over the shallow rise ahead. Riced out car, strung out driver attempts to cut back to the right, loses control, and veers wide left off the road into a telephone pole. I see this happen from about 80 yards away, airbag deployment and all. Every witness nearby is on the verge of spraining their fingers jabbing at their hazard light switches to pull over. It was such a dramatic ending, or so we thought. I'm pulling over to the side of the road. I get out, turn around and notice the two drivers that were behind me pointing and laughing. I turn to look and notice that the door to the receiver is open and no driver is in the seat. Very nice head-shaped bulge in the windscreen. There is a guy with no shirt on, no shoes, and appearing to be wearing only boxers running full tilt down the county road that intersected 72 at that point. The guy that was immediately behind me was a track coach with a stopwatch already on a lanyard. I guess this crackhead was running at a freakishly respectable pace despite just having concussed himself in an accident. Boxer-clad driver proceeds to run across the porch of a farmhouse as he veers off into a field and manages to keep up the pace for another 200 yards before stopping and staggering in the field to catch his breath. The farmhouse is the home to an off-duty deputy who comes out of his house shotgun in hand. So, I'm standing by my car. There are 4 other cars in front of me and 2 behind. We're all watching this guy walk slowly back towards us, wondering what the hell he could possibly be on to cause such a performance. A driver on the parallel road was en route to her job as a dispatcher for the county. She made the initial phone call to 911 for medics and cops. This guy eventually comes back through the field, crosses 72 without looking into traffic, and nearly gets run over, comes across the road about 30 yards in front of us, and starts walking back towards us. For some reason, my first instinct was to grab my key fob and lock my car doors. All the other drivers that were standing with me did the exact same thing, which was good, because this guy right the fuck in front of us is walking towards us on the shoulder and trying to open our passenger side doors. Drivers, collectively, dude, you need to sit down. You've been in an accident. Dude, fuck you all. I need a ride. Dudes. About 10 feet in front of me, I'm backing up slowly and turning slightly to keep my balance. Dude, oh why you gotta be like that? Me, like what? Dude, getting your gun out. Me, I don't have a gun. You need to sit the hell down. One of the other witnesses is a resident that was en route to a shift at MVH. She's already got blue latex gloves on and is holding her vehicle first aid kit. Close bracket. Dude walks past this woman and backs away, muttering about not wanting to catch the blue. Because, you know, blue gloves are contagious, right? By this point, volunteer paramedics have arrived from Husted's department, and this guy faking freaks out, runs over towards the adjacent field, hops the fence, and proceeds to try to hide behind the sheep. 2 paramedics, and about 6 onlookers are on the shoulder, dumbfounded, as this guy clad only in boxers, obviously not fully lucid, is on his hands/knees trying to hide behind sheep, which, for the record, were having none of it. They kept moving around, causing him to berate the sheep for being beaches. After about 5 minutes, 4 Ohio State troopers roll up, and this guy's still trying to hide behind sheep. 20 minutes later, the paramedics talk the guy down enough to get him to walk towards the ambulance. The troopers have already started taking our statements, and are just waiting for the medics to check the poor bastard out. Guy had slipped trying to get through the ditch back onto the shoulder. I helped him up and over to the squad. His resting pulse after 20 odd minutes of hiding behind sheep, about 45 minutes post crash. 130. Respirations were 110. TLDR. Watched a crackhead crash his own car, run the 100 yards dash in a respectable time, and hide behind sheep. I was driving the country route back home after work one night during December. It had been snowing all day. There was probably 5 or 6 inches of fresh snow covering everything, including the roads. I was traveling approximately 40 miles per hour on this tiny snow-covered road. Cue this giant, lifted truck with smokestacks behind me. He's riding my faking ass, like faking hard. I was driving my two-door little 1992 Honda Accord, and there were moments where I literally couldn't see his headlights in my side mirrors. The driver was honking and throwing a faking tantrum, not passing me though. Finally I got annoyed by my lack of vision due to his lights and the incessant honking, so I just slowed the fuck down. Finally this asshole revs his butt fuck truck up and tries to speed by me. He does, right into a faking ditch. I stopped, got out and said, yeah, these roads are a little slippery. He replied with, fuck you. And I got in my car and went home. Was a fun drive. TLDR, fuck you. I was driving home from work, basically downtown. I lived probably 10 miles away in the suburbs at the time. I'm at a red light about to get onto the highway and I look down to my iPod to change artists or something, and there is a cop car in the other lane about a car behind me. I look up and see him looking at me. Oh shit. I think he probably thinks I was looking at my phone. The light turns green. I turn onto the highway, and as I expect he follows me. I'm expecting to be pulled over here, but I'm not. Instead the cop car gets right behind me. I'm doing the speed limit to the decimal here, hands at 10 and 2, and keeping in the lines. He just rides my ass. The whole goddamn way home, he rides my ass. We make eye contact through the mirror a few times and I know he's running my plates or something. Maybe looking for an excuse to pull me over. I'm not sure. Anyway, we go about 10 miles or so on the highway to my exit and I get off. So does he. Still riding my ass. I pull up to a light with a right turn only lane next to me, which he gets into. He pulls by my car and gives me a good look. I'm looking straight ahead, trying not to notice. This part happens fast. My light turns green. He's about 2 cars ahead of me in the right turn only lane with some cars behind him. He takes the right turn and immediately moves to take a left turn into the gas station across the street. I think so he can get back onto the road that I'm on and probably pull me over. I turn to my friend who's in the passenger seat and say, he's finally going to pull me over. Right as we're moving through the intersection, he's making his left turn and wham, he's hit from the side. He was so busy keeping his eyes on me that he cut this woman off and she nailed the side of his car, moving pretty fast too. I couldn't believe it and my friend thought I was some sort of dark wizard. Sure, I'll bite. I was driving along one day on a very busy road in my hometown. I get to this huge intersection and see a fire truck coming from my right with its lights and siren going. So I did what everyone is supposed to do and stopped. Well, nobody else did. Literally, I'm sitting still in the center lane. Everyone else is still going. Truck trying to cross the intersection, horn blaring, siren screaming, and nobody seems to give a fuck. Eventually, the person that stopped behind me lays on her horn, guns it around me, flips me the bird and just stares right at me. Well, she didn't see that the fire truck had made its way into the intersection and she slammed right into it. I put my car in park to go up and see if she was alright. Not an EMT or a doctor, but I do know some first aid. She hurt her head pretty bad and was bleeding a lot. Thing is, when the firefighters pulled her out, she was cursing them out for running a red light. I swear, some people. I used to live in Utah, and snow season was always hell. You'd think that a state that can have snow on the ground 6 months out of the year, literally, would have better drivers, but that's not the case. People seem to have this strange misconception that owning a huge vehicle automatically makes them immune to the element. One late evening I was driving home from work in a near blinding snowstorm. The plows hadn't been dispatched yet, so there was at least 6 inches of snow on the freeway and you could barely tell where one lane ended and the next began. I'm not even sure I was on a lane most of the time. Most everyone was driving at reasonable speeds. Read 15 to 20 miles per hour, except for the occasional asshole in their indestructible pickups and such. Sure as shit, one asshole in his gigantic lifted pickup comes flying past us, throwing up clouds of snow and almost running several people off the road in the process with his reckless driving. He must have been doing at least 50 plus, given how fast he flew past everyone. I silently wished for some form of gratification point. Well, gratification received. A mile or two down the road I spot a rather impressive set of skid marks and a suspiciously familiar pickup truck upside down in the median. A very irate driver is standing next to his truck on a cell phone as it's continuing to snow heavily. I brake in the middle of an intersection to avoid hitting a puppy. This is only from about 5 miles per hour. Driver in large SUV slams brakes, nearly rear-ending me. Once I start driving off, he whips off into the right turn lane trying to pass me. He fails, hits the traffic light which tears off his axle and throws his SUV into a few flips, one of which lands on top of my car. No one is hurt at the scene. Later found out my back was wretched, but hell, I lived. But he files a claim against my insurance claiming it was my fault. Claim denied, and I got a new nice car afterwards. The head gasket was blown on the old vehicle. The thing that wrenches my gut the most about this is that he had 2 car seats in the back seat. I can't imagine if his kids were with him. Also, my fiancée had just started a new job and is usually with me at the time I got in the accident. If she was with me, she would have no doubt been killed. My car is the white Malibu. His is the SUV. Well, I wasn't driving in this story, but the other party was. I was up at the movies with a couple of friends. This was several years ago, and we were just walking around when a green Ford Explorer with several college kids in it drives by, and they call us beach, homo, and faggot. Naturally, my friends and I assign the names according to best fit, deciding that my gay friend is faggot, my hemophiliac friend is beach, and I'm homo by default. Skip ahead a few hours, when we are walking to Del Taco and these very same guys drive by and into the drive-thru. I was quite happy to see them, so I waved. This upset them, as they yelled the best name they could come up with at me, which was Big Waver. Naturally, I kept waving while they were in the drive-thru. My day wasn't going so well, so when they so kindly invited me over to their car, I simply showed them the screen of my phone and yelled their license plate number to them. I then reported their driving, their obscenities, their invitation for me to come to the car, and their headlight that was out in full detail as I stood in front of them to the police. As they drove off, and while I was still on the phone with the responder, they yelled something about my mother. I haven't done anything as douchebaggy since, but I will always remember the one time I snapped in the most legal way possible. This happened to me a few months ago. I was driving down a 2-lane highway going 75 in a 65. I'm in the left lane, about to pass a family van with a truck in front of it on the right. Just as I'm about past the van, it swerves in front of me, with no turn signal, forcing me to slam on my brakes. It then proceeds to pass the truck over the course of 10 minutes, the entire time we are all going maybe 60 as the van finally gets back in the right lane. I speed back up and give the van a bit of a dirty look for taking so long to pass. The van has 6 or 7 frat looking guys who don't take kindly to my glare. I pass them and get in the right. They immediately swerve into the left lane and speed up to probably 90 or 100 miles per hour. Flipping me off as they drive by. As they get ahead of me, the guy sitting in the front passenger seat climbs out the window and sits on the door so he can give me the double juice. So as they are going 30 to 40 miles over the speed limit, with a passenger literally more out of the car than in it, they fly past a cop who immediately pulls them over. They all looked so pissed at me as I drove right on by. I was traveling on I-10 in my Silverado cruising at 75 to 80 miles per hour like normal light traffic, but everyone is keeping up with me. I always tend to lead these speed groups, like they are my children for some reason. So here I'm leading this train of carnage down the highway when I see a black Civic picking on my homies, swerving in and out being a dick. He eventually makes it to my rear bumper and I begin to investigate and figure out what is about to go down. I immediately notice that it's a younger guy in his girlfriend's car. I assume this because there is a young girl in the passenger seat, obviously uncomfortable, and there is a pink bow hanging from the rear view. I give this guy room to get around, but I apparently offended him by getting out of his way. He switches in behind me and gets even closer. I begin to sporadically let off the gas and accelerate. This sends him into rage mode, and I see that I have him right where I want him. He whips out into the other lane to attempt to jet in front of my and pull the same move. That is when I kick my V8 into gear and stay a tad bit in front of him. His girlfriend at this point is telling him to stop, and I start feeling kind of sorry for him because I may be ruining their date night or something. I hit the brakes and let him speed off. Thinking that was the end, the dude literally gets a car length in front of my truck, and I heard a pop and saw smoke. A second later, sparks are flying everywhere, and his tires are flying all over the road. His front tires and his rear passenger tires all simultaneously erupted at the perfect timing. I quickly tap my brakes and get in the middle of the two lanes and throw my hazards on, giving this guy some room to decelerate and get onto the shoulder. I was also expecting him to lose control at any moment, so I didn't want him to hit and of my children cars that are still sticking with us. A few seconds go by and the guy does nothing. He stays at 60 miles per hour, just ripping the remaining bits of rubber off and grinding down his rims. I guess his pride just would not let him admit defeat, and as soon as the next off-ramp arrived he ripped over, cutting me off and accelerated down the ramp. He seemed to hit around 80 miles per hour getting off the freeway. I will never know what happened to him, nor will I understand what was going on in his mind. My first thought was that he kidnapped the girl, but when they first rolled up she was joking around and laughing about him driving crazy. If you are reading this, dude, I just want to know why. Oh, and yes, I tried to pop cars' tires with my mind for the remainder of the trip, and I still try it occasionally. TLDR, some guy is driving like an asshole, so I troll him. Things escalate and it looks like I'm going to die from a road rage fueled beating. I make him run off the road and a cop pulls him over. I realize I'm a piece of shit, but I still think he is a bigger piece of shit. This story is a bit long-winded, but I was satisfied with the outcome. I was driving home from campus late one night on a very dark, very boring, slightly curvy road. At some point in the ride I had to slam on my brakes to avoid hitting an animal. I thought it was a cat at first, but as I was swerving out of the way I realized it was just a possum. It was an adrenaline pumping moment, so I was focused on keeping my cool and slowing down a bit and minding my speed and my surroundings better. At this point I'm back on the road and driving about 55 miles per hour when I see some headlights show up in my mirror in the distance. I look back to the road. After a few seconds I notice the headlights right behind me. This guy was flying. He has to drop down his speed and poor him can't pass me because there are people coming. He starts flashing his high beams at me angrily and drives straight into oncoming traffic anyway. Luckily there wasn't an accident, but it doesn't make it okay to cause panic and distress for the other drivers. They were slamming on their brakes and flashing their brights. Like I said, my adrenaline was running, so I get agitated and decide to bring a little justice his way by trolling him. I get behind him and try to position myself in just the right spot to get my brights in his eyes and keep them on the whole time. I wasn't sure I was actually doing anything to bother him, but after about 4 miles we are coming up to a stoplight and the speed limit drops to around 45 miles per hour and I eliminate any doubts. He slams on his brakes and drops from about 65 miles per hour to a flat 45 miles per hour. I assume he was making some point. He was angry. I happily drop my speed and turn off my brights thinking I got my point across to this guy. He begins to enrage even more though, because he comes to a complete stop in the road and I can see him yelling obscenities in his mirror. I smile hoping that the headlight from the cars in the other direction will illuminate my face enough for him to see that his displeasure pleases me. Up ahead is a gas station, so he races forward and pulls into the gas station. I pull up to the stoplight right next to it and sit at the red light. I'm supposed to be making a left turn here, but one thing my parents always made clear was that I should never bring any trouble home. He gets out of his car and is a faking monster. The guy was easily almost twice my weight. I faked with the wrong redneck. He starts gesturing me to get out of my car while flailing his arms around wildly. I keep my cool and try not to shit my pants, but also keep an eye for him reaching for any weapons. The light is about to change, so he jumps back in his car and he exits the lot from a different part and is now perpendicular to me at the intersection. I believe he thinks I'm going straight once the light turns green and prepares to make a right turn behind me. I continue to feign a straight path once my light changes and make a sharp left at the last possible second. I left him sitting at a nice long red light, and I'm satisfied with my victory point. Whoops. Sorry. I didn't count on this guy being a faking lunatic. I'm about a good distance away, and I see this guy floor it through his red light, and through passing traffic. I start to pick up speed a bit and I'm going about 50 miles per hour thinking maybe I can turn off on one of the dark roads ahead and lose him. It was like I was standing still though, because of how fast he was coming up on me. I didn't know what to do. I had the phone in my hand, and I'm about to call 911 in fear of death when my fight or flight instinct kicks in. I slam on my brakes, and come to a full faking stop. I mean no hesitations. He thinks I'm bluffing at first, but quickly realizes he will total his pose overpriced sports car. He swerves sideways across the opposite lane, and slightly off the road. I accelerate as hard as I can, and note the fuck out of there. Then the flashing blue lights turn on point when the guy blew the red light to chase me down. A cop car was right behind him. The cop car must have proceeded to follow him as he was going around 80 miles per hour in a 45, then watched him slam on his brakes and swerve off the road. After reading this story I'm starting to think I'm a major asshole, but at the time it felt right to teach him some manners. I'm just glad nobody got physically hurt. Was driving my car to clean the trunk out, spilled some potting soil. Fun times. I was in the far right hand lane of a 3-lane road, and was just driving along when the Venus Beach in a Toyota Sienna minivan does a U-turn from the oncoming lane, but instead of choosing one of the empty lanes to merge into, she merges all the way across, and cuts right in front of me. I had to swerve off the road over a curb to avoid being slammed by her. I laid on my horn, but got over it pretty quick. Fast forward 15 seconds, and I'm sitting behind the lady at a stoplight. A police car drives up to the left of me and stops. The lady cop inside motions for me to roll down my window and I oblige. This conversation followed. Policewoman, did that beige-ish minivan just pull right in front of you? Point me. Yes, ma'am, she did. Policewoman, do you mind letting me get in front of you so I can pull her over? Me, absolutely. With the cheesiest smile on my face, fighting sheer laughter, she proceeded to get in front of me as the light turned green and flipped her lights on point. To this day it's my best experience with a police officer. TLDR, Beach cut me off. Cop asked to get in between us at light to pull her over. Driving up Park Boulevard in San Diego in my tiny Civic. I see a huge tire in the middle of the road up ahead, like a 18-wheeler or 7-ton tire. Also this is taking place right in front of a school, so it's reduced speed limit anyway. I slow down and put on my blinker to switch lanes to avoid said road hazard with plenty of time, that is, not braking at the last minute. The person behind me in a huge ugly raised up Jeep with roll bars does not see why I'm slowing down yet and flips the fuck out instantly, throwing on flashes, honking, giving the finger, etc. I switch lanes to go around the tire, and Jeep a-hole instantly floors it in a very disgruntled manner, all the while not looking to the road in front, instead leaning out the window to curse me out and give me the finger. Well, yeah, the tire is still in the road, faking douchebag. The person runs into it accelerating, probably doing 40 or so as I was going about 25 to 30. School zone, remember? They hit the tire without even seeing it. The tire somehow literally causes the vehicle to become airborne for a second. Then Jeep comes down on the two drivers' side tires only. Tire flies up out from behind the vehicle into the car behind them, who also didn't see it. Somehow the Jeep didn't flip, which is good, because there were a lot of pedestrians and other drivers, but the person screeched on their brakes and pulled over to the side of the road, and the surprised/terrified look on the Dutchy McJeep driver's face was absolutely priceless. The look was so utterly satisfying that this incident happened probably 3 years ago, and it is still one of the best instant driving karma moments of my life. My friend let me borrow his car for a few days while mine was in the shop. It was a modified Saturn Iron Redline. All boy ratted out. It's a little loud, and I'd occasionally have that one guy who wanted to street race me. I love cars and racing and such, but I think street racing is childish and dangerous. If you really want to show your balls, take it to the track. Well, one time, this guy was incredibly insistent. He drove up his engine beside me, take off, and then slow down to let me catch up. I told him that I didn't want to race, and he kept saying, "Bussy, don't be a little beach. I bet you don't have sheet," and all sorts of nonsense. We get to a red light and he asks, "So are we gonna go, or what?" I rolled my window up and just ignored him. I heard him revving his engine up again, and once the light turned green he dumped his clutch and chirped his tires and didn't go anywhere. Smoke started pouring out from under his car, so I'm assuming that he completely toasted his clutch point. TLDR, guy kept wanting to street race me. At a light he tried launching his car, but he ended up destroying his clutch. My partner and I were running lights and siren to a 911 call. We're the ambulance, and there's a dude in front of us who, rather than get out of our way on this 4-lane road, decides it would be fun to wait for us to get close and then slam on his brakes to see if we can rear end him. I deftly avoid the moron because I was used to people acting like this. It was that sort of zone and prepared for him to do so. The cop that was following behind us, however, was not expecting a doucher bag ambush and had to slam on his brakes. Cop cars being better at stopping than us ice cream trucks, he wasn't even close to rear-ending the guy, but he was pissed about the whole thing. We were in the left-hand lane of the two on our side of the median. He made sure to call our dispatcher and have her pass us the message that he wrote that guy a ticket for failure to yield to an emergency vehicle, reckless endangerment, something minor, tail light or something, and shoot him out for half an hour. I was working nights in a convenience store during college in the 90s. We had trouble with people doing drive-offs, essentially not paying for their gas and hitting the road. This was a small college town on a single freeway, though, and the next exit was the state trooper's ranch. Needless to say, we caught a lot of them point anyhow. One morning, about 3 AM, this nice new red Firebird pulls into the station and stays at the furthest pumps from the store, a good 50 yards away, right near the exit. I can see this one from a mile away. So, I'm watching him, look clearly at him as the pump chimes for me to turn it on, before the days of prepay. He sees me looking, waves at me, and so I turn it on for him. I grab my smokes and head outside, keeping the pump between he and I the entire time I'm sneaking out there. His door is open and the car is running. How dumb does he think we are? I got to the point that I'm standing about 4 feet from him, but on the other side of this pump, he can't see me and doesn't know I'm there. I'm so faking crafty. I tell ya point I hear the pump handle / hose hit the ground. When you don't hang it up, there's no alarm beep in the store, and I hear this scuffling as he runs for the open door. Just as he slams the door, I'm holding the cordless phone to my ear and say loudly, to dead air, "Yes sir, it's a red 95 Firebird. I'll give you the plate in a second." As I step out from behind the pump, it was so classic. Shock on his face, then rage. He flipped me off as he tore out of the parking lot with his girl beside him. Personalized plates. Ha, faking, ha, you douche. I had him. As I actually called the state patrol dispatcher down the road, I watched as he hopped on the West Freeway on ramp at about 70 and headed for the state trooper pen at the next exit, 6 miles down the road. I described the car, and then, oddly, was cut off. Usually the girl stayed on the line to chat with me with what happens. Sometimes let me listen to the chatter on the radio when they pulled the guys over. Funny point anyhow. I knew we had him, and the troopers usually gave them the option of coming back to pay me or going to jail. They always came back with an escort and a hefty ticket. 30 minutes later, the phone rang, and I knew it would be the dispatcher. It wasn't. I was patched through to the scene and a very nervous sounding officer wanted me to come ID the kid. That had never happened before. Weird. Okay, well, I'm alone here and don't get off until 6. He said, "Close up the store, get down here now." So I started to close the store and 2 local cops pulled in. One of them ran in the store and said, "Let's go, son. Let's move. Is that your Z out there?" I had a 300 ZX in the parking lot that I loved. "Let's see if you can keep up." Move. Weirdest thing in my life. Following cops with lights and sirens down the freeway near dawn at nearly 100. We get to the scene. There are cops 4 miles. Probably 20 cars up and down the freeway, which is shut down. I was totally and completely confused. I knew something had happened. He must have tried to run Well, after over an hour, I eyed the guy and agreed to show up to court and gave like 5 statements of everything that happened. I found out the real story. The kid and his girlfriend had broken into a guy's house 150 miles from there, killed him and his wife with his own shotgun, stolen his new red Firebird, then shot, luckily didn't kill, a clerk at another convenience store in that same town, who wouldn't let them use a stolen credit card. They had a loaded shotgun in the trunk, and several handguns in the car. Fuck. I'm glad he was caught. I never had to go to court, because they both pled out, and I never saw them again. But holy crap, has that taught me to calm down a bit and not think I'm so crafty all the time. That's how shit backfires, just kidding. I'm still a prick. But I do think about it now and again, and realize I really, seriously cold been killed in a second for calling the cops on him. Wait, LDR, I caught a guy stealing gas who turned out to be wanted for murders earlier that night. I'm driving down a side street, and a BMW 5 Series whips out of a parking lot, cutting off a lowered Honda Civic in the process. Like, almost clipped him cut off. The Honda pulls around him into the oncoming traffic lane, and slams on the brakes to make a stop sign. BMW, now behind the Honda, puts in park, and gets out of the car. A well-dressed, pressed white shirt with a tie, maybe 40 to 45 guy gets out of the BMW, clean cut, fit. He's going to teach some young punk a lesson. The driver's door of the Honda opens, and said young punk comes out, maybe 18ish, and kind of scrawny. Mr. BMW advances a foot, emerges from the driver's side door of the Honda, someone coming from the back seat. What is attached to that foot can only be accurately described as a shaved gorilla. This dude was huge, probably 6 feet 2 inches and 230 pounds. Jeans, no shirt, and very large and well-defined muscles. Head and body shaved. He's a non-green Hulk. He clearly spends about 11 hours per day ripping phone poles from the ground and knocking down building with them. He stomps toward the BMW. Remember the motion tremors from the T-Rex in Jurassic Park? Yeah, like that. My thought, holy fuck, he's going to reduce that guy to a thin red mist. I can't wait. I've never seen a white man run so fast. Mr. BMW turned and sprinted back to his car, dove in, and started pulling away before his door was even fully closed. I only wish his door had been closed, so he could have gone in like Dukes of Hazzard style. I was sitting at a stoplight with the windows down when a Beto looking motherfucker in a late 80s Toyota pulls up beside me and gives me the stink eye. Like when I say Beto, the picture that comes into your mind, the skeevy little mustache, that's the guy. He's probably posting his latest diatribe about how closing the jailbait subreddits was a massive injustice right now. I give him a curious look, and he guns his engine. Point of note, I'm driving a Honda Fit, which isn't exactly a race car, but it was the dealer's demo model, so they pimped it out and did a lot of work on it to sell cars, so it's a little bit faster than stock, which isn't fast. But I figure what the hell, damned if I'm going to let some Beto challenge my manhood, and I drop it into manual just in time for the light to change, and off we go. I'm beating him pretty easily, because he's driving a 20-year-old car that wasn't exactly built for speed in its prime, but I also know there's a corner coming up where there's always a cop car lurking. Always. Midnight, cop there. Rush hour, cop there. Middle of the day, cop there. End of the world, there'll be a surprised ass cop running speed duty right there. So I ease off the gas and slow down enough for him to catch up and pass me. And he is making pretty good speed, well above the speed limit, when he passes me and gives me the finger, like it's the greatest day of his life since he came up with the free candy idea. Wow. That's not him cheering, that's the sound of the cop siren spinning up as he flies around that corner in front of the cop that was inevitably sitting there. A brief chase ensues before he finally pulls over, and, as I drive by serenely under the speed limit, I see the cop dragging him out of the car and putting handcuffs on him. I just smiled and waved as I cruised on by. Wasn't driving, but I had a truck that had some slow leaking tires. I was at a gas station air pump getting ready to use it and checking pressure on all of my tires. I was having a lousy day and was kind of down about being dirt poor with no good prospects etc. Point as I was checking the last tire, two guys in a Jeep with bicycles on it very quickly pull up, and the driver jumps out and as quick as he can grabs his bike and then the air hose and starts putting air in his rear tire. His buddy stayed in the Jeep, and you can tell he thought it was hilarious how they jumped in there and now I had to wait. It was annoying, but I shrugged it off because it was really a lame stunt anyway, and I figured I was probably due some jerky behavior as I had been known to do a jerky thing or two before my own self point. So I lit a cigarette and leaned against my truck and waited. The guy stops with the rear tire and moves to the front tire. Then he feels the rear tire again and puts more air in it. Feels front tire again, more air, checks the rear again, more air. His buddy is grinning like an idiot and looking at me like, what are you gonna do about it? Guy with the bike checks the front tire again, puts more air in it and bam, blows out the front tire. Now I was smiling. I said, I guess you put too much in there. Lame, I know, but it was what I came up with on the spot. It was worth the wait. I was in a much better mood the rest of the day. Flashback a few years, and my older brother and I are driving home around 3 AM after seeing a late showing of The Dark Knight. We are sitting at an intersection waiting to turn left. Only one other car is at the intersection, and he is across from us also about to turn to his left. Out of faking nowhere, this car comes racing down the street from behind the other car, heading towards us. This oncoming car manages to sideswipe the car across from us and makes a last minute decision to turn to their right, the direction we are about to turn. The car across from us, the driver visibly enraged, backs up and takes a right-hand turn to follow the sideswiper. Lucky for us, the light turns green at that moment and my brother and I are racing down the street after them, not wanting to miss a moment of intense action. Both cars are already far ahead of us. Both are going well over 60 miles per hour when we see them turn onto the street we live on. Excited, we take the turn onto our street to find the sideswiper has crashed their vehicle into a large bush next to our driveway. The sideswiped has parked their car behind the sideswiper, effectively trapping them in the bush. Within a half hour the police, ambulance, and fire trucks are surrounding my house. Our neighbors are all out watching this scene unfold too. Turns out the sideswiper was a young Irish woman who was drunk, had open alcohol in the car, and had her baby who was less than a year old in the back seat. As far as I know, she was arrested, and the child was taken from her. The tire marks from her car are still visible in our yard. We live in Arizona. There isn't much water of any kind to wash them away. This happened to me about 10 years ago. I was in high school, my first year driving I think, and I've got a few friends in my old car, 74 Chevy Nova, that my old man gave me. A cool car, but I'm not a muscle car guy, and that thing always garnered unwanted attention. This douchebag was parked at a gas station at the pump across from me. He's got some scantily dressed girl in the passenger seat blasting gangster rap while he's inside the gas station paying for his fuel. He had a brand new, jet black Cobra Mustang still with the paper plates on it. I wasn't much of a car guy, but a buddy I was with was, and he was drooling over this thing. As I'm fueling up, he comes out, looks at me, smirks and makes his smug little ch sound and hops into his new ride. Him and his passenger then start pointing and laughing at me. He turns up his shitty music even louder, screeches the tires a bit, just to go the 10 feet to the edge of the parking lot, then tries to cut off a car while exiting from the parking lot. Way too much power applied to the rear wheels causes him to fishtail immediately. As he overcorrects a couple times, he proceeds to launch this thing into the yard and house directly across the street from the gas station, demolishing his new ride and getting a face full of airbag, leaving me at the pump in disbelief thinking I just inadvertently flexed some latent telekinetic powers in a fit of anger. Was waiting to turn left out of a parking lot onto a 4-lane highway. Traffic was moderate, there was no one behind me, and it was a beautiful afternoon, so I'm waiting for a nice, wide open space before I pull out. All of a sudden, this gigantic, lifted pickup that I would imagine you'd need a rope ladder to enter or exit pulls up behind me. I'm still watching traffic, waiting for that choice opening, when the guy in the truck starts revving his engine. I give him an I see you wave and keep watching the traffic. This, apparently, isn't good enough for Mr. Pickup, and he revs his engine again, louder, and starts cranking his drowning pool, or whatever meatheads listen to these days, and intermittently laying on the horn. I wave again, and he gives me the double middle finger in my rearview mirror. At this point, I'm not going to indulge his childish behavior by risking myself and my vehicle, so I'm still waiting. He tries to pull around me, but just as he makes a move, another car turns into the parking lot, forcing him to do an awkward reverse and get back in line. At this point, I see my spot and easily merge into traffic. Meathead charges after me, narrowly missing the southbound traffic, and guns it in the left lane. He paces me, window down, both middle fingers up, shouting at the top of his lungs, which I can't hear because of the metal he's still blasting, and continues in this fashion until I pull off. He guns it again, speeding down the highway and disappearing from sight point, and that's the last I see of him. No accident, no police, just watching his taillights recede into the distance. So, where's the karma? Well, gentle reader, karma isn't really the systematic cause and effect that we think in Western society. Karma is the internalization of your actions, how they shape your well-being and your relation to the world. I can only imagine that meathead had his day ruined by my reluctance to pull out when he thought I should. I imagine he raged over it for the rest of his drive, that he took that rage home with him, that he carried it to bed. My actions may have been a catalyst, but it was his internalization and reaction that created suffering in his life. I can only pity him that such a simple thing as traffic could create such suffering. This is my favorite instant karma story. I can almost never get through it without breaking down with a fit of laughter. It's spectacular. I was driving home from school, and there's a highway with 2 lanes on each side, and a grassy median in between. I was heading east, and there was this obnoxious guy, no doubt from my school as well, driving a somewhat souped up little hatchback kind of car. He was tailgating, swerving in and out of traffic, etc. This particular highway has a lot of red lights, so he was really in a hurry to get to a red light each time, but was causing people to have to slam on their brakes because of his driving. He was being a tool, plain and simple. Point. He passed me at one point, went up ahead a little. I see smoke, lots of it, but it wasn't from a fire. 3 cars also had slammed on their brakes, and their tires created the smoke because a deer had run into the road. Captain Toolbag comes up from behind, speeding of course, and has to slam on his brakes because traffic has stopped. Point. This deer, oh my god, how I love this deer, runs right into the passenger side of his car. Just ran right into the passenger door, shot up in the air and lands, feet first on the roof of his car. Not the hood, the roof. So he doesn't know where the deer is. But the deer was alive, still, and scared shitless. So the deer, did I mention I love this deer? The deer kiddlywinks on the roof of his car. Skiddlywinked. How to explain the invented word? It was like Bambi trying to walk for the first time, craftily mixed with a jazzy tap number. Its feet just danced all over the roof. I can't imagine what it sounded like. But I looked over, and this kid's eyes were huge, and he was flailing his arms. The deer finally gets its footing, jumps off the car, and runs across the median and other 2 lanes without a scratch. The kid was mortified, so he pulled over to check damages maybe. Not a car stopped to help him. Point. Instant mother effing karma. Actually, pretty recently for me, there were several wrecks on I-40 in / around Raleigh this particular morning, and rush hour traffic was fucking terrible. I drive through the airport every morning to get to my job, and was pulling up at a 4-way intersection near my terminus after sitting through grueling traffic. I pull out of the backed up straight lane into the empty left turn lane at a red light and have to immediately slam on my brakes to avoid hitting this douche in a big beige Suv who decided to make a 3-point turn out of the straight lane and obviously through the turn lane / opposing traffic lane to reverse and go back towards the airport / Evans Road. I remember making eye contact with the guy, 30s white guy, and mouthing some nasty words. He stared back blankly, but with a slight smirk, like a typical trolling jagger in the wrong point. I then idle forward to the front of my turn lane, and look into my rear view to see an undercover car, Cadillac with blue lights in the grille, also execute a quick 3-point turn. And then proceed to pull over said jagger. It was extremely gratifying, and the first time I ever saw such instant karma by cop on the road. Not my story, but still good. IMHO buddy of mine is with some friends in a car driving out to vacation. So they are on the interstate in the middle of nowhere when they hear behind them a car, very high pitched engine sound. They get passed on the wrong side by a sports car that had to be in second or third gear at 80 miles per hour being driven by a kid that can't be older than 15. Windows open, radio blasting the Backstreet Boys, I shit you not. So he pulls up on their right, pauses next to my friend's car, flashes a one ape gang sign out the window, and proceeds to floor it and accelerate past them. About 2 car lengths ahead though, his engine gives out loud bang, hood visibly deformed in the center with smoke pouring out, and a whole pile of metal bits that used to call themselves an engine fall out from under the car and scatter all over the highway. Point from what I'm told, the I just faked daddy's sports car look on his face as he lost speed and fell past them was priceless. My boyfriend and I were walking down a street minding our own business. Some random car full of college kids I didn't know drives toward us. The driver was irate with his head hanging out the window yelling curse words and other obscenities. I didn't really pay much attention because I knew I didn't know the guy and he obviously just had issues. Right as he passes I flip him off, smiled, and kept on going. I could tell by the volume of his voice he was probably hanging out the window looking at us and yelling still when all of a sudden I hear a loud screech followed by a crunch. We turned around and the guy, who had obviously not been paying attention to the road because he was too busy being an asshole, had slammed into the rear end of a car backing out of their driveway and completely totaled both cars and injured himself. The good news is the yelling stopped. I felt bad for the guy, but he brought it upon himself. I felt worse for the other car. Thankfully nobody else got hurt. A few months back the girlfriend and I decided to go up to the liquor store and buy some beer on a Saturday night around 10:30 p.m. We live in a dry county and have to cross the state line to purchase alcohol. Odd I know. While at the liquor store a tap out douchebag comes in making a ruckus about how he can't get any service and whatnot. Dude is clearly extremely intoxicated. Turns out his tap for his keg broke and he needs a replacement stat because he might be missing a £4 beatdown point at this point. I'm walking out and getting into my car. I start driving out of the parking lot and Tap Out Joe gets in his posed Chevy pickup and is immediately all over my ass. We get out on the main road and I get over and let him by. He starts tailgating the car in the left lane as we cross the state line. We cross the state line and immediately see a state trooper looking for speeders. As we pass the trooper he doesn't even budge, even though this guy is literally a foot and a half from this car's bumper. A minute later, I look behind me and see headlights coming up behind me. Look to my left and it's the trooper. He starts following the Tap Out dude. Tap Out dude gets over and starts attempting to play it cool, even though he is swerving very badly. This goes on for a few miles. First exit on the freeway comes up and the trooper hops off. I'm immediately pissed off and dejected. I can't believe this dude is about to get away with what should be a clear DUI point. At this point Tap Out Joe has resorted to his tailgating and swerving ways again, while the girlfriend and I start discussing how we never get the right end of karma in these situations. All of a sudden I look up and see a set of headlights absolutely flying up behind me. We were in a 55 miles per hour zone and these were coming at 100 plus mph. Guess who? State trooper flies all the way up to about 3 feet from Tap Out Joe's bumper and hits the blues. Tap Out Joe takes a while to register and pulls into a parking lot. The next morning I saw his booking into county jail for DUI, reckless driving, possession, and so on. Point Cliffs. Drunk dude walks into liquor store, makes a scene, gets DUI leaving liquor store. Sure do. So we are driving home from Busch Gardens at about 1 AM on Interstate 95 through Vatu NC. We get behind a slower moving car in the left lane that seems to be speeding up to pass a semi-truck traveling in the right lane. However, they would slowly speed up, get right up to the point where they could move over in front of the truck, and then they would slow down until they were even with the back of the truck. Then they would speed up and start it all over again. There is basically no way around this situation. Until the semi finally caught up with a car that was going even slower than it was in the right lane. The semi turned on its signal to say it was moving into the left lane to go around the slow car. And of course, the cocksuckers in the clown car are still playing their little game and don't notice. Well, the truck driver gives them about as much time as he can, and then he just starts moving right the fuck on over into the left lane. The car of dicks is almost completely forced off the road. It then speeds up and takes off as we begin hollering like we had something to do with those G-Wats getting what they deserved. One night when I was in high school, I was driving up to my friend's house. I stopped at a four-way stop sign at the bottom of this winding uphill, not super steep, that was maybe 3/4 mile from his house. There is this BMW that pulls up to the intersection right as I start going up the hill, and he turns onto the street behind me after I clear the intersection. I realize that he's riding my ass, and being the lead-footed driver that I was at the time, I'm like, okay, let's do this motherfucker, and punch it. We are hauling us up this street. It's a residential area, maybe doing 50 or 60 miles per hour. I know there's a right hand and then immediate left hand S-turn coming up, so I'll let off the gas a little to get through the corner without losing traction. Rear wheel drive, old 85 Supra. I look in my rear view as I clear the S-curve just in time to see the guy fishtail out and plow into two parked cars. I thought to myself, holy shit, that guy just wrecked the fuck out of his nice 5 Series. I kept driving to my friend's house. Flash forward about 20 minutes, we decide to go rent a movie and start driving back down that same street. Lo and behold, the car is getting moved onto a tow truck and the cops are there. As we get closer, I slow down a little bit and realize the driver had been my other friend who had literally just bought the car that day. I hadn't recognized him in the new car earlier. He had been driving a front-wheel drive Saab his whole life and didn't understand the concept of oversteer versus understeer being basically inverse between front-wheel and rear-wheel drive cars. Yet decided to race his brand new car against me because he recognized me and knew I would go for it. If he had been in his Saab, he would have probably been fine, but he did the exact opposite of what you're supposed to do in a rear-wheel drive oversteer situation. Oops TLDR, unknowingly raced against my friend in his new car that he didn't know how to drive, and he almost immediately crashed it. Driving home at night, when I passed by my high school at the time. Now, I hated this road. It's a 25 no passing zone, and not really residential, but since it was by a school, that was the speed limit. Also, nobody went the speed limit on this road, especially not the kids who drove to and from the school itself. I had spotted cops posted up in the parking lot after hours a couple times, and with great reluctance I decided to obey the speed limit whenever I found myself on this tutor of patience that was a road. Grumbling to myself as I slowed down to 25, I noticed a car zoom up behind me. Nothing new. I was always tailgated on this road, since I was the only one dumb enough to drive the speed limit. This time though, instead of just tailgating me, the car decides to swerve back and forth in the lane behind me and be really obnoxious about it. It goes on like this for 100 yards or so, right up until cherries lit up behind him. Now I smile just a little bit every time I'm on that stupid road. A few years ago we had a really intense snowstorm. Please keep in mind this is relative. I live in Washington state, Western, and we generally aren't equipped for snow that lasts more than a couple days. I lived pretty deep out in the country, no snow plows, no de-icer on the road, so in my sporty little coupe I was pretty much homebound for a few days. When I finally decided to venture out, I was taking the ridiculously curvy, hilly, icy roads nice and slow. I had the road to myself until a huge red truck appears in my rear view. Tailgating point, my first thought is jackass, it's icy. Back the fuck up. Everybody knows, 4-wheel drive just turns you into Bambi on ice. But my refusal to go faster doesn't help the situation. He keeps swerving into the oncoming lane, dropping back, riding my ass. Finally there is an opportunity to pass and he does. I watch him fishtail past me and can't help but daydream he'll slide off the road. Sure enough, a few minutes later, I come around one of the more treacherous corners and find Mr. Big Truck tipped over in the ditch. I stopped and picked him up. There was no cell service to call a tow truck, and took him into town. I couldn't help but remind him Four-wheel drive doesn't keep you on the road, it only gets you out of the ditch, provided you keep your wheels on the ground. Oh, and it doesn't make your dick bigger, you just got your ass saved by a girl, in a sports car. Man, I'm late, but this has always been a glory story for me, so I'll share anyway. So I was young and stupid, I got pregnant a bit too early, but despite that I moved on with my plans with college points, so there I was one day, on my own, walking to an afternoon class. I'm about 20 feet from the crosswalk, and I know that crosswalk signal's going to turn any second, so I waddle my ass to the curb, not really stopping to ponder how ridiculous that looked. I get there in time, look to see someone approaching to make a right-hand turn on my side, so I stop and wait. He doesn't wave me through as is customary, but he does stop, and we make eye contact. He's got this little smirk on his face, but whatever, it occurs to me that it's another disapproval. I had gotten used to people treating me that way since becoming pregnant at 20. Since I assume he's waiting, I step off the curb and cross. I'm about in line with the middle of his front end when he revs the engine and jerks the fuck forward. My reaction is to swivel back and sort of end up sitting on his front end. He only jerked forward about a foot, enough so that I had enough of a reaction to jump my fat ass up on the edge of his hood and slam my hand down. I collect my brain for a couple seconds and slowly look around, only to see the dude giggling his ass off in there. The rage in me was pure. In usual situations I would have recovered and broken down a minute or two later with the shakes, but for some reason I was pissed with a capital P. Maybe it was the adrenaline working differently, but I'd never wanted to inflict bodily harm on someone as much as I had at that moment. It took everything in me to be satisfied with a glare, recover myself, and walk the rest of the way across the street, and by that time the light's now turning yellow. Imagine my wrath-filled surprise when I hear the whoop whoop of a siren from a motherfucking cop who had seen the whole thing. He was on my street going my direction in the rightmost lane. He flashes the lights, does a U-turn in the intersection to pull up and block this dude from making his turn. Oh sweet, sweet justice. TLDR, dude fucks with me, the pedestrian, while he is the driver. Pretends he's about to hit me. Cop sees the whole thing. The street I live off of has a speed limit of 25 miles per hour, but it feels like it should be higher, and too many people go 40ish down it, or tailgate others who do obey the limit. One day, I was driving home, going 25, and this woman was riding my ass. I've never had anyone get that close to my car before. I turned onto my street, and she followed. This day, like always, I had my blinker on to turn left. This bitch was so close she didn't see my blinker and thought I was going to turn right. My house is on the left and the driveway is kind of narrow, so to avoid hitting the garden right next to it, we have to drift every so slightly to the right. She tried passing me on the left as I was turning left and pushed in the whole driver's side door at the foot of my driveway. Then she started screaming at me because she was an irrational bitch, but also because I was only 17 at the time and she thought it could easily be blamed on me. She kept saying her daughter witnessed the whole thing, but her daughter wouldn't even stop texting to get out and tell her story. Fortunately, my two brothers and their friend, who had all been in the car, came to my defense. The cop pretty much told her she was crazy. TLDR. Crazy lady tried to pass me on the left while I was turning left. Daughter doesn't defend her mother. Cop thought she was stupid. This probably isn't the karma op was talking about. I just like telling this story. My mum's sub was sitting in the driveway one morning while she was waiting for the garage door to close. Her front bumper was sitting about 5 centimeters into our tiny suburban back street while she did so, but she wasn't moving. Anyway, some jackass in an old Series 3 RX-7 comes flying up this little street, doing an estimated 60 to 70 km/h. For reasons unknown, instead of just driving around her, there was enough space for 2 cars to pass. He slammed on the brakes, locked up and clipped the front of her car. Both cars got away with scratches and small dents. Jackass gets out the RX-7, is all apologetic and sorry. The neighbors saw what happened, and my brother came out of the house and started taking photos. The tire marks were clearly visible from where he locked up. Insurance details submitted, but neither insurer would pay for either party's damage, since we couldn't prove my mum wasn't moving, and he was speeding. The witness statements of my brother and neighbors were discarded, since they weren't independent witnesses. Mum couldn't be bothered paying to fix her car, since it was only superficial damage. The other guy wanted his car fixed however, and despite his idiocy, still blamed my mum, so he moved to sue for damages. My mum's insurance company took on the case, and because it was now a court case, my brother's and neighbors' witness statements could be included, which made it 4-on-1, including the witness statements of my mum and the idiot. Needless to say, the guy didn't last 2 seconds in court, lost the case, had to pay court costs, and damages to both cars as well. TLDR, guy drove like a moron and hit my mum's car. Tried to sue her for his idiocy, lost the case, and had to pay for repairs and court costs. I'm driving a big van for work, driving along with traffic slowly on a freeway, interchange in Los Angeles. A guy behind me in a black sports car is tailgating me hard and honking at me the entire interchange. It was a 2-lane interchange, but he was frustrated since he couldn't pass me, LA traffic being what it is. We finally merged to the next freeway, which didn't have any traffic, and he takes off, cutting off cars everywhere, and I say out loud to myself, this faker is going to hurt someone. I hit traffic about 10 minutes down the road. Accident traffic. When I finally get to it, there is a jackknifed 18-wheeler blocking 4 lanes of the freeway. It's making a V shape, with the front and rear ends facing me as I pass, and in the joint of that V was that stupid hole. I wasn't happy about it though. I don't get joy when people hurt themselves, because they make bad decisions, and I really don't like it when those same people hurt others with their mistakes. This will probably get lost, but back in high school, when I finally got a good year's worth of driving experience in, I became the unspoken driver for my friends. After picking up some food, we were on our way back, going 50 on a 45 in the middle of downtown. But as we get to this intersection, our green, this driver on the other road in a black sports car decides that 3 cars worth of distance is enough for him to right turn into on 50 miles per hour lane. I somehow pulled some serious Tokyo drift sheet and slipped myself between his car and the car in the lane next to us to avoid crashing and come to a near halt. At this point, my friends are all freaking out. Then the rage hits in. This faker had nearly just killed us. So I start catching back up to him now, and I see that the guy is on his cell phone. No faking wonder. And in a really stupid moment, I decide that I'm going to overtake this guy and fuck him over. So I speed up and overtake him, and then as we neared the next intersection, I began slowing down, forcing him to basically stall in the middle of the intersection. Obviously very illegal on my part. He gets really angry and starts honking at me, reasonable, and making large gestures. I guess he notices that the light had just started to turn yellow, so without looking as he is cussing us out to whoever he is talking to on his phone, he pulls into the next lane. At that same moment, I decide to start driving again. Obviously, what he didn't expect was some other guy who was trying to beat the red light and the two end up in a collision that totaled both cars. I freak the shit out, as did everyone else in the car, for being the direct cause of a major accident. We pull onto a side road, and then another and another until the paranoia of being caught finally subsided. Making a pact to not talk about this to anyone, we go back to the nearest friend's house and check the news to find out what happened. Finally, we end up hearing about the accident on the radio. Details were very vague, but there was no injuries. But apparently the other car was a truck of some sort, which probably meant goodbye black sports car. Anyways, after that, I stopped driving, afraid that someone would figure out it was me, and my friends refused to ride my car, fearing my road rage. I convinced my dad to sell the car within the next few months, obviously not disclosing the reason why, and it was only after that did I dare to venture out onto the roads again. TLDR, near miss from guy on cell phone. Rage payback, accidentally that guy's car and a truck escape unscathed and FOD. This made me feel like my life is straight out of a teen movie. Here goes on tour with my band. Play show in Zennisville, Ohio at church. Loading out from trailer. Hear car horn. Car with 3 dudes is flipping me off and yelling that we are all fags across the street. turning onto the street from a stop sign. I'm baffled and unprepared to react. Watch them drive off as they yell stuff at me. Pride kind of hurt. Whatever. Kid who is standing near me says I fucking hate those guys. Play show. Find out next day is cancelled. Stay with that same kid who was standing by me. Go to kid's house. Leave trailer behind at church. Band is hungry next day. There's food in the trailer. Kid takes me back to the trailer. Digging through it, I hear a car horn. I look up, and same 3 faking dudes are flipping me off and yelling stuff at me. I don't have anything in my hands this time, and I storm towards the road with my middle fingers up. I have no idea what is going to happen if they get out of the car too. Not like I can fight or anything, but come on. 2 days in a row? The kid driving gives me this "oh no, you're dead" look and speeds into the turn towards me. I hear a crunching noise as he runs into the stop sign and rips his rearview mirror off. Opens up driver side door, runs out, gets it, runs back to his car, speeds off point. Until this op posted this, I didn't think anyone had ever felt the way I felt that day. No one understands why this is one of the best moments of my whole faking stupid existence. Just today I was driving and approaching an intersection at 45 in a 45. I even had my headlights on as the sun was starting to set, and my car is one of those magical colors that people just tend to miss in unusual lighting. I'm about 2 seconds away from the intersection when this huge SUV pulls out in front of me. There were 2 kids waiting on the crosswalk where she turned. Luckily I'm the world's greatest defensive driver and hit my brakes as soon as the SUV pulled out, preventing an accident 3 feet away from 2 kids. The SUV tries to speed off, but because I drive a gas guzzling foo environment American V8, I dropped down to 2nd gear and came up along the side quickly. Till that karma is an all-knowing beach and often strikes you before you commit your crime. The person behind the wheel was some lady who had to drive a huge SUV because she couldn't fit in a regular car. Knowing what a stupid cunt of a person this lady was going to be, karma actually spliced her DNA with that of a whale. The beached whale tried to slink back in her seat to avoid being seen, but it was of no use as she did not have any room to move around in her oversized SUV. I then pulled back in front of her and drove 5 under the speed limit so she would be held up. We both knew she wasn't going to pass me again out of shame. I was riding my bike home one day in Dublin, and typically there were cars parked in the bike lane. No big deal, I figured, so I put my head down and worked up a sprint, looked behind me to make sure the road was clear, and moved into the road. I had to pass around 3 or 4 cars in one go, and as I was passing the last car I hear a long loud horn blast. At this stage I'm actually doing the speed limit, so what the fuck, right? I look around to see this guy in a little blue Peugeot with his girlfriend glaring at me. So, as is standard operating procedure when cycling, I flip him off and then get into the bike lane again. Peugeot man then drives up beside me and after a good stare down swerved at me. He then drives on, leaving me a bit shaken. But the story doesn't end there. That day, Queen Elizabeth II was visiting, and as all the authorities were on high alert in case of IRA bombings, there were cops everywhere. 7 cops on motorcycles were right beside the dude and proceeded to chase his ass down. In the end he was charged with dangerous driving and had his license revoked. TLDR, guy swerves at me while I was cycling, immediately gets busted by cops. I posted in regards to a similar question a couple months ago, but here goes anyway. These kind of stories are my favorite, so I'll tell mine. I'm driving on the New York Thruway toward Rochester, passing a tractor trailer, cruise set at 74 miles per hour. I notice a black Audi coming up on me fast, like closer to 90 fast, and also notice Quebec plates. Anyone from upstate New York should be cringing about now. So this faking guy gets about a foot away from my bumper, weaving back and forth to look past me and honking his horn. Poor guy, in such a hurry he can't wait another 10 seconds for me to pass the truck and move over. As soon as I move to the right lane, he passes me, gets right in front of me, and hits his brakes until we are going about 40. I can hear the truck behind me squealing as he tries to slow down, and at this point I'm ready to die. Captain Asshole then mashes the gas and flies off into the sunset, followed a few seconds later by a trooper who is absolutely hauling ass. A mile or two later, I see this guy standing in front of his car on the side of the road, getting hell from the trooper. This guy punches a trooper in the stomach, and the last thing I see as I go by is a trooper's telescoping baton in his hand. I glance back in the rearview mirror and see the guy on the ground holding his face, and the trooper pulling out handcuffs. Felt good, man. Once I was reversing out of an Ozen parking spot. There was a junction about 30 yards up the road and nothing was coming. I had my baby in the car seat in the rear, so I'm always cautious when he's in the car. Anyway, as I slowly pulled out, a lady turned at the junction onto the road I was reversing out of, a very urban road, so slow traffic etc. I had just put the car into first when she sped up and decided she didn't like me being in her way and started sitting on the horn. I was amazed at this. I was maneuvering before she was even on the same street as me. She kept honking, so I flipped the bird and was enraged. So I continued on my way and the road split into 2 lanes. She then pulled up on my inside, and as I rolled my window down to ask her what the hell she was doing, she started flipping me off and shouting stuff. As she pulled up alongside me still flipping me off, she rear-ended a van. I was stopped right beside her and fell out of my car laughing. She tried to blame me. Well, I had never felt so happy. Karma was sucking my balls that day. Her car was smashed up, and I hope she got screwed by the guy in front. A good day. Not exactly karma, but almost. So my pregnant was driving my Paleolithic Volvo to work one day with my 18-month-old in the car. Car in front of me, car A, is turning right at an intersection, so I slow down a bit. Meanwhile, in the oncoming lane, some kid in his mom's car B even decided that with car A turning right, he can turn left into the same street behind him. Apparently it never dawned on kid in car B that there might be traffic behind car A, so I nailed him in the passenger side door at about 35 miles per hour. Speed limit was 45, but I had slowed down. I also swerved into the oncoming lane to try and dodge him, and nearly hit the lady behind car B, who then swerved and took out a row of mailboxes. So, kid gets out of mom's minivan and starts shouting at me as he walks toward my car. I check on my son, then get out, walk around the car to get him out. When the kid gets to me, he sees young ladies, very pregnant, with a small child. The lady I almost hit comes out screaming at the kid. His face drops. He looks instantly guilty. I set my son down in a helpful bystander's van, walk over to the kid to talk, and he starts crying, apologizing, and offering me money. I was on the freeway going 75-80 miles per hour. I was in the left lane because everyone in the right lane was going 60 to 65 miles per hour. All of a sudden this asshole starts tailgating me. He was in this 80s sports car. I'm not good with cars, so I don't know what it was. At the time I drove a 1996 fuchsia Chevy Beretta. It was super small. I had just had my first kid, and she was in the back. I was driving super well because of her, and the fact that there was a cop directly in front of me. While this guy's tailgating me, he's flipping me off and mouthing the word bitch at me. I'm doing my best to ignore him. I can get road rage pretty easy. He whips around my shitty car with his music bumping and blaring, and his hand out the window high and proud with the biggest fuck you I've received in a long time. The best part is that he didn't see the cop, and the cop thought that he was flipping him off. He got pulled over, and I'm sure tickets all around, and I got a good laugh for that rest of my trip. Super awesome. This happened to me on Easter earlier this month. My family lives 700 miles away, so I was spending the holiday eating way too much with my best friend and his family. On the way home from their farm in Essie, Ohio, heading towards Columbus, as soon as I got on the highway, I was behind a lady driving. Well, erratically doesn't begin to describe it. See, she had 2 kids in the back seat and was completely ignoring them. She instead was using her rear view mirror to put on makeup. She was also driving between 60 and 90 at various points, swerving between lanes, straddling the lanes, generally driving like a perturbed baboon. Anyways, I'm trying my best to avoid her, but with the holiday traffic, I couldn't reasonably stay far ahead or behind her without being a hindrance to traffic myself. So I called the State Highway Patrol DUI line, described the situation, and how I'd been following her for roughly 40 minutes and she'd almost hit me 3 times. Once that I only avoided by driving in the median point. About 5 minutes later I see a SHP car driving the other way. The officer whips his head around, and I immediately get a call back on my cell, confirm to him that he just saw the lady I had called about, and watch him pull a badass U-turn in the grass median. As he zooms up behind her and turns on the blue and reds, traffic starts to peel away from in front of him. All traffic, that is, except her. You see, because she was still putting on makeup in the rearview mirror, she continued driving without seeing this officer behind her for another 3 miles. About 20 minutes later, I get a call from my friend, who was driving up separately, asking, "Hey, was that car you called the cops on a grey Accord?" "Yeah, she's spending Easter in jail." When I was 17 in high school, I just came back from a minor QMJHL hockey game and was driving around my neighborhood. Walking along one of the main roads was a couple of friends and a bunch of their classmates from the lower grade. I guess we would have been sophomore and them freshmen. So we had a bunch of Roman candles in the car, and I get the bright idea to light one while driving and fire it at them in their general direction, not trying to hit them. So I'm cruising by at a slow speed like 10 km/h, light the candle and fire a bunch of shots around them as they freak out. I thought I counted all 8 shots go off and threw it out the window, but I guess only 7 had gone, because when the candle hit the ground, it fired one back in through my window, bounced around inside the truck like 5 times, hitting a friend in the arm and finally landing on someone in the back. When it happened I jerked the wheel and the tires chirped a bit. The whole vehicle was filled with smoke. I deserved it, and I can only imagine what it looked like from the outside. They all burst out in laughter. A few years ago in Austin, I was driving with a friend down Mopoc and this woman in a junk heap of a caddy was turning onto the road, and I was in the lane she was trying to merge into. Well, she didn't feel like obeying the yield sign, I guess, because she started to slowly pull out into my lane. I give her a small blast of the horn and keep on my way. I was in cruise control mode and had traffic on my left, so I wasn't being malicious about this. Anyway, she manages to merge a little bit later and then speeds up to get alongside of me. This woman starts screaming at me while we are going 65 to 70 on Mopoc. I'm just laughing my ass off at the whole thing. This apparently pissed her off, so she then attempts to throw her large slushie from the driver's side through the passenger window and onto my car, which was a good yard away from hers at this point. Well, if she had taken physics in high school, she should have known that this would not work. What did happen was the slushie almost made it out of her passenger window before the air caught it and slammed it against her door frame, splattering her passenger and both the inside and outside of her car with blue slush. Then she swerved and almost went off the road. I had to pull over a few minutes later because I couldn't stop laughing. This happened several years ago, but I'll never forget. There is something worse than being pulled over by some cops. I was driving to work like any other day. No cars were behind or in front of me. I was driving the speed limit at 60 km/h, and I looked up in my mirror to see some asshole come from nowhere, probably doing twice my speed, and slammed on their brakes right before they hit my bumper. There are 2 lanes on this road and no one was on it, but they choose to stay behind me. Their window was tinted, but I could make out 2 of them in the front that had their hats sideways, tons of chains, and very loose clothing. Their car was some Honda Civic modified with a full body kit and spoiler and painted like a leprechaun shat on it and spread his gold coins over the front hood. Both of them looked like they were cursing and were about to change lanes and gun off again. I thought to myself, let's play a little game. I changed lanes with them and this got them enraged. I did it once more before I could see fingers flipping out their windows. I knew I would cause an accident at this point and let them by as they were still cursing out their window, cut me off, and continued accelerating. However, we have a military base a few kilometers north of us that likes to use our small city for some training. I rarely see them, but today they came out. Just at the next intersection an APC was making a right turn onto our street very slowly. It was too late for the punk to see, and they ran right into the back corner of the APC. I couldn't stop laughing as I came to a stop at the light point. Military personnel started to pile out and surround the small car. Some looked to be staring in disbelief while gripping their guns at their side. There was just enough room for me to pass on the left side of the road at a slow enough speed to do the most humanly humiliating thing possible. I started to drum my fingers on my steering wheel, laughing miles off while getting some good eye-to-eye contact. Point TLDR. Gangsters tailgating. Crashes into military APC. Day faking made. I was driving home one afternoon from having lunch with my parents, calmly cruising down the freeway when I see in my rear mirror a black car weaving in and out of traffic. Eventually he catches up to me and immediately keeps pace with me on the right side. He rolls his window down and starts yelling at me. My windows were all down, saying something, but I can't make it out. He then stomps on his brakes, comes behind me, and shoots over to my left, and again keeps pace. Then the passenger rolls his window down and yells, "Let's race." These guys were driving a modded out Acura Integra, and seeing me in a Subaru, they want to race. Ask a Subaru WRX owner, they will tell you, racers want to race you. I just shake my head and continue on my way. For about 3 to 5 minutes, they keep doing this, calling my bussy sheet like that. Finally they realize I'm not going to partake in street race and decide to show off their far superior horsepower by downshifting and taking off. That's when I hear a pop and loads of black thick smoke coming from the car. Save it for the track, buddy. This has been one of my favorite Reddits ever. Some of the stories have been deeply satisfying. My ride to work into Beantown every day has given me the opportunity to see most of the sheethead style driving described, but none of the karma that is so deserved. Point. My only experience with karma was driving home from a friend's house late one Saturday night. Wife and kids are asleep. I'm cruising in the center lane of the Pike. I come up behind a car driving slightly slower than me, so I signal and move into the left lane to pass. I'm passing at a reasonable rate when Insuv screams up behind me and proceeds to get unnecessarily close. I continue overtaking at the same speed because I notice a statey up ahead and fuck that guy person riding my ass. I move back into the center lane after passing, and as the sub passes I motion for them to watch out for the cop up ahead. They probably didn't see my warning because I passed them just before my exit. Pulled over by the trooper. That tiny bit of justice still warms the cockles of my heart. This just happened a couple of days ago. Point. I'm on what is basically the on-ramp onto the interstate, but at this point it's just the leftmost lane. A couple of young chicks in a 3 Series BMW have blown past all the cars waiting to get on the interstate and want to merge right at the end where I'm. Point. By this time I've spent 45 minutes going 6 blocks, so I'm like fuck that. And I edged up and closed the gap with the car in front of me so she couldn't get in. She lays on her horn, which I ignored. The car behind me did let her in. What a douche. And her passenger leans out the window and throws a full 1-liter bottle of Diet Pepsi at me. Car thuds off the back window and I saw the whole thing. Point. I stopped the car and got out. I've got traffic stopped in 2 lanes and nobody is honking or anything. Everyone saw it and was waiting to see what was going to happen. Point. She turned the wheels like she was going to try to bolt, but there was nowhere to go due to traffic. So both of them stare at me with these terrified eyes like, oh fuck, shit, we do has real consequences was just dawning on them. I leaned down into the driver's window and said, pull over to the side here and we can wait for the police. The passenger starts crying and the driver is repeating, we are sorry, we are sorry, we are so sorry, over and over so pathetically that I lost all interest in doing anything else. Point. So I think mission accomplished and turned to go, accidentally kicking the bottle of Diet Pepsi that's lying on the ground. I picked it up and said, take this with you, and tossed it in her window, where it faking exploded. It was like a Pepsi powered cruise missile went off in there, bouncing off the windshield, dousing them both with Pepsi and soaking the car interior. The screams were incredible. Point. I kind of thought, oh fuck, that was unexpected, and turned to leave and then see the homeless guy who was begging at the corner is about to sheet himself, laughing at this turn of events. I gave him $5 just for the moral support. Not exactly instant karma, but instant something. It actually might be some weird reverse or ironic anti-karma that I didn't deserve, but whatever, it was a Friday late in the workday. I was a social worker, and I was driving back to the office from my last home visit for the week. However, I still needed to document this last visit for the day, because they wanted our contact reports turned on the day the contact happened. And I wanted to drop my stuff at the office and leave. I did not want to do any work at the office point, so here I am with my contact report, writing it while I'm driving, looking down and up repeatedly, at the road, at the report, etc. Every stoplight I stop at, I'm frantically writing. And because I can't see the stoplight when I'm looking down, I figure I will look up and start driving after I see, out of the corner of my eye, the car next to me start to move point. So I'm sitting at this stoplight, writing my report on the steering column of my car. I eventually see the car next to me start to move. I look up to start driving, and the car that had been next to me gets broadsided by a car going about 30 miles per hour, and their car spun in a 360 right in front of me. Someone going crossways through the intersection had totally run the red light. Had I started moving when the light had turned green, I also would have been in a pretty serious accident. In my senior year of high school, I had just bought a truck with my own money and was feeling all hot sheet while driving around with it for the first time. I'm in the middle lane coming up to a freeway overpass, and there's an accident on the other side blocking the right lane. 3 cops are around the crashed car. Well, some asshole decided that he wanted to speed ahead of me in the right lane and try to merge over as we're coming to a red light just before the overpass. I was having none of it because he was being a real dickwad and there were no cars behind me. Plus the light had just changed, and the last thing I needed while driving a truck is to have some faker cut me off as I'm having to make a harder than normal stop. The guy is visibly pissed, yells a few words, and faking blows the red light right past the cops sitting on the other side with the crashed car. One cop causally hops in his car, smashes the accelerator, and snags the guy just as he was trying to turn at the next intersection. Justice served, you impatient moron. Probably going to get buried, but anyways, was on my way to work one early morning around 3 AM, and I had stopped at a light in the left-hand turn lane. Sometimes people run this light in the early morning hours, but I don't, since I've seen too many cars come out of nowhere and rocket through the intersection. So a guy pulls up behind me and starts flashing his lights and honking his, telling me to go through the light point. Now my old truck is as redneck as you can get. Old Chevy Silverado, gun rack in the window, box in the back, steel bumpers, you name it, and it was probably on the truck at one point or another. So all I did was pop the door open and stick out one steel-toed boot, like I was about to step out the door. He comes peeling out around me with a no-shit look on his face, whipped through the intersection, and right in front of a cop car going through the intersection point. Cop luckily didn't hit him, but had to swerve to miss. Needless to say, the guy got pulled over, and it felt so good giving him the biggest shit-eating grin I could muster as I drove by. Lately my area has taken a strong liking to speed cameras. They're everywhere. The speed limit will drop to 50 miles per hour, and if you're going any faster than that, the camera, mounted on the front of white Jeeps that are parked on the side of the road, usually not very well hidden, will take a picture of you, and you get a $40 ticket in the mail. Point annoying? Sometimes. However, they come in handy. For instance, in a recent case I had someone tailing me in the right lane while the other 3 lanes were wide open. He was tailing me for a long time and even flashed his high beams and his blinker as if he was telling me to get over. I was already at the 50 miles per hour threshold approaching a camera in a normally 55 miles per hour zone, so in spite of him, I slowed to 40. The guy swerved a lane over and sped up to get past me. I figured he was too focused on me to see the camera, so I decided I'd mess with him. I sped up so he couldn't pass me and kept with him. He was clearly going full throttle, but my car didn't break a sweat, keeping pace until we were going about 60. Then I gave the brakes a good jab and watched as the camera flashed in front of me. I distracted him into getting a $40 ticket, and I've done the same to a few others. It is satisfying every time. Back when I was still working on getting my driver's license and still chauffeuring my parents around, I cut off by one of those crazy drivers on the freeway who likes to swerve from lane to lane. I was a little miffed, but whatever, I was going the speed limit in California, so I got a lot of that. We ended up getting off at the same exit. The exit ramp was 2 lanes, and, as a slow driver, I took the right lane, and he took the left. We came to a stop at the stoplight where we both had the choice of turning and going our separate ways, or going straight. We were both going straight, and the 2-lane off-ramp immediately merged into a single lane after the intersection point. While the light was still red, he started revving his engine and scooting forward little by little. I was tempted to race the jerk, but my mom saw what was going out and simply said no. I realize I should probably take this time to say I was driving a pickup truck, and he was driving an old, beat-up sedan. So, the light turns green and the guy in the sedan floors his engine. His tires squeal as they leave some rubber behind on pavement. Then his engine makes this horrible metallic screeching sound followed immediately by a loud bang as his car stops immediately. This all took place in about a second, so I'm just sitting there in the right lane stunned. Then both my mom and I start laughing hysterically as we slowly drive by, with windows rolled down. I've never seen a man more red in the face, as when he looked up at us and saw us practically crying with laughter. TLDR. Pulled up to a light. Guy next to me tried to race, but I decided to just let him win. He kills his engine as he floors it, and I laugh hysterically as I slowly drive past him. Point edit. Spelling in TLDR. I have 2. I used to have an old Toyota Celica, the kind high school kids like to soup up. Mine wasn't, but that didn't stop people from wanting to race me all the time. My brother and I pull up to a stoplight and the guy next to revs his engine a few times. Okay, I'm going to race him. I rev my totally normal sounding engine, take off from the light at a normal. Wasn't karma, but I scared a guy pretty good today actually. So I was pulling into a parking lot at 7/11 and backing into it. I was already halfway in, and this stick with his family comes in his old Corolla with light blue trashy rims. I just say, what are you doing? Him clearly in this spot already. He shakes his head and proceeds to go in. I decide if he is going to be a dick, so will I. I park in a handicap spot for the meantime and get an old parking ticket envelope from my glove compartment. As he was leaving his car I decide to act like a tough douche and say, I can have your car towed. Do you know who I am? Eccentric, I know. So he ignored me and went into the 7/11. I got out of my car, looked at the plates, as if I was writing something down, and he comes rushing out. What are you doing to my car, Pindy Joe? I walk away from his windshield, leaving the empty parking violation envelope on his car. He says, I'm sorry man, I didn't know you were parking enforcement. I asked if he would do it again. He said no. I took the ticket and revealed it was empty and I was faking with him. He threatened to kick my ass and was just about ready to start something. I'm 17, so said, hey man, I'm only 17, go for it. I could use a nice lawsuit. Good day. This one time I was driving home around midnight on a 2-lane road and this guy started tailgating me, revving his engine. I have a small sports car, and his holes tend to challenge me more than if I drove an SUV or something similar. He couldn't pass me on my left, since there was a car traveling at a similar speed. He decided to attempt overtake me on the right, where people generally park their cars. As soon as he gets to about my rearview mirror I quickly accelerated about 5 to 10 miles per hour, so he couldn't pass. At that point we both seemed to notice a parked car quickly coming up, right in front of him. It was too late. He tried to brake, but mashed into the back of this parked car going about 20. A few seconds later I slowed down for a red light, watching him from my rear view. He reversed with his mangled bumper dragging on the ground, pulled an illegal K-turn, and gunned it through a red light the opposite way. I called it into the police a few minutes later and apparently he got into another accident a few blocks from where that happened. They had him in custody. Edit. Grammar. I was at a bar with a buddy. It was my turn to play DD, so I wasn't drinking. He was weirdly trashed. By weirdly I mean that, while he was on the dance floor pretending he had game, he danced with perfect balance, but when he stopped dancing he wobbled like blind, and had one leg paralyzed. Shortly after last call I pulled him out of the bar with my arm around him so he wouldn't crash into anything or anyone on the way out. As I was tossing him into my car I heard a guy yell out at us, "Be sure to suck his dick, while you're in there he'll love it." I turned to see a guy that had managed to get kicked out of the bar twice that night driving by us in his car. I locked my friend in my car and we took off down the road. Soon enough I came upon that same guy and his car driving about 25 miles per hour in a 45, so I passed him by. Right after I passed him, I saw flashes of red and blue in my mirror as the drunkashat was getting pulled over. I had no idea the cop was even there. TLDR, a drunk guy was an asshole to me and my friend, and then he got pulled over after I passed him while driving home. One time while turning onto a freeway on-ramp I had the choice of speeding up or yielding to a car that was turning left onto the same ramp. I decided to yield, and the car turning left decides to honk and drive really slow past me staring as if I wasn't going to stop if he hadn't honked. I merge behind him and he starts driving slow and I see him adjusting his mirrors to make sure I know he's watching me. We get onto the freeway and I try to pass him and he cuts me off. I pull into the next lane and I can see him looking at me in his left mirror. I smile and wave to him. I see him stick up his middle finger at me and just as that happened the traffic in front of him stops suddenly and he slams on his brakes. I turn focus to my lane, but then I hear a crash and I look in the rear view and see a car plow into him at 40-50 miles per hour. Had it not been on the freeway I would have turned around and said something like, "That's what you get you fat cunt." Two stories. I was driving down a 3-lane street at about 2 AM when a douchebag in a souped up Civic was, for whatever reason, trying to get me to race him, trying to make eye contact, revving engines, etc. I just ignored him, but a third car pulls up, a heavily modified Acura sports car of some sort. It had tinted windows, rear spoiler, the whole nine, and revved the engine as well. The Civic douchebag takes that as an invitation and floors it as soon as the light turns green, with the Acura following close behind, and then flashed blue and red. Busted 2. My family was taking a mountain road, single lane, up to visit a national park. Douchebag in a BMW races right past us, nearly forcing us to the curb. My parents were not pleased considering there were 3 kids, me and siblings, and a senior, Gramps, in the car. Less than 5 minutes later, we saw the same vehicle in a ditch, crashed against the mountain. Someone had already called the cops, and he was sitting on the side, so he was alive, but man did that feel like justice. I was driving up to college in 1999, from court to MA. If you've ever driven on 495, you know it's a road with high douchebag potential. I'm in the middle lane, keeping up with traffic, maybe 65 or so. As I'm checking my rear view, I notice someone seriously hauling ass, at least 19 phone, 145 kilometers. I try and give myself a little space between the cars around me, because now I can see the guy, and I notice a few things. He's much closer, he's going at least a $110, he's weaving in and out of traffic, and he's driving a truck that looks like this. There's a minivan about 2 car lengths ahead of me in the left lane. I'm still in the middle. Medium-ish traffic in the right lane. Douchebag comes tear-assing down the left lane at 100 plus mph, and at speed, cuts me off, coming within inches of both me and a minivan. Minivan thankfully does not brake. I do. Douchebag flies by. As I'm keeping tabs the minivan, hoping they don't have a freak out and swerve or some shit, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye, but can't register it. I check my side view. It's a faking state cop. Now he's got his lights on. Now the siren. Now he's merging into traffic. As the cop's passing me, I look over, smiling and kinda going, "Oh fuck yeah, this rules." He sees me, half turns, smiles, gives me a thumbs up, and faking floors it. 2 minutes later, super douche is on the side of the road, with no less than 3 state cops having a little chat. Felt like Batman the rest of the day. TLDR, instant highway justice, awesome cop. Might have foreshadowed the coming of super troopers. Bus drivers are usually too busy navigating traffic to be assholes, but this guy was different. I was a freshman in college driving my classy plastic Poe Saturn with ball tires during a blizzard before the plows came out in Utah. In addition to visibility being terrible, the roads were crazy slick and there were piles of snow/slush that kept scraping along the entirety of the bottom of my low-set car. Naturally I was going really faking slow. This bus spent about 10 minutes alternating between tailgating me, dropping passengers off, and accelerating rapidly to continue tailgating. I was terrified in my itty bitty shitty car. He finally got tired of his game and roared past me, barely missing. Just about pissed my pants when he almost took my side mirror and then my front bumper off. He cut it so close. Then he was gone for a few minutes. I saw him up ahead, stopped at a red light. The main road that we were on was crossed by a teeny tiny neighborhood road that only had one interesting aspect. It was incredibly steep while emerging from an area favored by poorer retirees. I saw a vintage Chevy, I think. One of those old giant steel cars the size of boats that are pretty much indestructible. And it was sliding down the hill. Mr. Bus Driver was apparently paying too much attention to me. I had switched lanes so as to continue at my leisurely pace past him without coming to a complete stop. To thwart me, Mr. Bus roared through the intersection before our lights had changed and proceeded to be T-boned by a mass of steel and confused elderly people. From my rear view mirror the car looked pretty much undamaged, but seemed to be lodged firmly in the middle of the bus. Hell yeah. Was driving along, and a dual lane road was merging into one lane, so I was attempting to merge right into the now single lane. There was traffic around, and some typical white trash 20-something bogan, I live in Australia, was in a crappy Holden behind me, trying desperately to get past, despite traffic in front going the same speed. Logic. As she was trying to do this there was a car in the right lane next to her. While she was trying to move right, she had what I could only describe as a moment of insanity. I swear that looking back through the mirror I could see the flames in her eyes as she screamed obscenities at this car beside her, flipped me off multiple times, and swerved back and forth, almost rear-ending me. Keep in mind that I have a car right in front of me. She then thought about passing on the left, which is where the edge of the road was, but decided against it, swerved back, almost hit me again, and continued with the obscenities like the mad beat she was. Next thing I know I hear a siren, and look back, but can't see the source. Then I see an arm waving at her to pull over out of an older looking 4WD SUV, and notice red and blue flashing lights on the dashboard. She got pulled over by not one, but two undercover cop cars who happened to be traveling in convoy. The best thing about it was that the undercover cop cars were both older looking, impossible to spot, and the officers were all wearing plain clothes. This beach actually got pulled over by two cars full of undercover detectives who don't usually do traffic stops ever. They were probably on their way to or from a drug bust, but obviously they know that this idiot's manic driving and outrageous anger was worth it. Point made my faking day. I was running away from this huge bully who was chasing me. In order to get away faster, I grabbed this kid's scooter and I tore off the handles, effectively turning it into a skateboard. I proceeded to skateboard around the town square, while this asshole chased me in his convertible, even going so far as to chase me right past the local diner where all my friends happened to be spending their after school time socializing, further embarrassing me in front of what was effectively the entire class in my small town. After nearly running me down with his car, he had sped up and caught me to the point that I was in serious danger of being run over. Luckily, at the very last minute, I deftly ran up and over his car, while my skateboard passed safely under the car. I bounded off the rear of the car, onto my makeshift skateboard, to the perplexed looks of everyone in the car. The bad news was this caused them to take their eyes off the road, and as a result, crash right into the rear of D. Jones' manure hauling truck that was parked across from the diner, covering everyone in the car in manure. I was walking and then waiting for a pedestrian signal to let me cross a road. A large SUV was waiting in the left turn lane, facing my left. The college girl driving was talking on her phone, illegal in my state, and didn't notice that her left turn signal was green. She sat there and sat there. The car behind gave a timid little beep. She sat there, allowed a beep, Finally, as the turn signal was turning yellow, she startled and started doing a U-turn. I thought this was all pretty funny, so did the pinky thumb phone, and pretended to talk with a big smile on my face. She saw this midway through her U-turn and became enraged. Still talking on the phone, she leaned across her passenger seat and flipped me off. So now she had one hand on the phone and one hand flipping me off, and the steering wheel was rotated way over for her U-turn. So the wheel started straightening her out. She grabbed the wheel and overcorrected. The phone flew out of her hand. She overcorrected the other way, and finally with a final bump against the curb, lumbered her way away from me. I wasn't super nice by teasing her, but no one got hurt, so I just enjoyed it. Does making your own karma count? Friend of mine and I were walking home from the bar late at night, had a couple drinks and us and just talking. Some annoying high school kids in a huge diesel truck with some orange undercarriage lights, truck nuts, Calvin pissing on the Ford symbol, as trashy as you can get it, roll up beside us and just start shouting random shit and honking constantly for a full city block, being general assholes. We finally get home, and about an hour later we all head to the nearby Walmart for some snacks or something. As we park, we see these same faking kids park nearby and run into the Walmart and start jumping on the electric carts the place has for old/fat people and running all through the store like maniacs. This is about 2 AM at this point, and the poor staff were trying to get them to chill the fuck out and leave the store, but they weren't having any of that. We finally get our stuff and walk outside, and before we get in my buddy goes, "Hey, that's the car, right?" and points at their incredibly tacky pose again. I say, "Yay, that's it," and before I can react he whips out his knife and jams it to the hilt into the side of their car about 4 times, then calmly closes it up, climbs into my car and says, "Alright, we are done here." Then off we go. I don't always support illegal vandalism of vehicles, but when I do, it's of high school jackoffs that can't faking control themselves. There's this asshole meth head that lives next door who has this drug dealer on allowed as bike drop off dope at his house all the time. I mean, this guy would go in and out of this guy's house at least 40 times a day, waking up the whole neighborhood. I drive a retired highway patrol car, and I was getting something to eat across the street. It was nighttime. I saw him coming up the street and decided to fuck with him. I turn my running lights on and back into a parking spot facing the street. I see him race by, but he freaks out thinking I'm a cop car and keeps turning his head back to look at me like 6 times and crashes into the car in front of him. Cops came within minutes and bust the guy with his stash, and he gets thrown in jail. My neighborhood is much more peaceful now, especially now that the neighbor is getting evicted. TLDR, don't do drugs. Okay, edit, spelling and grammar. Driving down the main road that leads toward my house, going 80 km/h in a 60 km/h zone. It's not a busy road, and some chucklehead thinks it's not fast enough. Rides my ass for a while, then follows me down the dead-end road that leads to my house. Long road to get to where I am, and nobody aside from my family lives more than one halfway down it. He's following me, and I'm completely okay with it. I play with him. Slow down, speed up, signal but don't turn. I figure if he's going to try and intimidate me, I'm going to let him know that I give zero fuckage. Finally, we get to my driveway. I pull in and stop. He sees there's no way out other than to back up. I get out of my vehicle, slip the extendable baton out of the holster. I carry money in my job, and a firearm would just be silly, and start walking toward his truck. I haven't snapped the baton open yet, but you can see what I have in my hand. I'm not being subtle about it. He puts it in reverse and starts heading backwards down the road. Apparently, he's not the world's best backer-upper, unlike Mater, and puts a wheel in the ditch. I don't have a quiet laugh, but I do have a quiet street, so I'm sure he heard me chortling while I walked back up my driveway to my van. He was stuck there for about 10 minutes. Be damned if I was going to help him out though. I had some asshole tailgating me in the right-hand lane of a 2-lane highway. I was driving exactly the speed limit, 100 km/h in Quebec, Canada, conserving gas like an environmentally friendly dude, and this idiot got so close I couldn't see half of his hood, despite the entire left lane being open. I figured maybe he was just some sheethead, like so many, who was taking the next exit and was too lazy to pass, but no, this endured for about 5 minutes. I finally lightly feathered the brakes. Dude freaks out, backs off, then finally drives around me. He looks embarrassed, but his wife in the passenger seat looks all crazy angry and flips me the bird. I just clap at them to show them I'm proud for finally realizing what the left-hand lane is, for this is the good part. About 2 minutes later we take the same exit. I end up behind them. I end up following them, because we are going the same direction. For a solid 10 minutes to the point it's getting creepy, just grinning the whole time, trying to look like a serial killer. They end up conspicuously pulling into a corner store right across from a police station and looking over all scared as I go by, and then I took a left on the next corner because that was my turn. So perfect point edited some egregious spelling mistakes. My story is similar to the ops but crazier. A while back I owned a 4-door Dodge Shadow. Not the turbo model, the slow base level everything, so not a fast car at all. Point I was heading to the store with a friend in the passenger seat. Middle of summer, windows down, a nice afternoon for a drive. I was the first car in line at a red light at a busy intersection with at least 2 cars behind me. The Chevy S10 directly behind me starts revving his engine and does a small burnout. He pulls up as close as he could to my bumper. Now I don't take shit from idiots in traffic, so I decide to mess with him. When the light turns green I accelerate at a normal pace while watching him in my mirror. As expected he's on my ass tailgating me, so my solution is to hit my brakes to scare the shit out of him and get him to back off. Point he didn't like this one bit. Instead of backing off and driving like a sane person he decides to try to pass me over the double yellow line. I'm not having any of that, so I hit the gas. When he gets about half of his truck is in front of my car he decides it's a great time to pull back into the lane. Point you know the pit maneuver cops always do in car chases? This guy managed to do one to himself against the front end of my car. His truck pivots, so he's in front of me perpendicular to my car. The passenger side lifts up, nearly flipping the truck over, and his rear wheel lands on my hood. It then spins off my car and lands in a ditch. Point he smashed up my hood and damaged my front suspension, but the car was still drivable under highway speed. I think he just knocked the exhaust off his truck. Point the best part was that a week prior to this accident I had rear-ended someone. The damage was worth enough to total the car, so I already had a check coming. Because of this second accident I ended up with another $150 or so. This was told to me by a friend of mine. Point you know how when 2 lanes turn into one for construction or whatever reason, and there's always some shats that have to go as far as they can before they cut over? Well, my friend was waiting in line to get on the ferry in Seattle, and it was the afternoon ferry, which is always crowded. I think there are 2 lanes you can get in. One time this lady in a minivan full of kids started creeping up on the right side, kind of trying to cut in, but couldn't make it, so she'd go a little further, try again, but nobody was letting her in. These people had been waiting in line for maybe 45 minutes already, so they just weren't having it. Finally, the lady is at the very front of the line, no more cars left, and she's still on the right hand shoulder, with her signal on, just waiting. Point the ferry pulls up, and the cars start to pull onto the boat. Not a single person let her creep in. Not one. This was the greatest feat ever, because there's always somebody with a heart that just saved the children or something like that who is going to let her in. But not this day. Point it was a glorious day in the annals of cutting in line, and it shall never be repeated. I work security and very rarely we have issues with people attempting to park in contractor car parks over the weekend. One day, we were having issues with people doing exactly that. So out I go, making sure that people don't. Point within a few moments, a near brand new Merc SUV pulls up, rolls to a stop, so its front bumper is touching my knees. I was standing a good 6 meters inside the driveway to our car park with a high visibility vest on and was unmoving, so was slightly rankled already. I informed the man that the car park he was trying to get into was private and that he would have to go elsewhere. Immediately irate, he responded with, "I'm not trying to park. I'm trying to do a U-turn. Personally, I'm unsure of any U-turn that requires you to go 6 meters into a driveway." So I communicated as such to him. This happened a few times until he got frustrated, threw his SUV into reverse, and attempted to do a 3-point turn. In the process, he gained significant speed and ended up slamming into a movable concrete barrier at about 40 km/h, doing significant damage to his sexy Mercedes. Happened to me just this week actually. I was driving to work on the interstate. As usual, traffic doesn't really seem to follow any sort of set speed limit, except when it thins out, and that day was no exception. Point as a general rule, I don't speed when I don't have to. Some parts of the drive though, if you aren't doing 10 to 15 over with everyone else, you're liable to get rear-ended by some jackass doing 25 over in the right lane. So I'm driving along in the right lane, and traffic starts to thin out and slow down. I drop my speed down to 55, the limit on the whole stretch of highway, and cruise along in the right lane, trying to enjoy the drive while I can, before I have to go back to code monkeying for the entire day. All of a sudden, there's an SUV tailgating me. No idea where he came from, but he must have been flying to show up so suddenly on my tail. I really hate it when SUVs and trucks tailgate me too. It's bad enough that they look like they will destroy my little car if I slow down at all, but to ride with less than 3 feet of clearance? Jackass. For some reason, the asshole starts honking and flashing his brights. I don't know what the fuck his problem was, or if he has some genetic predisposition against changing lanes, but apparently my lane was the only one for him. After a few seconds of this shattery, I pop over into the middle lane to see him fly past and flip me off. I dropped back over into the right lane and didn't think much else of it until about half a mile later. I notice a somewhat suspicious black Charger sitting parked in the median at the end of an entrance ramp and think to myself, that looks suspicious. I wonder if they are having car problems or maybe it's a cop. I'll never understand why I do, but I always freak out a bit when I see a cop, whether I'm doing anything wrong or not. But damned if that cop didn't floor it and catch the jackass that was riding miles earlier. Sweet street justice. There is a merger between two freeways where I live that is normally 2 lanes wide. Due to construction, the speed limit was reduced 10 miles per hour and one lane was closed. I was going at the speed limit and making sure I was in the lane that wasn't going to end when all of a sudden a wild, manic minivan appears doing at least 75 to 80 in a 55. The douchebag decides to slam his brakes just in time so he doesn't touch my bumper. He rides me for about a mile, throwing his hands around, casting hexes in my direction, and probably cursing me in 4 or 5 different languages right before the right lane ended. You know, a couple miles of cones and signs weren't clue enough. The asshole decides to fling out and try to pass me. I see him in my side view mirror hit a folded ladder through the cones and destroy the entire front end of his van. No workers were near and nobody got hurt. Instant karma at its finest. Driving up the 101 exiting to Foster City, there's 2 lanes that turn left and 1 lane that turns right with solid lines dividing each lane. 200 to 300 feet later, the right turn expands into 2 lanes. I do this drive once a week, and so when the far right lane backed up, I came to a stop behind the cars waiting in line to turn right. Since there's 2 lanes on the left, those lanes move faster. As I'm just about to get to the 2 available right lanes, and while I'm still in the single lane, a pickup truck pulls up behind me, decides he doesn't want to wait and goes into the left turning lanes to get in front of me and merge. He nearly gets rear-ended by the car behind him, who's actually going left, and also nearly runs into me as he crosses the solid line to merge in front of me. He also decides he should honk his horn, because I was moving forward. As we wait to take the right, I can see he's in his cab livid. Light turns green. He takes the right and thanks to my GPS, I know there's red light camera coming right up. As the light at the next intersection is turning red, he guns it, and halfway through the intersection, $150 plus ticket. Driving a semi, you take a lot of crap. For some reason, everyone assumes you make a lot of money, so you have more to take. Or something like that. Anyways, I'm nearing the end of my 10-hour shift, waiting for the clock to wind down. Somewhere in Oregon, this old guy in a trashed pickup is hanging out by my left rear set of tires. I'm keeping an eye out, as usual, but not paying too much attention to him in particular. Without any warning, he speeds up to pass me, then cuts in front. This was unexpected, so I'm easing off the gas and watching him real close now. He starts to slam his brakes hard and throws his right blinker on. Side note, in case you're not aware, a tractor-trailer combo takes a lot more energy and time to slow down than a regular vehicle. Don't ever cut directly in front of one and hit the brakes. I'm downshifting as fast as I can, trying not to run this guy over. Of course, my driving partner is thrown out of his bunk by the sudden change, so he doesn't wake up happy. I managed to get off the road without killing anyone and wait for this guy to tell me what's going on. He's already on the phone with the police, yelling that I took his mirror off. Once I hear that, I'm getting a little nervous. I hate dealing with legal stuff anyways, but having an incident within your first 6 months on the road can't look good on your record. I start to pull out the insurance information, explaining what I know to my partner. Then an officer who happened to be passing by shows up and takes over. Apparently the guy claimed that I swerved into his lane, taking out his mirror. I looked at the truck as the officer told me this, wondering if it could ever be proven. The truck had obviously been through a lot. The mirror could have gone missing years ago. This makes me a little hot, since I know I wasn't swerving anywhere, and this guy's trying to get some free repairs. The cop tells me to ease up, he's just gonna write a warning, etc. So we start to copy down the guy's license and insurance info to turn into dispatch point. While perusing his ID, we notice that his license expired about 6 months ago. Naturally, we casually relay this info to the policeman, who saunters back over to the old guy and gives him a stern talking to. In the end, I had to pay a fine for about $120. The cop says he had to give me something. The old guy, he was out $600. So much for a new mirror. The year, 2005. The location, Mount High Ski Resort in Southern California. I was 17 and had just finished a fulfilling day of boarding with my best friend Tyler, Dog Boy. We'd been driven to the resort by Dog Boy's father, a Canadian man of strong build. This has piss all to do with the story, and we're now waiting to be picked up. Now instead of waiting inside the parking lot, we chose to wait next to the 2-lane highway. The snow was unseasonably high for that time of year and we wanted to chuck snowballs and sled on the adjacent hillside. We had just finished faking about and were now sitting several feet in from the highway, minding our own business. We were not in a precarious position. The hillside behind us was populated by families sledding with their children and the highway barely had any cars on it. And that's when we heard them point. The Civic came careening around the bend, blasting cottonmouth kings and billowing smoke. A definitive bro ride. The speed limit for the highway was 55. They were doing at least 70. As the car drew closer, its windows rolled down. Dog Boy and I cringed as several pieces of trash came flying our way, along with several voracious middle finger salutes. Typical SoCal bro sheet. Here's where they faked up. The Civic, henceforth known as the Bro Mobile, had to swerve into the oncoming lane in order to pelt us with trash. The oncoming lane was empty for another 200 feet or so, but a minivan was just coming into view. The Bro Mobile swerved out of the lane to avoid them, but the roads were icy as fuck that day. The Bro Mobile fishtailed back into oncoming traffic and got T-boned into the snowy embankment. All of this took less than 20 seconds. Me and Dog Boy walked up on the wreck to see one of the brothers stagger out of the Bro Mobile. He immediately coughed up blood onto the snow. The people in the minivan looked okay, but I never got a good look. Dog Boy's dad rolled up at that exact moment, and we left. Instant karma, though I felt bad for the minivan. TLDR bros swerve into oncoming traffic to throw trash at me. Car fishtails and wrecks immediately after. Haha, these are great stories. I love that I get to share my own. So one time I was driving my family's Ford Explorer. To be exact, it was a 1998 Eddie Bauer edition V8 5.0L. For those that are as uneducated about cars as I am, this thing had some faking power. We used it to tow our 28-foot travel trailer. After its camping career, it was bestowed upon me in my early senior years of high school. So one day I was approaching a 3-way traffic light. I was in the through lane, which had maybe 1 or 2 cars waiting for the lights to switch. The left lane, which was turning onto the cross street, had several cars waiting to make the left turn. As it happened to occur, when the lights switched as I was approaching the intersection, I sped up a bit, which revved my engine, which in turn sounded like a faking boat hitting top speed. The second before my foot hit the gas, I looked into the left lane and connected eyes with some gangbanger looking homie in his lowered Chevy pickup. He took this sudden gaze from my face and the sound of my engine as a challenge. Next thing I knew, I heard his engine as he attempted to whip the turn while hitting the gas. He didn't quite make his turn and shot across the street doing a 180. He ended up in a small ditch. Guaranteed. Being in a much more severe car wreck myself, biggest thing injured in the crash was his ego. He must have felt like such a dumbass. It was hilarious driving off knowing the true outcome of his little stunt of being a machismo. Busy shopping center a few days before Christmas. Some douche in a big 4WD SUV decided that suddenly his car wasn't going to fit under the roof in the lower car park. To this day I maintain that it would have point anyway. He tries to back up and, not surprisingly, can't go anywhere since there's a line of about 40 cars snaked around the already inadequate driveways and back out onto a busy street, which is already beginning to pile up. I'm about 2 cars behind this idiot. He gets frustrated because people are honking him and yelling at him to keep going forward, as there's no way he's going to be able to back up about 3 car lengths to get out of there. He starts yelling, people yell back, and finally people have moved back enough for him to get off the down ramp point. Of course, people are still honking at him, so he decides to rev his engine and floor it in reverse. Bam. Straight into a concrete pole. LMFAO. He's too embarrassed to get out, so does his best to speed off from the scene, which, of course, is impossible. Everyone has probably had this happen to them. You're in the merge lane crawling along and someone goes in the straight through lane and then forces themselves in at the last minute. Those queue jumpers tick me off. After years of watching this on my commute and buying a cheap on gas post commuter car, I no longer cared as much if I got hit compared to my truck. So I now stood my ground and refused to let those people cut in. One day, nearing the bottom of the hill with one straight through lane and 2 lanes that merged into one, right before getting on a bridge. I was in the curb lane enjoying the sunrise and my coffee. The car in the lane next to me was not on the ball and left just enough space for the merger shats to pounce. Before he could close off the space with a car in front of him, a guy cuts in front, thus saving the 15+ minute crawl we had injured so far. Now this guy was not satisfied he cut one car off. He now wants in my lane, even though both lanes would merge in under 10 car lengths at that point. Next thing I know, he turns his car and I'm staring at his headlight with his passenger hanging out the window pleading for me to let them ahead of me. I roll down my window, inform him we merged shortly with a side of choice words describing his driving skills, and held my ground. He honked his horn expecting that to change my mind, and by this point, the guy he cut off is now ticked and honking his horn as their lane was moving again, and a gap was forming. Now for the karma. As he was straightening out, a Shat-2 was flying down the straight through lane and saw the gap he created and decided to cut in, assuming I was letting a Shat-1 into my lane. They ended up colliding and I got to watch his bumper fly over my hood. Both cars were write-offs and at least no one seriously injured. I pulled over and rendered first aid. Even though I was late for work, I had an ear-to-ear smile for the rest of the day. My friends and I were leaving another friend's house at about 3 AM. The roads were completely empty at this hour. We all took separate cars, so we had a small convoy of about 5 cars. We are minding our own business, and then some jackass pulls up next to one of my friends and starts flipping shit, has yelling, throwing shit, and swerving like he's gonna sideswipe my buddy. We all slow down to turn into a gas station and the jackass goes on his way for a few yards before he whipped a U-turn to follow us to the gas station. Jackass and his friend jump out of their car and start walking over to us. Both of them are clearly drunk as shit. Now no one in our group has ever met these guys, and in all likelihood was a case of mistaken identity. So Jackass is rushing over to where we parked, is talking shit, and taking off his shirt. It isn't until he gets closer does he realize that all 5 cars were part of the same group and that him and his buddy are outnumbered by about 4 to 1. He continues to talk shit about how he's coming back with 20 of his boys and that we are all getting faked up. He talks shit all the way back to his car and finally leaves. But while leaving he's compelled to show us what a badass he is and peels out of the parking lot. He then proceeds to get T-boned by one of the only other cars on the road. Seriously, there wasn't another car for a mile. The clerk at the gas station had apparently called the cops when they saw him getting ready to fight. And with perfect timing the cops roll up the second after he wrecks. I wonder if the DUI was worth it. Oh, and the woman in the other car was a-okay. I was heading home from work and had taken a left turn onto the main stretch of road to my house. I then proceed to change lanes in front of a giant white van who apparently thought I changed lanes too close to him. So he proceeds to get right up on my bumper, at which point I slow down to about 30 miles per hour in a 45. Meanwhile, this guy's honking and flashing his lights. So, I guess, he gives up and changes lanes to get around me, at which point I decide to be in his whole back and I speed up so he can't get around me. So he swerves back behind me to tailgate some more and I again slow down to about 30 miles per hour. I then get the genius idea to speed up enough to get next to a slow moving car and go the same speed limit as that car so the van can't pass at all. Then we drive by a Florida highway patrol car. Guess who got pulled over for following too closely? TLDR. Guy in a van. Being in his hole. I decide to be in his hole back and he gets a ticket. I was driving to Copenhagen with a friend once. We were going around 100 miles per hour in his 10-year-old car when suddenly a big Audi pulled out behind us and started chasing us. We had fun for a couple of miles. Suddenly he accelerated into the right lane and passed us, now going around 110 miles per hour. We put ourselves like 100 meters behind him when passing a group of 4 cars. Suddenly an R2 car pulled out in front of us, and my friend had to step on the brakes, so that we skid across the highway, barely missing the car pulling out. We couldn't see what it was until he turned on blinks and sirens. The cop didn't notice us, but managed to stop the Audi. We passed them like a mile or two later, and the cop was handcuffing the driver. Damn, we were lucky he passed us half a mile before the cop. TLDR friend and I driving fast. Audi pulls out and wants to race. Audi overtakes and think he has won. 1 mile ahead, cops pull out and stop him. Didn't notice us because we were 100 meters behind. A few years ago, I was driving down a triple carriageway road I'm very familiar with. About a mile ahead of where I am, I know there is a speed camera at the end of a tunnel. I noticed a young woman in a 4x4 driving well over the speed limit, but not dangerously so, approaching fast from behind me, and I suspected she didn't know about the camera up ahead. Being a good Samaritan, I pulled into the lane in front of her, while she is still some way behind me. She moved over into the third lane to overtake me, and as she did so, I too moved into the third lane so she couldn't. At this point I guess we have a little over half a mile to the camera point. Unfortunately it turns, or she is in a shat. She doesn't question why I did this, just assumes I did it to piss her off, so she gets an inch off. If my rear bumper or fender for Ian types reading and starts going mad, sounding the horn, flashing the lights, screaming obscenities, and throws in various hand signals for good measure. At this point we have maybe a little over a quarter of a mile to the camera, and having been abused I decided I didn't want to be a Samaritan anymore, so I happily complied with her demands and pulled back over into the first lane, believing in her FSM given right to an open road without restriction. The young lady, maybe, she no longer counts as a lady at this point, but I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. Pretends she is on a drag track rather than on a public highway and attempts to set a new land speed record from a rolling quarter-mile start. I'm pretty sure that by the time she came out of the tunnel like the bullet from a gun, she was so far in excess of the limit that she would get an instant 12-month driving ban. Of course the camera flashed twice and she hit the brakes. Too late. The camera already had its pretty photos. A little way down the road is a major junction, so we both pulled up at the lights side by side, and I took great delight in giving her the thumbs up sign and a big smile to show my appreciation of the entertainment she had supplied. TLDR. Silly woman acts like a roid rage teen, loses the right to drive. I look on and laugh after trying to help her and being abused for that help. Sometime last year I was on my way back home from the store and was taking the interstate back since it's faster. It goes down from 3 to 2 lanes at one section and traffic can get a bit dicey. Well, we are moving along at a decent rate and I have traffic in front of me and I'm keeping my proper distance away from the car in front when I see a new Denali screaming up on me. Some blonde lady and her daughter. I'm a very defensive driver and saw her approach from way off. You can just feel it sometimes. Sure enough, McLady Beach gets right up on my tail and stays there. I can't go anywhere due to traffic in both lanes. So I slow down and put more space between me and the car in front. Due safety and the fact that I know it'll piss her off. Then as we approach an upward slope of the interstate, I noticed something in the road in front of the other cars on my lane. I recognize the color and shape as a tie-down strap a truck lost. I couldn't avoid it due to lane width and traffic around me, so over it I went. I couldn't have asked for anything better to happen. The strap goes under both passenger side tires, then up in the air, and the ratchet on the strap nails her passenger side mirror. I actually saw the thing move and shake after it was hit. I start laughing myself into a fit, being sure to make it obvious and overselling it. Do she knows I think it's funny, but she backed off then and stayed off. While I went la 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 all the way home. Points TLDR. Shot tie down strap at the vehicle tailing me. Hopefully at least chip the paint. When my husband and I got married, we went to Denmark because as far as marriages go it is like Las Vegas. He is German and I'm a US citizen, and getting married in Germany for non-citizens is nearly impossible. But Denmark was super easy point, so we needed 2 witnesses to go with. One guy was a co-worker/friend point of my husband's. We had to stay in town for at least 4 days and the co-worker agreed to pick up another friend of ours and drive to Denmark and then bring us back to Berlin. So, wedding day comes and everything goes smoothly. He then tells us not to worry about the gas money as it was our wedding point. A week later my husband gets paid and notices over 200 euros missing. The co-worker had told the boss that my husband said he could have it for the gas money he spent on our wedding. This guy is supposed to be trusted. So the boss believed him. Point my husband goes after him about it. The guy returns the money. Point the next day his brand new iPad got stolen. One early winter morning the roads were frozen with freezing rain. I was going to work on the highway. The speed limit is usually 80 km per hour but everyone goes 100 to 120 on a nice day. I usually went 130 to make it to work most mornings. So I'm driving the speed limit just for the sake of not losing control, and I'm still going a bit faster than most other people on the road when this douche in a Subaru Forester decides that because he has AUD he doesn't need to be mindful of the icy conditions. I'm in the middle lane, so I have room in case I do lose control, and he high beams me for a solid minute to give him as much room as possible because he has a superior car and wasn't to be bothered with ice and no traction. So I switch lanes and watch how this asshole passes at speed that is not really suitable for the conditions, only to watch him sideswipe the curb 100 meters later on a bend in the road. His front right wheel was torn off while I drove past him laughing my ass off. It amazes me how it's snowy and icy year in and year out and people still can't drive in the winter. Gonna get buried, but fuck it. Point I had an old Datsun pickup, little thing, and I'd been tricking it out for street racing. By this time, it was lowered, primer grey, lots of go fast gooders, the whole bit. Was going to school in Houston, and if you've never been there, the major highways are fucking huge, 6 lanes in each direction, access roads on the side, just mayhem during rush hour. Coming home from a late night at work, tooling along doing a few miles an hour over the speed limit on this glorious empty river of asphalt, when my exit starts coming up in a few miles. Start moving over to the right lane, when out of nowhere, this little Mazda Sport Coupe comes barreling past me doing like 140, barely missing me. Point I have moment of what the fuck just happened, and then the asshole sweeps in front of me and starts romping on the brakes. In the middle of an empty 12-lane highway, I follow suit just to not hit him and come to a complete stop. Once again, in the middle of a 12-lane highway. Realized this faker just tried to take me out, kind of lost my temper, and faking took off. He tried to get in front of me, wasn't fast enough, and I barely squeezed by. Asshole starts chasing me. So, my exit ramp was coming up anyway, and I figure this is a good time to see how fast I could take this 35 miles per hour ramp. I did it at 70 miles per hour. Tires howling, barely in control. Thank God for racing reflexes. Last I saw of that asshole, one headlight was above the other, and it was starting that barrel roll of you just hit something really hard. Still have no idea what the fuck caused that. TLDR, understeer is a beach. This is late, but it is okay. I wanted to share Thursday's issue. In the city of Fort Collins it is illegal to flip people off, and they are serious about it, at least the cops I have seen. I was going 35 in a 35 zone, and a pose van that was smoking like a beach doing 25 thought it was his job to cut me off. Nope, not going to happen. My front clip was about one halfway to the middle of his van when he decided to come over. I promptly laid on my horn. The ass had the balls to tell me to slow down. Nope. I accelerated as he forced me into the middle lane and oncoming traffic. Our cars had matched body-wise, and I was able to push him back over until he had to get behind me. He then throws his finger out the window. As it happened, our asshole cop who drives around an old minivan that is unmarked saw the whole thing. Well, he was waiting to pull us over until the finger came out. Cop turned lights on, and I promptly pull over, as does the guy behind me, and one other kind witness who stopped. There was only one officer at the time, so he went to the guy who tried to push me, screamed at him, and told him to stay put. I was next. He handed me a statement form, asked me to roll my window up, wave him over when I was done. I did just that, as did the awesome witness. After I flagged him over, and he cleared me to leave, I had to wait for a ton of traffic. As I was waiting, the guy was screaming at the cop, calling me a low-life beach, a cunt, and even told the officer I deserved to die. Couple $1,000 in tickets and a night in jail for him. Wondering if I should have pressed charges. I was at my parents' house spending the night and I hear the sound of metal crunching a few doors down. I look out the window to see that a drunk driver has managed to hit the only car parked on the street, which is of course my neighbor, the cops' patrol car. I then watch him back up over the trash cans, get out of the car, look the situation over, and pull forward into the patrol car again. At this point, my mother and I are out on the front porch, and he decides it's just best to walk home. So we go over to the neighbors and tell the cop to call the cops, as he has slept through it. It must have been a slow night, because 5 other patrol cars showed up. As I'm giving my statement, I overhear an officer say, "Hey, isn't this Tim's place?" Name has probably been changed because I have no idea what my parents' neighbor's name is, and a conversation breaks out about his recent BBQ. Sooner or later they get around to looking in the glove box for the insurance information to get the driver's name sheet, says another. I just talked to that guy a few blocks back on my way here. And off they go to recatch the driver. TLDR, drunk guy crashes into only car on the street, a police car. Twice. OKC's finest have an off night. Some years back when Ireland only had 56k modems, a lot of us would meet up in an internet cafe in town, late at night. I forget the name of the place, but it was near Temple Bar, and it had a huge window where people walking by could see everything. As it is the drinking district, we would routinely get people walking by, as if they had just found the monkey exhibit. Actually, at one time some Borno website did a naked photo shoot outside the window, while everyone inside was oblivious to it. Anyway, one of the nights we had some drunk idiot and his girlfriend show up at the window. The boyfriend is screaming loser, while his girlfriend looks on mortified. He has everyone's attention in the cafe when he does some stupid kind of idiot dance, jumping from foot to foot. Mid-dance he slips and smacks his head off the ground. Then proceeds to lie on the ground screaming in pain as everyone cheered and gave a round of applause. Driving back with Tequila on a very cold winter evening, I was on a wide bend with bollards for traffic calming every 100 meters or so. It was a residential street, So the speed limit was 30, but I felt safer doing 25 given how cold and wet it was on the road. And a shat in a older sporty car came screaming up behind me, flashed his lights a few times then pulled out to overtake. As he pulled back in, he must have hit a patch of ice because he started fishtailing and then T-boned the car coming the other way. I stopped to help the lady in the other car and called the cops etc. The guy who overtook me looked to be around 18 and had a car full of fellow pricks who just stood around looking a tad sheepish. Most surreal part of the night was when a carload of Eastern Europeans pulled P shortly after to help me get the door open on the innocent party's car. Once complete they just got back in their car and drove off. TLDR, my takeaway got cold. My husband and I were on vacation, driving down the turnpike in PA going to Ohio. This double freighter ups truck get behind us in the right lane and starts flashing his headlights, honking at us, etc. So being courteous we move over to the left lane because we figure we are going too slow for him or something. So when we move over and go a little faster as well, he proceeds to follow us to the left lane, matching our speed, and continues to honk and everything. So we move back over into the right lane, and he finally passes us. However, then he slows right down to the point we basically had to slam on our brakes. My husband then goes to the left and passes him while flipping him off. This was in the middle of the day with a lot of traffic around, so him slowing down to under the limit, everyone else was going about 20 over, almost caused the guy behind us to hit us. So we pass him and get back in front of him. Stupid idea on my husband's part, but he was pissed now. So he pulls out again and passes us, even though we were doing about 10 over, and he had slowed down to under the limit. He just needed to pass us, and while he's moving back in front, he purposefully cut the merge short so the back of his trailer wasn't even past us. Yet when he started moving back, we actually had to slam on the brakes and move a foot from the guardrail so he wouldn't hit us. I took down his plate and we pulled off on the next exit to find a phone and call the cops, even though it wouldn't do much. As we take the exit, there's a cop sitting right next to the tolls, which is higher than the highway, and had seen the truck cut us off before the exit point. He had already radioed for the cops ahead and asked if we were okay. We were shaken, but physically fine. He told us that he hoped that this didn't deter us from visiting the state again, because we seemed like such a nice couple. We are Canadian, with Canadian plates on the car, said have a good day, and left. Get back on the turnpike, and about 15 minutes down the road, the truck is pulled over with 2 cop cars around it. Dude in handcuffs. TLDR, don't fuck with Canadians, man. People really like us apparently. This happened when I was 16. I had just finished up my driving safety course and was going out on my first driving hour for the course. Now, this isn't relevant, but when I got into the driver's seat and turned the key, the faking thing was like jello in my hand and broke off right into the ignition. The windows were all down and there wasn't another key, so they had to tape trash bags over all the windows and get a rental car. The instructor hated me after this, and I was afraid to turn on my car for years. Anyways, about 10 minutes into my driving hour in the new car, we come to an intersection with a stoplight that has a sign saying to right on red. So, I pulled up to the white line and stopped. A few seconds later the guy behind me starts honking and yelling for me to take my right turn, but I don't, because it was illegal, and I was in the car with the driving instructor. So after the obscenities escalate, as well as the honking, the guy has had enough. This was 10, maybe 20 seconds of time, and pulls around me, into the other lane, and takes a huge illegal right turn, while flipping us off. Well, needless to say, a large white Dodge Ram destroyed him from behind almost immediately after, destroying his car, and almost sending him flying out, because he wasn't wearing a seatbelt. Sheet was crazy, and made me afraid of right turns on red, and turning on my car. TLDR, broke the key into the ignition on very first drive, then watched a guy get super angry, pass me and make an illegal right turn at a stoplight, and get badly destroyed immediately after. Was coming home from work one day, and it was pouring rain. There is one spot in a 4-lane highway that always floods. Water stands about a foot deep. As all the traffic was approaching this area, everyone started to get in the other lane to avoid it. There was a small truck behind me who started to change lanes just after I did, when all of a sudden he saw the standing water, dove back into the other lane, and floored it through the water. Well, this caused water to splash all over my windshield, to the point where I almost hit the car in front of me because I had zero visibility, and they hit the brakes, likely because they couldn't see either. I proceed down the road a little less than a mile, where I see this truck with their flashers on pulling off to the side of the road. He flooded his engine playing in the water. I laughed and pointed as I passed by. Definite fuck yeah moment. A few years ago, driving up from La to the Bay Area, doing pretty good speed, staying on the limit. I always drive on the right lane, unless passing. I come behind a long line of trucks. I move to the left lane, start passing them. There are about 6 trucks. About 25% through passing, I notice a new white SUV speeding up with no signs of slowing down. It's as if he does not see me at all. I have nowhere to move. He is coming up fast. I'm freaking out. And he finally slows down inches from me. Remember, this is at 70 plus miles per hour. Point I see in my rear view mirror, see the driver, a male, leaning forward and smiling and signing at me to move out of his way. I sign to him to wait, point to the line of trucks. He continues to drive inches from my rear bumper. I speed up way beyond the limit, cross the trucks, get out of his way. He passes me and gives a dirty look. I was appalled at his stupidity. Point I think, where is a cop when you need one? He endangered my life for no reason. I keep driving, and after about 30 minutes, I see a cop pulled over someone. It was the same SUV that behaved recklessly with me. I was never so satisfied, and gave the driver a broad smile as I passed him. He was doing 90 plus in 70 zone. My first car was a used 72 Chevy Impala 2-door sport coupe I had bought for $500. The thing was a friggin' tank, made when GM used to build their cars out of real steel. I was 16 or 17 at the time, and I was slowly backing out of a supermarket left side parking spot a few spaces from the entrance to the supermarket. Point, this yellow Datsun B210 Honeybee comes flying around the corner, and it hits the right rear corner of my bumper as I'm backing out. The impact zone on my car was at the rounded part of the bumper. On the Datsun, there was now a crease about 4 or 5 inches tall, and about 1 to 1.5 inches deep. Point, the crease is the full length of the car. When she gets out of the car and sees the damage to her car, the girl who was driving it totally flips her sheet and transforms into screaming banshee woman. It was a sight to behold, but at the same time, a bit frightening too because it was directed at me. Point, it was like Mad Cow meets Shark Week and the store is out of chocolate and pamperin. She's screaming at me, look at what you did to my car. And then she screeches at her girlfriend who was a passenger to run into the store and call the police to have me arrested. Then she gets this idea of not letting me leave. She backs up her car behind mine, so I'm trapped most of the way in the parking spot. She then refuses to move her car until the police come. Now the store manager is involved because she refuses to move her car out of the lane, and it's causing a mini traffic jam in his parking lot. Other people are getting pissed, and a crowd starts to form. When people see the damage, gasps and laughs can be heard. At this point, I was fixated on the damage to her car and was distracted by her tirade and had not paid much attention to my car. The manager calls the police, and after about 10 minutes later the cop shows up. She's screaming at the cop and wants me arrested for messing up her car. He takes her aside and gets her version of the story as well as her info, and then he comes to talk to me and collect my info. She claims that she was going slow in the parking lot and I did this deliberately to her. She slams on her brakes, and I kept on coming towards her. When it was my turn to talk to the cop, I explained that all I saw in my mirrors was a yellow blur, and I felt some slight sideways movement. When I saw the blur, I reacted and stopped. By then, it was too late. The cars had hit. Point, he tells her to clear the lane and go park her car in the next available parking spot, and he'll get to her shortly. He tells me to pull my car back into the spot I was mostly in. Point, he walks over to her car and examines her car. Then he comes back and looks at mine. Then this strange look appears across his face. He bends over and takes a closer look at my bumper. He notices there is no damage, no dent whatsoever. The chrome is not even scratched. He feels it, and it's nice and smooth and shiny. He starts to laugh and then quickly recovers his composure and professional demeanor. His laughter calms me down a bit, as if all the stress of the moment is lifted off my shoulders. At that moment, I had an epiphany. I ask him to look at the depth of the crease. It's about 1.5 inches deep. That's how long it took for me to stop and look at the length at the crease. That's how long it took her to stop. If she had slammed on the brakes as she claimed, her car would have nosedived, and the rear end would have lifted, and the crease would have arced to it at some point. The crease is perfectly level. She was speeding through the parking lot and reacted only after her car had traveled beyond mine due to her speeding point. He looks at me, looks towards her car, back at me, and then looks at her and says, "He's right. You were going too fast. It's 15 miles per hour in the parking lot. It's your fault." If it was not for her friend grabbing her arm, she was about ready to go off on that cop. She started to cry and then headed back to her car a few spots away. On the drive home, I couldn't stop laughing, but after being in a hot car for so long, the milk had probably gone bad by then. I never heard another peep from her. After driving for a few decades, you learn a thing or two. One of the things I learned is that there are two trucks you absolutely do not tailgate. The first is septic tank trucks, because they tend to drip. Don't tailgate them. Nuff said. Point. The second type of truck you give a wide berth to is dump trucks, because rocks come flying off of them all the damn time. I'm on the highway and a big Kenworth style dump truck merges onto the highway in front of me. Experience kicks in, and I get off the gas and start to coast. The distance between the dump truck and myself grows as I slow down. The guy behind me starts to get irritated because I'm slowing down. He then begins to tailgate me and flash his high beams. One thing you need to know about the Southwest is that some parts of I-10 are concrete and some parts are asphalt. In the summer months when temperatures climb into the triple digits, the asphalt softens and the traffic will push the tar around. There are some city streets where there are perfect tire marks embedded into the road most of the year. Anywho, on the highway, where the asphalt meets the concrete, a bulge of asphalt can develop and harden at the junction where the concrete starts and the asphalt ends. Sure enough, the guy behind me notices the gap in front of me, and it's his mission in life to fill that gap with his magnificence point. So he jumps into the left lane and blows by me, smug in his victory over me. Now he's in front of me, master of his domain. Sure enough, we are rapidly approaching one of those asphalt/concrete seams and the dump truck hits it at 65 miles per hour. Several mud clods dislodge from the frame and or mud flaps as the truck hits the bulge, and Mr. Magnificent is right there to greet them. The mud clods hit the concrete at highway speeds and they simply explode. I see a few puffs of dust emanate from behind the truck as the clods impact the highway. Sure enough, one of more of the clods probably have rocks in them. Mr. Magnificent stands on his brakes, but it's too late. Mr. Clod, meet Mr. Windshield. The sun is at such an angle that I can now see the brand new spider marks in his windshield. I jump into the left lane, and as I pass him, I toot my horn and give him a sheet-eating grin and a friendly thumbs up as I pass on by. Point. Just yesterday, I'm sitting behind a car at a four-way intersection red light. The car in front of me is fully stopped, knows it's a red light at this intersection. This is a 3-lane road and we are in the number 1 lane. Suddenly a green right turn arrow illuminates for lane 3 and the car in front of me just starts off through the intersection, as if our red light had turned green, totally oblivious to what is going on. And Sav, making a left turn from the other street, slams on the brakes and just narrowly misses this idiot. Karma and Darwinism failed today. Not sure if this counts, but while I was in college, I worked my way through doing property title work, so I spent a lot of time at various courthouses in 3 or 4 different counties. I also drove a 72 convertible Corvette that I bought for $3,000 from a guy who wrecked it into a bridge abutment. Then I spent the next 4 years rebuilding. So this isn't a story about the Corvette driver getting the karma due all successful people. Anyway, the car got a lot of attention, and cops, being good old boys around here, most had seen it parked at the courthouse and talked to me about it. It was unique in the area. One day, while driving home from working at a courthouse, I was passing point an out-of-state car that just didn't want to let me pass on a 4-lane. So I sped up, and he sped up, and I sped up. I think I at least was dodging 85 when we crested a hill and passed the state trooper, who pulled out, flit up, and pulled over the car I was passing. Scenario: snowy winter night. Me waiting at a red light of a 2-lane road. When two 18 to 19-year-old guys behind me wanting to race onto the incoming bridge, built like a hill slope, show up. Anyhow, I was out of place because I was first at the red light. So they couldn't make it a proper race since they weren't both at same height. When the green light went, they both overtook me, and one of them went right in front of me and held his foot on the brakes. I have to mention that there was a second traffic light which was right before the bridge, so they slowed down till red light came on. I couldn't really care tbh, but was a little ticked off, so finally the green light goes off, race starts. I lose sight of them when they start the decline off the bridge. Once I got to the top, surprise surprise, they had crashed. No one was hurt as both were out of their cars and inspecting the damage. I drove past with a huge smile. About 4 years ago I was driving in the middle lane of a 3-lane highway on 694 north of Minneapolis. There were quite a few cars, but we were all pretty well spaced, and going around 65/70 point in my rear view mirror I saw a truck with a lift kit and a very loud custom paint job weave through the cars behind me, going at least 10/15 miles per hour faster than everyone else. The driver passed the car behind me going from the left lane to the right lane. He proceeded to pass me by going from the right lane behind me to the left lane, no signal. Then he cut right in front of me from the left to the right. At this point I let my foot off the gas a bit to put some more space between him and me. Good thing. When he hit the right lane he oversteered to the left. The truck started tipping and wobbling. The driver maneuvered to keep his vehicle from rolling, but unfortunately for him, he was heading perpendicular to the concrete median with a good head of steam. It hit the median and came to rest. The truck was rolling backward perpendicular to the direction of traffic about 20 feet in front of my car. By this time I and the other drivers on the road had stopped. I had a front row seat to see this truck with its previously immaculate custom paint job completely smash the front end. I could see the airbag had been deployed and no movement in the car. There was just enough room for me to get past the truck, so I proceeded home with no traffic. Mine's not really an immediate gratification, but still some shitty driving bullshit. I T-boned a woman who ran a red light in front of me. I crawled from my totaled car that I needed to move states in 1 week, and she was unconscious in her car. She ended up staying in the hospital for over a week, sticking to the story that I ran a red light and hit her and should pay for her injuries in the car, etc. Turns out the intersection had cameras that confirmed my story that she ran the red light in front of me. So she didn't get what she wanted. Awesome. And now had a week's stay at the hospital to pay for. Great. But as it turns out, it wasn't even her car. It was her daughter-in-law 2B's car. She took it out, totaled it, and completely ruined the wedding weekend that she was in town for. Her insurance agent told that to my insurance agent to try and get some kind of sympathy from us. So wedding ruined, major bills to pay, etc. Next time learn how to drive and don't try to milk situations. A woman once drove in a similar manner around me. At a red light, she ended up behind me, and when the light turned green, she slammed on the accelerator and hit me from behind. When I got out to look at my bumper, she started arguing that she didn't do any damage. I wasn't going to make a big deal out of it, but after she became increasingly animated about the situation, I told her to pull to the side so we can call the police. As I started to pull to the side, she bolted down the road at an extremely high rate of speed. I got back into traffic and chased her. Meanwhile, my sister, who was riding with me, managed to get a license plate number and a good description of the vehicle. I eventually lost her and called the police and met with them at a business nearby. When they looked up the license plate, our physical description matched the person tied to the vehicle. They found her, arrested her, and charged her with hit and run, careless operation, driving without insurance, and driving with a suspended license. She claimed in her report that I had put my vehicle into reverse at the light in order to hit her. Unfortunately, she failed to realize that the light had a camera recording the whole incident. TLDR. Hit from behind, no damage. Woman speeds away, chase the woman, got a tag, Called the police. She gets arrested on 4 charges. One afternoon I was headed home from work, and I approached an intersection to make my left turn towards my home. About a minute later, a beige minivan speeds up behind me, apparently in a rush, signaling to turn right. This was a single lane road. She must wait for me before she can make her turn. Not 1 second after she stops behind me, she starts honking. Not honking to indicate to edge forward so she could go around. She couldn't anyway, and not to indicate I had a taillight out. She was full on blasting the horn like it was the apocalypse. She either decides this wasn't attention grabbing enough and starting flicking her high beams on and off, waving her arms and yelling. Calmly, I try signing that I have to wait a traffic gap. Long story short, she's laying on the horn, flashing lights, waving and screaming for 2 minutes. I finally had enough, so I simply backed up a little on a slight angle to completely occupy my lane, turn on my 4 ways and turn the car off. This enrages her even more, so I recline my seat a little and watch the show from the rearview mirror. I'm now timing this tantrum on the dash clock, and this goes on for 5 more minutes. Finally, she decides to turn around and make the 30-second detour to bypass me and the street we are on. I've never seen someone so impatient and rude while driving before, but I won't tolerate that shit. I'm a little ashamed to say this one as I was being a particular asshole that morning, but I got the appreciation of some fellow drivers and apparently pissed off a semi. I always drive in the left lane because generally speaking I do about 15 to 20 over, since when traffic's clear. This particular time was around 5:30 am, on my way to work following 3 other cars and 3 more behind me. We come up to a car doing 10 under the speed limit. Now generally I go with the pass and move on approach. However, this person was hovering next to other vehicles so that we can't pass. The cars in front of me try flashing their lights to get this lady's attention, but nothing. She refuses to slow down or speed up. Eventually the road gets a new lane and the cars in front of me go 3 over to pass, but at this point I'm pissed and determined to get this bitch out of the fast lane. I lay on my horn like a complete ass for about 3 minutes and eventually I annoy the person she was hovering next to enough to get them to move over a lane. I then pulled in front of this lady and slowed down, not brake checking, just lightly braking, to about 10 miles per hour. Finally, not only does she move over, she pulls off and parks on the side of the road. I was a complete ass and the semi who witnessed it proceeded to call me out on it. Realizing I'll let the road rage get to me, I speed off in my shame. However, once I reached my usual speed, the folks that were behind me pulled up and gave me a thumbs up. I was driving down a 3-lane street in Sacramento. I was in the right lane, and it was semi-heavy traffic, and an ambulance with lights and sirens on was coming up behind me, in the right lane as well. Being a conscious driver, I got over one lane to let the ambulance clear. There weren't any shoulders big enough to pull off the road. Well, the dumb driver that was in front of me in the right lane doesn't do anything except turn on her right turn signal. Basically saying, but I have a right turn to make coming up. I'm not getting out of the way of this ambulance. I see this and move over an additional lane, clearing the way for the ambulance to go around the stubborn car, which it does. Before we get to the next intersection, where the car was intending to turn, a cop pulls out of a parking lot directly behind said stubborn car and flips its lights on, pulling them over after he had witnessed the entire stupid transaction. Probably too late for this, but oh well. My girlfriend, friend and I were on our way to a Christmas party type shindig. We live in a seaside town and were walking along a coastal path. It was a beautiful evening and we were in a good mood. Suddenly, from behind there is a loud screech, and a car skids up beside us. Now, in the split seconds before they stopped, I saw that it was a people carrier load of faking dirty looking chats, and knew that they were gonna hurl some abuse and probably try and start a fight for no reason other than that we were dressed up all nice and they were T-Wats. They screeched to a halt and instantly rode up on the curb, puncturing the front tire. The bloke in the front seat sort of half-heartedly said "One cares," clearly embarrassed, while we were in hysterics. They fled the scene, having provided us with the most instant case of karma I have ever experienced. Almost ahead of time karma. Future justice. coming out of a parking lot for an amusement park. Caroline's in NC/SC for those interested. This lady was trying really hard to cut the line. So of course, it being late as fuck, it was Caroline's, the Halloween thing, where they keep the park open at night. Everyone wants to go home as quickly as possible, so we don't take too kindly to people trying to fuck up the flow. She tries to nose into a few spots, but people are literally bumper to bumper to keep this lady, whose time was clearly worth more than ours, out of the line, so she'd have to join in like everyone else did. The solidarity I witnessed would have been heartwarming if it weren't simply to teach someone a lesson point anyway. She speeds off out the parking lot to try to find another place in line to cut in, and I remember seeing some window paint on her back windshield that was unique enough that it stuck with me. 20 minutes later, after we get through the line, we happen across a wreck. The unique window painted car had smashed into the back of another car. We did a Chinese fire drill. I was driving, and I took the passenger seat, and as we rolled by, I shouted, "That's what happens to entitled cunts." She was legitimately ashamed. Head dropped instantly. I'm in a wheelchair, and was out one night in a pretty busy bar, so my friend is pushing me through the crowd. When we arrive at this fat rich looking guy who is standing up wildly gesturing as he explains to his friends at the table how he pulled off some 360 backward flip while skiing in the Alps. Now I don't particularly mind this, even though you can see this dude is talking loudly so everyone can understand how awesome he is, but more importantly he is blocking my path back to my friend's table. We wait patiently for this guy to wrap up his story so we can get by, but after a while it becomes obvious that this douche is just warming up. I just give up, and after 3 or 4 attempts of asking him nicely to excuse us, he finally turns around, leans into my ear, and says, "Just because you're in a wheelchair doesn't mean you can be an asshole." Now I wish right now I could tell you that I had an epic comeback, something so awesome it would knock his smart ass to the ground, but I had nothing. I was so surprised at what he'd said my jaw just dropped to the ground. You could see from his face that he was delighted with my reaction. In fact, he was so pleased he didn't want to miss a second of watching me as he went to sit down. It was that split second when his smug face changed to pure horror as he realized he'd missed his chair. The explosion that followed on his way down as he pulled over his friend's table loaded with drinks and the look of shock as he sat on the ground surrounded by broken booze and his screaming friends was the sweetest piece of karma I have ever seen in my life. I have no doubt ever since that whatever shit some asshole throws at you, he'll get it back. I was sitting at a red light one day on my motorcycle when a sheet box old Cavalier stopped next to me in the lane to my left. For some reason I still haven't figured out, the guys, about my age at the time, 18 or so, rolled down their windows and start yelling shit about fags on bikes. Okay, whatever, I ignore them. Then one of them decides to flick at burning cigarette, but at me/my bike. Well, I can't ignore that, so I pop my bike in neutral and with my clutch hand very quickly grab the passengers, the one who flicked the butt, baseball cap, grab a handful of clutch, pop into first and roar off as the light turns green. As I said, they were in a sheet box Cavalier, so didn't have any chance of catching me on my GS 400S. She wasn't a fast bike, but almost any motorcycle is quicker than almost any car. It's a function of power to weight. So they give chase. I'm power shifting, banging off gears as they fall behind until finally, kaboom, pothole, and they have a flat tire and a busted rim. I threw the hat into traffic as I continued on my waypoint to finish up. 2 of the guys in the car, including the guy who flicked the cigarette, went to my high school. I didn't know that until a few days later, just before graduation. Had boy saw me pull onto the school grounds on my bike, a lime green GS 400S is hard to miss, and walked over as I parked. He immediately started mouthing off, saying he was going to kick my ass. I told him to fuck off before he got hurt. Well, he didn't get the message and made a move like he was going to kick over my parked motorcycle. When my fist, still in my rhino gloves with Kevlar/epoxy knuckle armor connected with his nose, it made a most satisfying crunch and he went down crying like a little beach. Showed up to prom with 2 black eyes. How embarrassing. Had a pointy LDR. Don't mess with dudes on motorcycles at traffic lights. We are easily pissed off, and we can outrun you. late to show, and mine's is kinda lame. Driving home from an awesome LAN party at like 4 AM, hopped up on caffeine. At the time I was driving this 93 BMW. Entry level, nothing fancy, but the previous owner put a spoiler on it, and it was red, which caused a bit of attention. Cue the douchebags. I pull up to a red light, and in beside me creeps in a Subaru WRX, giant shopping cart wing, 3x the size of the one on my car, and 2 greased up Asians with overly gelled hair, eye me down. Clearly wanting to race, I being the biggest troll from the LAN party eye them back down, and start revving my engine. Here comes the green light, they floor it, he rips it offline, I roll off the line by just lifting off the brake, I can smell the heavy scent of clutch in the morning air, I can see his overzealous buddy in the passenger seat looking back at me smiling, pumping his fist like they just won the lottery. Then comes the next set of lights. Anyone with half a brain can see the photo radar trap, but not this narrow-minded individual. Sure enough, the thing goes off like the paparazzi. He is issued a $275 ticket. And I get a grin on my face that can't be removed. As a kid, my friends and I would occasionally play basketball in my neighbor's driveway. The couple who lived there had a basketball hoop for their son, who at this point had moved away to college. Usually they didn't care, and sometimes they would even come outside and offer us something to drink. One day the man who lived there was in an unusually cunty mood. He came rushing out of the front door, screaming because I had walked into the yard to retrieve the ball, and he thought I was going to kill his grass. He told us we couldn't play there anymore, so we went across the street to find something to do at my friend's house. About 30 minutes later we heard a huge screeching sound followed by a loud thud. We rushed outside, looked across the street, and saw an old woman driving away in a book with a cracked windshield and tire tracks all over this guy's front yard. Apparently, the woman had lost control of her car, crashed it into the tree in his front yard, panicked, hit the gas, and did a burnout across most of his front yard. One day on my way home from school in a small little wealthy suburban town in Massachusetts, I had just pulled onto the main road in my town, where the grocery store and some small shops are. Very small town. That's pretty much all we had. I was going probably 25 miles per hour in a 25 miles per hour zone, and this minivan starts tailgating me. I politely sped up a little to 30 miles per hour, but the van speeds up too, and is literally right behind me. I turn left onto a side street, the van follows still tailgating me. I was a little uncomfortable with this asshole being literally inches from my bumper, so I turned on my blinker and slowly pulled over to let him pass. Narrow side street with sharp turns to passing in the other lane would have been a bad idea for him. As he passes me, he floors it to probably 45 to 50 miles per hour, still in a 25 zone. Now the cops in our town are pretty predictable. They have about 8 to 10 spots that every knows about, and other than those spots they just patrol the streets. Today, however, for the first time ever, there was a squad car hiding in a nook off a side street about 100 yards ahead of where I pulled over. He instantly, I mean less than 10 seconds after I let the car pass me, flashes his lights, pulls the asshole over, and wham, instant karma in the form of a federal fine. TLDR, asshole tailgates me through town, even though I sped up to be polite, let him pass, and 5 seconds later he gets flagged down by a cop for speeding. In high school my friends and I would walk home every day. There was one road that led to the intersection, so every day there was a huge line of cars tiptoeing to the stoplight. The path we would walk ran right alongside the cars. Well, every day someone would yell something at us. We were pretty used to it. But this one day was glorious. With only a week left in school, everyone was excited / dangerous. This particular day we were about 40 feet from the stoplight and this silver Grand Am slows next to us. These two guys just stared at us laughing until the traffic ahead of them picked up. While not breaking eye contact with us, the driver yells, "You guys need a ride?" Too bad. He floors it, as much as can be floored in a Grand Am, straight into a Pontiac that was at a dead stop 10 feet in front of them. Through a puff of white smoke and twisted metal they pulled their car into the grass next to walking path. We looked to see if they were okay and then lost it, laughing like crazy all the way home. I was driving into work late, post rush hour, one morning. At this point in the road the divided highway has a 30 feet dirt/grass median and no guardrail. It had rained the night before, so the turf was soft. A small pickup in the oncoming lane decided to pull into the median and attempt a U-turn. The idiot tried to pull the turn too tightly and buried the passenger side front wheel in the sod. The truck rolled diagonally twice, passenger front to driver side rear. The driver was not wearing his seat belt and shot out of the side window easily 40 feet into the air, cartwheeling, and landed in the fast lane on our side of the road, then slid across 2 more lanes of traffic. He certainly broke his pelvis and sustained major head trauma, probably died. All of the traffic on our side of the road slowed in unison and no one hit him. His passenger undid his seatbelt and climbed out the passenger window to go and help. People stopped. I raced ahead to a call box. Not many cell phones then, and never found out what the outcome was. I chalked it up to Darwinism. Stupid to pull a U-turn on an interstate. Too fast, turning too tightly, and not wearing a seatbelt. For those who say they want to be thrown clear of an accident, no you do not. A couple of tons of metal, shielding you from hard and immovable objects, when you are blessed with an excessive momentum is really good thing. This is kind of opposite of what you experienced. About 2 years ago my now ex-boyfriend and I went on a road trip in the middle of January. We live in Wisconsin and our first destination was Atlanta, Georgia. Of course the day we left was a blizzard. We made it through the first 5 hours without incident. Once we got into Kentucky the roads were still very slushy, but not too bad. In between lanes was the worst point. My ex was taking his turn driving. We switched in Louisville, and he was driving faster than I was willing to considering the conditions. We came up fast on someone going rather slowly in the left lane, and as we tried to pass him, he of course sped up. My ex punched the gas, rolled down the window, flipped the guy the bird, and tried to merge back into the left lane. We hit the slush in the middle, began to fishtail, and spun out into the ditch. It was very scary and my ex promised to put his road rage away for the rest of the trip. Luckily us and the car were okay. While driving to class one morning, a couple of teens pulled up next to my left side at a stoplight. They were blasting straight out Compton by NWA at full volume. Ironically, they were a bunch of white suburban teens who had never been to Compton. As they were blasting their music, they could tell I was being annoyed by their music, because I had rolled up my window due to the music being so loud. So they rolled down their windows and started screaming the lyrics at me. I gave them the "Are you serious?" look the entire time. While they were both looking and screaming at me, an African American police officer on a motorcycle pulled up on their left side. They teens didn't notice the officer because they were too busy looking at me and screaming the lyrics at me. The officer took one look at the kids and turned his lights on. I laughed, drove to class. TLDR, 2 teens get pulled over for blasting music and being obnoxious. This comes from back when I was learning to drive. The first time I went on a dual carriageway I was understandably a bit nervous, and so was sticking to around 50 miles per hour, 20 under the limit, but not that slow. Unfortunately some asshole driving behind me didn't agree. Rather than just overtake me, he proceeded to tailgate me for about 2 miles, all but leaning on his horn the whole time. Eventually we reached a busy section where traffic is starting to build up. He finally starts to try and overtake. Tries is the key word. He didn't leave himself enough time to get ahead of me, and I'm a nervous wreck at this point and can't think to slow down and let him in. Wouldn't have done, even if I had the mind to though. He tries to drop back, but unluckily for him the instant he had started overtaking me the guy behind him slammed their foot to the floor, not tailgating me themselves, but he wasn't getting back in there either. Last thing I remember is his face contorting with rage as we passed a turn off. He evidently wanted to go down, and my teacher giving him the middle finger from the passenger seat. TLDR asshole tailgates and harasses learner for going slow. Finally tries to overtake, but fails and gets locked in right lane when he wanted to exit the carriageway to the left. Was driving down a dark interstate that was pretty empty at about 8 o'clock or 9 p.m. and going the speed limit. Suddenly, this guy in a sports car comes zooming up behind me, and we're in a no passing zone. So he's telling me for a while, lots of hills, and ends up not giving a fuck and passes me going uphill, flipping me off the whole time. Well, what he didn't know was that there was a car coming up the hill from the other side, since he was too busy blaming me for not going 70 miles per hour. Long story short, he barely gets back in my lane and clips the guy coming the other way. The douche just speeds off, and I pull over to help the other guy, who swerved off the road. I call the police and tell them all I can remember of the guy. I got some of his license plate numbers and his car was pretty flashy. TLDR guy tries to pass me in a no passing zone at night. Clips oncoming car and, as far as I know, gets arrested. Probably half deserving of the negative karma shared in this incident. Driving home from parents' house back to college on a rolled, divided road with 2 lanes on each side. The road is hardly populated, and you almost never see more than 4 cars at night coming from the other direction. The speed limit is 70. I have a heavy foot. I'm driving along when I come along 2 cars parallel to each other both going 51. I will never forget is a white SUV with those annoying faking family stickers. Now I'm fine with slowing down and waiting for someone to switch lanes or whatnot, or even going a little under, but this was ridiculous. They would not budge even as I get closer. Now I'm about 2 car lengths behind when I see the white SUV speed up and I think he'll get an opportunity to pass. Nope. Guy sees that I'm speeding up and what does he do? Brake check so hard that his tires lock up and smoke, and I have to almost do the same. So I ease off. Few seconds later and the same thing happens, except this time he's making me get so close, now lowering his speed to something ridiculous. By the 3rd time I get wise to this, downshift and execute a quick Q-off maneuver and pass the SUV. He doesn't like this at all, which he then demonstrates by flicking on his high beams and coming at me like a monster. I quickly floored it and maximumed out my Camry in no time to 120, wiping around the turns. All in all, with this guy right on my ass, I step even harder on the gas. I guess I didn't realize it, but we blew past a cop who decided not to turn on his lights and quickly follow us. I guess he saw me being chased, but this is where it gets strange. As I blow by first gas station, I guess the SUV was getting low and decides all of a sudden to give up and turn into the gas station as I still speed off into the night. The last thing I see is the cop's lights turning on as he enters the gas station. TLDR came up on someone with road rage, passed them, chased down, gave up, secretly followed by cop, and brought to justice. So, I was driving in my beat up Integra going the speed limit. Age makes you do crazy things, to be sure. I get this dumb as teenage chic in a fairly new Mustang that starts to tailgate me. I mean, really faking close. At that point I saw a kitten about to run in front of my car, or at least that is the official story, and promptly slammed the ever-living sheet out my brakes. I was honestly surprised that she managed not to hit me. Must have been less than an inch. I can see her in the rearview mirror going absolutely batshit crazy. She pulls out her cell and calls someone. A mile later she turns right as I'm stopped at a red light. She screams at me. It was a nice day and windows were open. I called the cops on you, motherfucker. You are so faking toast. Now, I'm thinking to myself, what the fuck can she prove? She was following too close, but before I can continue my thought process, she makes the right turn while trying to give me a mean look and flipping me off. She guns the Mustang straight into the back of a stopped police cruiser. Yeah, happened about 2 years ago. I'm still riding the high from that encounter. What a thunder cunt. Probably too late in the game, but here's my tale. I was driving down the highway on the return trip from visiting my brother at his college, only 2 hours or so away from mine, and a great majority of the road is 2-lane with passing zones. Speed limit is 60 the entire way. I'm driving around 65, and there is this guy riding my ass. You know, that guy. We drove like that for maybe 20 miles, going through a lot of passing zones. I guess he didn't realize they were passing zones, so the next big straightaway one we passed, I made a waving forwards motion out the window to try and say, hey, you can pass if you want. Well, I guess he took it the wrong way. He rips out to the left, blazes by me, gets a little ways ahead, and slams on his brakes. We didn't stop, but got down to around 30 miles per hour, and then he blazed out in front again. I have no idea what happened, whether he lost control or saw a squirrel or deer or something, but not 5 seconds later, he swerves off the road to the right slams his brakes again, manages to slow down, but not quite enough and bam tree. I pulled over and was going to offer to help, but he got out of the car and started screaming some shit, so I drove off. Point TLDR, that guy tailgates me for 20 miles through passing zones. I motion for him to pass. He gets ahead, slams on brakes, gets over himself, accelerates, runs off road, hits tree. I pull over to help, but he gets out of car and starts screaming shit, so I left. This is why, if someone is behaving like that, I wouldn't stop to see what her dealies. Could get shot or worse. Point, I was once at a stoplight, minding my own business on a feeder road. http://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/ at 3 in the morning. I suddenly saw an F-250 come flying through the red light. I was like, what the fuck? Light turned green. I drove further down the road and saw him just sitting there in front of a green light at the next intersection. I didn't really want to be near him on the road, so I flew past him and made some distance. Next thing I know, he's trying to chase me down. I have no idea what this guy wants. There is a counterflow coming up in front of me. I'm driving a pretty nice sports car, so I figure I'll run up to this counterflow at about 80, go through the double L turn at about 45 to 50, and then I'm sure he will be so far away I won't have to deal with him again. Point, nope. He matched me, stayed right behind me, hit the brakes, just as late as I did, went through the double L at the same 50 I did. So now there's about 1/2 mile of straight of counterflow ahead of me. Said fuck it, got up to about 140 and made a wide distance between. The counterflow ended into an S-curve, which is tricky, but you can take it at a much higher speed than to 90-degree turns. I flew through the S at over 80. Looked back thinking surely he can't match that. Next thing I see is his headlights spinning around like a lighthouse, out of control and into the wall at the side of the road. TLDR, don't try to chase down a luxury sports cars through corners in a F-250 for no apparent reason. I was driving home one night around 11 PM, cruising along at about 15 miles per hour over the limit, and still some guy in an SUV, isn't it always, comes blasting up my backside. Now this is on a rural highway with a lot of bends and not a lot of places to pass or even pull off safely, so I don't have a lot of options to offer this guy. I'm already doing well over the speed limit, and I'm not going to speed up even more for him, especially since we are coming into my hometown, where I know there's a speed trap setup. So Bozo keeps tailgating and flashing his lights for 3 or 4 miles, and I still don't have any options for the guy, and by now I'm starting to get pissed off. I'll let off the gas and slow things down until we are a good 10 miles per hour under the limit right as I get to my turn off. As soon as I pull into the turn off lane, the SUV hits the gas and goes tearing off. I take the turn slowly and watch with unbridled satisfaction as he flies by the parked cop. A very similar thing happened to me. I remember the story often when my friends and I are beaching about karma and how it never works out right. Point, a group of us were driving to Reno from Lake Tahoe. About halfway there, the snow picked up really bad and traffic went to a very slow stop and go and stop. The road is slippery and everybody is driving slowly. Eventually some teenage jackhole and his friends in a SUV, maybe pickup with camper shell, come tearing down the shoulder, passing everybody, and they are enraged. Honks as he passes. Like 20 minutes later of excruciating stop and go, we pass him. He'd crashed straight into some random metal pole on the side of the shoulder. Front of his truck is smashed in. He's furious, everybody in my car and at least the car in front and behind laughing at him. He probably had to endure miles and miles of ridicule. Point, it felt really awesome. Kind of long, but such an awesome story of road revenge. Point, I had an ex-boyfriend with extreme anger issues, not to mention a tendency to cut off his nose to spite his face. So, we are driving on the Long Island Expressway towards New York City. The lie is 3 lanes wide and all lanes were taken up by cars all going the same speed. There is this person driving in a Lexus who is clearly upset that he cannot get around anyone and is tailgating like a madman. Point, my ex is able to get past the cars before Mr. Lexus can, and Mr. Lexus decides to tailgate my ex. My ex, being the aggressive individual that he is, decides to give him a nice dose of brake checking. Mr. Lexus careens off of the road onto some grassy area and then speeds behind us, back around us on the driver's side, and proceeds to push us off of the lane. My ex would have none of that, so he stood his ground. Mr. Lexus then decides to drive in front of us and brake checks us, except my ex-boyfriend didn't stop the car. He had time to warn me, "I'm not stopping," before we hit him from behind. Mr. Lexus gets out and starts punching the car windows in the middle of the faking Long Island Expressway. Now, I still to this day can't believe my crazy ex-boyfriend didn't get out of the car to kick this guy's ass, but I did beg him not to as the cars were passing around 40 miles per hour. Point after this bag in the Lexus realizes he's not punching his way through my ex's car window. He gets in his car and speeds off. My ex calls the cops and follows the guy to a nearby exit, Clearview Epway for those who know the area, and alerts the cops as to where the guy's going. We get to the exit and we seem to lose the guy. However, he actually parked his car on the side of the road, and when my ex and I were stopped at a light he got out and started punching and kicking the car. At this very moment about half a dozen cop cars roll up and block the guy in. My ex and I agreed that we wanted to press charges, even though we really didn't, because it was Friday and that would mean he would have to spend the entire weekend in central booking before a hearing. Point the only thing that my ex was told that he shouldn't have done was to follow the guy after he sped off. Let me just preface that I live in the northern suburbs of the metro area of my state, 20 minutes from downtown. The location here in the suburbs is full of a combination of trailer park rednecks, Rush Limbaugh white collar rednecks, and teenage junkies. The people here love to continually try to pass each other in order to floor it at a red light a half block away so that they can make that lovely screeching brakes sound while complaining about gas prices. But anyway, it's an ordinary winter night, and there's a bit of fresh snow and ice on the ground, and this dude in a lifted pickup is tailgating me off of the freeway onto my exit ramp. This is normal and expected in this town, because if someone isn't flooring it at a red light, it's because they are busy tailgating someone in a smaller vehicle. Point from the freeway exit. My turn is about 300 feet down the road and across 4 lanes. It's nighttime and snowy, and there's no traffic, so no big deal. So this guy is still tailgating me. When I move off the exit ramp a lane over, I move another lane over, and he matches me. I move another lane over, and he's still tailgating me. I move another lane over, and he's still right behind me. And then I move into my turn lane and start to slow down, and he's still there going 16 phone 10 feet behind me in a turn lane on an otherwise empty 4-lane road with a red light in front of us. He realizes his error at the last second and swerves out of the turn lane back into the road, loses control and spins around, and comes to a perfect stop the right way around at his place in the left lane in front of the stoplight. I look at him on my right. We lock eyes. He frowns. My green turn arrow comes on, and I wave to him and drive away. Point this has happened to me multiple times. I wouldn't mind some automotive karma of my own. I work for a car rental agency right now, and so far I've had people make illegal rights without turning, weaving in and out of lanes, passing on the right because they didn't merge before the lane ended, quick stops, and all sorts of stuff like that, sometimes while I'm driving clients around. I've even had people make illegal lefts off of a highway, through a red light, in the snow, while I'm driving a decked out Chevy Silverado at 896 miles on the odometer. Thank God for interlock brakes. I did witness another gentleman get some karma, though. He was an older gentleman, we'll call him O, making a left on a green, when this guy, I'll call him C, comes shooting down the street at over 55 miles per hour, in a 40 zone, through the red, and the backside of his car gets smashed by the old guy's truck. And I'm watching all this go down, while on the clock. Later on, I'm driving this guy around, and I find out he's O. His truck is undrivable, but fixable, and we're renting him a car. He tells me C's car is totaled, and admitted to the police he was in the wrong. And it only gets worse for C. He's in construction, and this is his 3rd at-fault accident in 3 years, which makes it an automatic termination for him at his job. I was sitting at a red light, attempting to make a left, when the arrow turned green, and I started moving. Some guy, probably drunk, went to make his right turn at the same moment and nearly collided with me before I stepped on the brakes. I swore out loud, then proceeded to follow behind him. And as luck would have it, I was stuck behind him at the next intersection, where I had to make a left. He waited for a bit then took off at the most inopportune time to make his left turn, and some car came dangerously close to T-boning him. The funny thing is, the car that nearly hit him was a cop's. I stopped before turning, and allowed the cop to switch on his lights, 3-point turn, then proceed to pull over the idiot a quarter mile down the road. Had a good chuckle watching him get asked to step out of the vehicle while I passed point also. Similar situation in which I had a cop trailing behind me at night for about 2 miles, so I was driving cautiously. I was about to pass a side road when someone blew the stop sign and cut me off. 3, 2, 1. Flashing blue lights and the cop zoomed right past me to pull over the other guy. I'm driving home one day in a 40 miles per hour zone, and there's a slow van in front of me and a slow car in the other lane, so I'm stuck there going about 10 miles per hour under. This douchebag in his avalanche comes up behind me really fast and gets right up on me. I swear, I don't know how he wasn't touching my bumper, he was so close. He's getting mad and honking and shit. The person in the right lane, I was in the left, turns right, so I go to change lanes. Professor douchebag behind me is having none of that and nearly hits me as he speeds up to change lanes, and he even flips me off as he's going by. So, he speeds off. You can seriously hear this dude's engine revving up, he's hitting the gas so hard, and goes right by a cop, who turns on his lights, pulls out from his hiding place and immediately pulls him over. If the guy had ever driven on this road before, he'd know the cop usually hides there, but oh well. Best day ever. Avoiding the highways. About 10 years ago when the 401 was under major construction to its present 3-lane state between London and Toronto, we took the country roads and were stuck behind someone who was set on going 80 km/h. There's a line of about 20 cars following, slowly trickling ahead of the lead car, each taking their turn. To pass douche in the back decides he can't wait and figures it's a good idea to pass the whole loop. About halfway up, 3 cars ahead of us, he realizes that he won't make it. There is oncoming traffic that has already passed the lead car. Guy cuts off the black police interceptor that I hadn't noticed till this point, hits the gravel. Cop does too. Somehow douche manages to control the spin he's got himself in and speeds off in the opposite direction. The cop, still at 80, also manages to simultaneously drift into the other lane and turn on his siren/lights. Don't know what happened, but I assume the cop got him, and they had a nice long chat. To be honest, we were both assholes. I'm going at least 15 over the speed limit and this gentleman in a VW continues to ride my ass. Once traffic in the right lane opened up, I noticed the VW was going to attempt to pass me. With as much jacasserie as possible, I cut in front of him in the right lane to let him pass me in the fast lane. He swerves back into the fast lane, and I merge back into the lane behind him. Despite my speeding, I was alarmed to find a highway patrol car pass me in order to get to the other driver who was only going slightly faster than myself. Sucks to be him. Point in this other incident however, I was innocent. Point we were on our way to the beach driving down this curvy, yet dangerous road through the mountains. Traffic along this 2-lane highway was overwhelming because one of the road's lanes were closed due to construction. The BMW behind us continued to drive dangerously close to our back bumper, as if doing so would reduce the crawling traffic. Obviously, his impatient attempts to travel faster were futile. Then, very stupidly, he wound his way through the line of orange cones to drive upon the fresh gravel that was laying on the lane that was being worked on. Doing so, he cut everyone off, and this idiot completely ruined the work of the poor road workers. Just to save himself at least 10 minutes of traveling time. Point appalled by his selfish behavior, I was very pleased to find him 10 minutes down the road after being pulled over by another highway patrol officer. I honked joyfully as I passed him by. Point TLDR, this one guy was being more of a jerk than me, and then this super asshole got what he deserved. Last Sunday, I had about a 100-mile drive, which was nice, and I was speeding and passing people, but doing it judiciously and not recklessly. Just about an hour out, two guys passed me really carelessly, blazing up behind me though there was oncoming traffic, and blasting by me with not much space before the next oncoming car, then speeding back up to about 15 miles per hour over the limit. A copper-colored Grand Prix and an orange Mustang. Not sure if they knew each other or what. I don't call people asshole for passing me, but I do for driving that badly. 1 mile later, a cop flicked on his lights and pulled them both over. I got up beside the Mustang, rolling my passenger window down, just as he rolled his down. My only regret is that I forgot to add the word asshole to the big laugh I had at his expense. It was sweet. Then, about half an hour later, a cop coming the other way flicked his lights on at me and pointed down, as in slow down. But he didn't turn around. I slowed down. This will probably get buried, but whatever, here goes. And sorry, this is kinda long point. So a few months ago I was in my hometown for the weekend, hanging with my brother and his son as I usually do when I visit. We start feeling slightly peckish, so I offer to go grab some takeout for us. I head over into town when on the way I get stopped by a train. As I sit there waiting for the train to pass, I casually glance to the car waiting on my left to see whom I'm almost positive was my ex-girlfriend in the passenger seat, and her mom in the front seat. For some background, we had been broken up for quite some time by this point. However, after we stopped dating, we would have these bursts, where we would hang out a lot, call each other all time, and at one point we were best friends. Really. Then, up in the blue, she had stopped talking to me again, and I knew it was because she had started dating someone else. We'd been friends when she had a boyfriend before, but this wasn't one of those times. No communication from either side for a 2 to 3 month period leading up to the incident. So, as I said previously, I was visiting home that weekend. Me and my ex-girlfriend are from the same hometown, but we go to different universities and are in different years, so I was more than startled to her outside of my left window that evening. Admittedly, I was so shocked to see her home for the weekend. She usually hated doing that my eyes lingered longer than they should have. I don't stare, really, but I kept shifting my glance in her general direction. She didn't seem to notice at first, but as she continually stared stoically forward the entire time, I began to discern that she did actually know I was there and was actively avoiding eye contact. The arm of the stop lifts upwards as the train steadily passes around the corner, and their car faking takes off. At this point, for some reason, I begin to doubt that was my ex in the car now ahead of me. As I mentioned earlier, she hates coming home, so I decide to try and catch up, to grab one more glance before making my turn for food. I never once caught up. They bolted fast, and before I even realized it, I see blue lights flash in the rearview mirror. My heart skips a beat, and as I decelerate the vehicle, the cop car continues past me and pulls over my ex and her mom. I sit there in stunned silence for a moment as I process what exactly just happened. The thought that I had just caused my ex to get a speeding ticket ran through my head. I was overwhelmed by an intense sense of guilt. I was confused. Guilt was comprising a good 50% of my emotions, while my other half was squealing in jubilant reprise. The rest of my trip I struggled with the idea of texting her. In face of my giddy fits of laughter, I never did text her. I was driving home from college for the holidays. Some guy in a brand new, still had the dealer plates, silver Corvette flew up on my ass. He got so close I couldn't see his headlights behind my rear bumper. I got kind of irritated and tapped my brake lights to let this guy know he was too close, so he backed off, got a running start, and did it again. This time, I thought he was going to ram me, but he slowed down again just before hitting me. I thought, whatever, this guy is an idiot, and I moved over to let this crazy person by. When I did, he got up right next to me and started coming over in my lane while looking straight at me. I had to swerve off onto the shoulder of the interstate and slam my brakes on as I watched the guy pull into the spot my car was just in and then speed off. I immediately called the police to let them know there was a maniac on the interstate. As I was on the phone with them, the Corvette had slowed down enough that I had caught up to him. I tried to keep my distance, but he was slowing down trying to get beside me again. I was telling the 911 operator everything that was going on. At the first exit I waited until the last second and jerked my car onto the off-ramp and watched the Corvette speed off. I gave the police all the details, told them about the dealer plates, the color and make of the car, my information, etc. They said they would check into it and to just sit tight for a bit before getting back on the interstate point. When I got to my exit there was a wreck on the other side of the road. It didn't look like anything too serious, just a normal wreck. I didn't think anything of it, and I drove on home. About 6 months later I was playing tennis with some friends, and in between sets I was telling them about that crazy driving experience. One of the guys I was playing with is a deputy sheriff, and started trying to figure out exactly what the date was when this happened. Apparently, he had worked a scene around the time this happened where a Corvette was stolen from the next state over, and the police got a call about it being on the interstate. When they started pursuit, the guy took off, took my exit, was going too fast to make the turn, and flipped through 4 lanes of traffic into the ditch on the other side. TLDR crazy guy who stole a car runs me off the road. I call the cops. He runs from the cops, wrecks his new car at my exit. I wasn't driving, and the story doesn't involve driving. It does involve someone riding a motorbike and instant karma however, so I'm putting it here. I was in a bar in Bali with a couple of friends. The bar opens out onto the street, where everyone can park their scooters and motorbikes. The bar was pretty busy and everyone was having a pleasant time. Then this massive Venus on a Harley shows up. He spends ages backing his bike into a space and revving the engine, interrupting everyone's conversations. You couldn't have continued talking even if you tried, it was that loud. Anyway, he eventually kills the engine and goes to the bar. He ordered a Jack and Coke, and while drinking it is loudly talking with people at the bar, actually more like shouting at them. He pretty quickly finishes his drink and goes around the bar high-diving and saying goodbye to nearly everyone, and then goes back to his bike. Of course he can't just leave. He spends far too long sitting there revving that insanely loud engine, again interrupting almost all conversation. Eventually he gives it one last massive rev, looks back, shouts something to the crowd at the bar, and pulls out into the road without looking, and gets T-boned from the right by a girl on her scooter. She went straight over her handlebars and his bike and ends up lying in the road with a bloody chin. Luckily she was otherwise uninjured. People from the bar ran out to help. Her bike was pretty bent out of shape. Annoyingly his bike looked undamaged. To be fair to the guy, once the road was cleared, he did then spend a long time with the girl, got her sorted with medical help, and made sure she was okay. But of course none of it would have happened if he wasn't a loud, careless, attention-seeking prick. TLDR loud, drunk, fag douchebag on a Holly, gets himself T-boned outside a bar by an innocent girl on a scooter. Edit, words and letters and stuff. Not really instant karma, because I'd created the solution, but it was my junior year of high school, and I was just starting to drive around more, mostly doing errands for my mum, and dropping my sister off at dance. At this time, I'm driving my mom's Sienna, not the most badass of cars, but fairly comfortable. One day, after dropping my sister off, I'm heading back home, and this girl who's behind me decides she doesn't want to be behind a minivan. Switches lanes quick, then cuts me off as she turns into a parking lot from the lane next to me. What stopped me from hitting her was me slamming my foot on the brake. It was the first time I'd ever had to do it, so the loud reverberating sound scared the shit out of me. Well, I was pissed off and wanted retribution. I ended up pulling into the next entrance, found her parked car, and proceeded to key the shit out of it. I don't know why I did it, probably angry high schooler bullshit. Kind of a reverse situation here. I was driving to Colorado from Northern California with my girlfriend during spring break. 1,109 miles later, we are 1 mile away from her family's cabin. I'm in a daze. Many roads in Colorado seem to be one lane, and there was someone going a good 5 below, and I was tailgating him because I planned on speeding up and passing him when the road became 2 lanes up ahead. The lane breaks into 2. I speed up considerably to give a non-verbal middle finger, and then road quickly changes from 65 to 45. Mind you, I'm pretty out of it, and once I noticed the sudden change, I saw a big white Chevy Tahoe following me pretty closely. As to avoid a rear-end accident, I take longer to slow down than I should, and by the time the road changes to 45 I'm going 59. Bam. Red and blue lights flash. I move to the side, nearly sheeting bricks as this was my first time being pulled over. The cop, whose last name was coincidentally Cop, could have charged me with tailgating and speeding in excess of 15 to 19 miles per hour, which would have resulted in 4 points on my license and a big hefty ticket. Luckily, he was kind enough to let me off with just 5 to 9 above, and he tossed out the tailgating part. The worst part is that I knew when he drove by he was probably laughing his ass off. Karma. TLDR, tailgating slow driver, speed up to pass him, get pulled over for it. I'm sure this will get buried, but I'll tell it anyway. I was in Italy about a month ago and ended up getting an opportunity to learn how to drive a stick shift in the northeastern mountain region of Friuli in the foothills of the Dolomite Mountains. This proved a very interesting experience, given that these were mountain roads that were sheer drop on one side and mountain wall on the other. So, at the time of this story, I'd gotten to the point where I was pretty good in shifting through the gears, but going from stop to first was a pretty big task. I'd stall out a lot. On the other hand, if you weren't too careful, you'd jerk the vehicle if you had your foot on the gas too much while releasing the clutch. At one particular occasion, I was stopped behind a pig truck turning onto a small side street that headed up the incline of a cliff, and the street was at a curve around the mountain. This guy came up behind me and was honking his horn, flashing his lights, clearly in a rush. He couldn't wait any longer and attempted to speed around the two of us. 90% of the vehicles that I saw were manual shifts in Italy, so I figured this guy's car was the same. Since he jerked his car around ours, apparently he had his foot on the gas pedal too much, and he ended up accelerating too fast and slamming into the metal barrier that kept people from going off the cliff. His vehicle's engine ended being extended over the cliff as the car was lifted up by the driven over barrier. Luckily, the car wasn't going anywhere, but we ended up calling the police to have them come out and check this guy out. TLDR, driving mountain roads, dude in rage mode ends up almost driving off a cliff. Just happened today. I drive to work on a two-way hilly road, one lane in each direction, where the speed limit is 25. Somewhat busy back road that happens to be next to a lot of houses and apartments. As it is kind of remote, people typically go anywhere from 40 to 60 depending on the time of day. There is also a school zone farther down the road. Anyway, as I was driving to work this morning, while sticking to the speed limit, always paranoid about being caught for speeding on that road as it is quite easy to do so, and a nice young lady in a minivan decides to ride miles down one of the steepest hills while flashing her lights at me. Eventually she becomes so impatient as to swerve around me into the opposite lane of traffic. We appeared to be the only ones on the road and floor it for whatever reason other than to show me what junk her van has in its trunk. She drove for about 20 feet before a cop pulled out from behind a neighborhood sign and promptly flicked on his lights. She was apparently so shocked that, rather than turn into the approaching parking lot for the nearby apartments, she chose to swerve off the road and onto an unused construction entrance, causing rocks to shoot up at the cruiser behind her. The police officer practically launched himself out the door window to presumably tell her how stupid she was. Really, I've been around police a lot in my life and I've never seen an officer so enthusiastically get out of his car to ticket someone. Edit, /wording. Was on a short road trip, driving down the highway doing about 10 over in the right lane, car next to me doing about the same speed. We start to round a long bend in the highway and see that a trooper has a car pulled over. We both start to slow down. I slow even more as I can't move over. As we start slowing down, this asshole in a Beta SUV comes flying up as we approach the pulled over car, tailgating the guy in the left lane, flashing his lights, with the cop standing next to it. Right as we start to pass them, a gap just wide enough for the asshole to squeeze through opens up. He guns it and squeezes to make the pass into the right lane. He's flooring us right as we pass the cop. As this is all happening, the trooper has quit caring about the car that he has pulled over and is giving the death glare at this SUV blowing by him. Mind you, this trooper is huge, prob 6 feet 5 inches. No more than 2 minutes go by. I look in my mirror. Here comes the trooper, lights on, going 100 miles per hour plus to catch the asshole that almost hit him standing on the side of the road. After a few minutes, past the trooper with the pulled over SUV, cop already pulling him out of the car. Made me smile for the rest of the trip. Last year I was driving home from class on a pretty straight piece of road going through the nice neighborhoods. This road has a ridiculously low speed limit, and I know it's constantly patrolled. I drove an old truck, but I was going a good clip when this guy in an Audi comes weaving in and out of traffic and eventually cut me off. I tried to match his speed for a while, but with a 3L V6 4Runner, I knew had to let him go eventually point. So I decided to let him win this pointless race when further down the road I see a figure walk out to the middle of the street. It was at this point I remembered that there weren't surrounded cars. I like to have a cushion between me and other drivers, and I start slowing down. Right when the figure throws out his hands I realize what I'm in for. We were approaching a school zone and I remember my brother getting pulled over here, and we both were going pretty fast. I slowed down and got more distance between the Audi and I. I get closer and see it's one of those motorcycle traffic cops. The Audi then gets to him first, and the officer motions him to pull over. I knew I was speeding through here too, but I see the officer point to my car and motion me to move on. Coincidentally I avoid that part of the road when I drive home now. TLDR, tried to give retribution for being cut off, saw the traffic cop first. 2 years ago I was at a fundraiser at a pub for leukemia. My friend died about 5 years ago, and the pub is where his dad hangs out. I'm on the patio smoking when some mentioned something about molesting, which I didn't hear, and replied, "What about molesting?" Some drunk douchebag goes up a sheet and starts freaking out on me, saying that I shouldn't joke about that sheet, and that he was molested as a child, so on and so forth. He tells me that I should leave, or he's gonna kick the sheet out at me, to which I reply that we are at a fundraiser for my dead buddy, so maybe he might calm down a bit. That didn't go over so well, and he leaves in a huff. Once the place closes down and me and the girlfriend get ready to leave, we get told by the staff to wait, because drunk douchebag and some of his buddies were waiting to beat me up. We waited inside for a cab, and then on it showed up. We peeled out. I found out a week later that he walked home drunk with his buddies and 3 of them made it across the road, but he got hit by a car, was in a coma, and is now brain damaged. He now lives with his parents and has a massive speech impediment. TLDR, drunk guy at a bar, tried to beat me up, got hit by a car on his way home and is now a retard. Driving through a mountain highway during a bad winter, so sketchy snow-covered highway, we are following 425 cars all stuck behind a semi-truck, HGV4U Brits, and a dumbass behind us decides to use the short straight section to pass everyone. He gets up to about the semi's rear bumper just before the corner as a semi is coming the other way and has to dive in behind the semi he was trying to pass, effectively cutting off the guy behind the semi. Next straight stretch is even shorter and he goes to pass the semi again and just gets ahead of it before yet another semi comes around the corner and he's forced to cut off the truck he just passed. Just outside the next town is the dumbass having a fun chat with a cop, sadly probably only for speeding, unless one of the truckers radioed it in. TLDR, dumbass nearly causes not 1, but 2 5 to 10 car pileups on a snowy highway by making a couple idiotic passes and gets a speeding ticket as soon as he gets to the next ton. I was held up driving up a hill behind a garbage truck a couple weeks ago, stopping at every driveway on the way up. Big hill equals long wait, as you can't see who or what's coming and can't pass, no matter how long it takes. I get just barely to the top of the hill and stop for another driveway. I'm in a position to see far enough ahead past the garbage truck to see that there is a car coming, and I'd have to wait. Woman in the car behind my can't see at all that there's a car coming and is an impatient bitch, so she proceeds to start honking at me for not going. I just shrug. How else can you explain this situation to her? She floors it out from behind me, just missing me bumper, and guns it past me, staring at me and not the road, while flipping me the bird. I just gesture with my hands. You go right ahead then, asshole, as I know she's about to have either a minor head-on collision that I won't be able to prevent, caused by her own stupidity, or she's at least going to have a nice scare that really, she faking deserves. Sure enough, she gets past me for a few feet and then slams on her brakes as her grill is about to become one with this innocent guy's grill. Glad no accident actually happened, but fuck was I ecstatic that she got to sheet her faking bucket seat. Edit. Spelling. The place I used to work at had a longer driveway, maybe about 1 kilometer long, a couple of curves, and an embankment for drainage. New guy who just started that night decided to be douche-why McDouchar and get into his brand new car and take off up the road like a race car, bouncing off the rev limiter, which in itself is a one-way ticket to a fake motor, spraying everyone else's car with rocks and gravel. People curse and start to walk off to their cars. We start to drive up the driveway, and as we get near the end we see something just off the side of the road. Pull over. Here is the guy's car, upside down on the side of the embankment. The idiot lost it on the corner, probably doing triple the speed limit, 60 km/h, and rolled. Get out and go check him. Dude isn't hanging from his seat, held in place by the seat belt. He wasn't wearing one, so he had been tossed around and landed face first on the windscreen, out cold. Wait for paramedics to turn up, and they pull him out, rush him off. We carry on. Found out the next day he broke his back, ended up paraplegic. TLDR, new guy tries to impress, ends up in a wheelchair. This just happened to me less than a month ago. I was on my way to Dallas from Baton Rouge to go on a job site visit for a construction company I will be working for when I graduate college next month. I was on the Atchafalaya Basin Bridge, which has a speed limit of 65 miles per hour and has little to no shoulder at all. 2 lanes. I was in the right lane and a minivan passed me up. I looked over and smiled at the woman in the passenger seat, and she smiled back. Everything was fine. About 5 minutes down the road, I'm behind them in the left lane. I notice they keep dumping full cups out of the window, which I assumed were full of water at first. When they dumped the 3rd cup out of the window, I began to think they were peeing in the cup and pouring it out of the window. They had a suitcase on top of the car, so they must have been on a road trip. This isn't really relevant, but they were Middle Eastern. There were a total of 4 people in the car, 3 men and the woman I smiled at. I briefly honked to let them know I did not appreciate their actions and let off of the gas a bit to create some distance between us. They slowed down as well and kept pouring cups of liquid out of the window. The first chance I got I sped up and passed them, which was pretty useless because they started telling me I was going 90 in a 65 because I didn't want them to pass me up again and throw shit at me. Needless to say, we passed up most of the traffic and got to a clear part of the bridge where they could pass me up again, which they did. The driver was very angry for some reason. He threw 2 cups and a water bottle out of the window, but whiffed pretty hard. I couldn't help but giggle at a fully grown Middle Eastern man yelling obscenities in an unknown language and throwing cups out of the window at 90 miles per hour. They cut in front of me and slowed to about 50 miles per hour, keeping the pace for a few minutes. All the while a 50-year-old man is hanging out of the window shaking a gallon-sized Azaka bottle at me. The next thing I know, they are braking very hard. In fact, they came to a complete stop in the left lane of the bridge. A bridge with no shoulder, mind you. The driver jumped out of his minivan and charged my car, but I swerved around him into the right lane. I got lucky there were no cars trying to pass us at the time. I didn't even check I was going through such an adrenaline rush. He punched my car, but I bounced to the metal and put the pedal to the floor. My laddie friend was in the passenger seat and had just begun to call the cops. I took the phone from her because she was paralyzed with fear and tried to explain to the dispatcher what happened when I looked in my rearview mirror and noticed that the only car I could see was the minivan and behind it was a very large and rising cloud of smoke. I relayed this to the dispatcher, at which point she informed me to keep driving and they would take care of it unless I wanted to speak with the trooper and press charges for vehicular damages. After inspecting where he hid my car and left no damage, I decided to get back on the road. I was just ending my conversation with the dispatcher when she informed me that 2 troopers were on their way out to mile marker 18, where I told her the accident happened. The minivan had been in a wreck and their car was totaled. I never decided what I did to piss these people off so much, but it must have been that I smiled at their woman. As a result of this experience I missed my turn onto I-49 and added an extra hour and a half to my trip. It was a weird experience to say the least, but justice was served. I think this kind of qualifies, even though the negative karma is on me. Point driving my 12-year-old Cadillac down a dark 2-lane country highway between cities. Like 4 AM, no one around at all. I open the moonroof and my friend in the backseat starts shooting Roman candles into the sky and in front of the car, which I would then use physics to run into and explode on the windshield. It was nothing short of awesome. Until the backfire. Red ball of fire shoots out the bottom into the car, bounces around, then wham, explosion of light, heat, and sound. We are all literally shell-shocked, and I lock my arms at 10:22 on the wheel until my vision and hearing come back. I was too shocked to realize slowing down would have been a good idea, and my friend was too shocked to realize the firework was still live. Those 2 seconds felt like 60. Quickly picked up the candle and hurled it out the moonroof, watching it shoot more flaming balls all over the place. Point. If there was anyone else around, someone would have been dead or in jail that night. We were just out of high school. This happened probably around 20 years ago, and I've only told this once before. I was probably 6 to 7 years old and riding bumper cars. It was a fun time at first, but somehow I got stuck. Basically it was a bit of a parallel parking situation. I was alongside a wall of the rink and there was a car in front and behind. With a little maneuvering I cold got him out. The child spawn of Satan. We'll call him Damien. With a huge evil grin he pulls up alongside me, completely boxing me in. And yes, he just sits there. He was completely willing to sacrifice his ride to make sure I was unhappy. Little brat, right? Just as Damien's joy was at its zenith, the ride shuts down. He flips out, frantic, kicking at the pedals, screaming, not making words, just screaming, and the look on his face? Priceless. It made the whole ordeal worthwhile. I got up, smiled and returned to my family. Maybe not the most epic story on here, but keep in mind I was in 1st grade. I have a bit of a different story as I wasn't actually in a car at all, but here goes. Was walking the usual 4 blocks to work because I refused to pay for parking. Anyway, I stopped at this light that intersected a one-way and a 2-lane road. This guy in a BMW 5 or 7 series with tinted windows, rims, bass pumping, New York plates, get the picture, came to a stop at the light just as I was about halfway across the street walking with the one-way. He decides that waiting for me to cross to make the right is preposterous and peels out around the corner. I actually had to jump back not to get hit by this asshole's car. So I'm standing in the middle of the street like, wow, what a doucher. Look to my left, and a cop was parked right there at the light. He looks at me, I give him a thumbs up that I'm okay, and the douche was pulled over right outside my workplace. So I watched the whole thing laughing. 5 to 6 cop cars showed up. So I'm sure they didn't go easy on him. TLDR crossing the road when I was supposed to and a guy peels off and almost hits me making a right. Cops saw the whole thing and 5 to 6 cop cars showed up to give him a ticket. Earlier this week, in fact, I was driving downtown and I hear the siren of an ambulance. So doing what any reasonable intelligent person would do, I pull over and turn on my hazards. In the intersection immediately ahead of me, I see a cruiser stopped and the ambulance coming down the same lane. The ambulance stops at the intersection beside the cruiser, honking to warn drivers in the intersections. Enter douchebag. He's driving a Lincoln Navigator and not giving any facts that he's driving around with no caution as to the ambulance. He drives right up into the intersection, stops in front of the ambulance and police car briefly, and then drives along on his merry way. I, of course, am sitting there completely faking dumbfounded. I suppose the cop was too, because it took him a second after the ambulance and the guy had driven off for him to hit her lights and chase him down. Later, as I'm walking down the street, I see douche YMC douche person pulled over. I gladly gave him the what the fuck is wrong with you look. Me and a couple of friends were driving back home from the mower. We had to drive about 110 miles to get back home, and we were driving through a massive snowstorm. We are on the freeway doing about 20 in a 65 and about 3 inches of wet snow. snowing so hard that the plows can't keep up, with about 100 feet of visibility. We were in the right lane with a couple other cars following at a reasonable distance when out of nowhere a half-ton comes flying past us in the left lane at about 60. Now the visibility is about 10 feet. We slow down, and after it all cleared out, and we could see, partially, we noticed we were going sideways down the road. My friend driving doesn't slow down but instead starts drifting perfectly down the middle of the freeway. We traveled about 150 feet and finally straightened out. After congratulating him on the Ken Block drifting skills, we proceed to drive for another 5 or 6 miles when we see a car in the median. We pulled over to see if they were okay and notice that it was the truck that passed us going 60. After confirming that he was okay, we look and see that he is stuck in snow that was almost to the door handle. We left him, smiling the rest of the way home. Took us 5 hours to get home. Usually only takes an hour and a half. Edit. This was at midnight. My dad is a rather irritable person during mornings, and on this particular day my dad, my brother and I had just left the house to travel to Texas to celebrate my grandparents' 50th wedding anniversary. Now, my dad rarely speeds, and he was going the speed limit, 45 miles per hour, on a 3-lane road. There was a couple cars behind us, and a single car in front of us going about 40. Still cruising the speed limit, my dad casually passes the slower car. Well, the guy driving the other car randomly gives my dad the finger, and so my dad flips his sheet, speeds up, drives in front of the guy, and comes to a full stop in less than 30 seconds. The other driver had to slam on his brakes to avoid hitting our car, and my dad sticks his head out the window and yells, paraphrasing here, "Why the fuck did you flip me off?" among other things. The other guy looks pissed as hell, pulls into the another lane and speeds off, while giving my dad a second finger for good measure. We found him 5 miles down the road, pulled over by cop, in a school zone. He was probably just having a bad day, but I still laughed. Probably gonna get buried in the comments, but this karma was kinda brought on myself 2 years ago. In the middle of an Alaskan winter, I'm driving home from the in-laws place with my wife. The weather report said there were no problems faking lies near whiteout conditions, very high winds. Anyone who has driven the Turnagain Arm knows how the wind just gets funneled through the mountains, dark as hell, and between 10 and 15 F below zero. We are 20 miles from the nearest city and 60 miles from home, so we have no choice but to keep on trucking. All of a sudden, this asshole comes roaring up on my ass, high beams on, and starts tailgating my Jeep. After a few seconds, he hits the horn and I suppress the urge to brake check him. Dude whips into the opposing lane and floors it. I flip him off and yell, "I hope you end up in a ditch, asshole," despite the fact that he can neither hear nor see me. 1 mile later, a huge gust of wind comes out of nowhere, blows my passenger tires into the snow berm and everything goes black. Few seconds later, we come to and realize that not only are we upside down in a ditch, we are facing the opposite direction. We were fine, no injuries save for some bumps and bruises. After being towed back to Anchorage, I found my Jeep was pretty fake though. It took 3 days for the tow company to make it out there, and by that time, it was covered in 3 feet of snow which shattered the windshield and crushed in the roof about a foot. TLDR, I trust ZJ Grand Cherokees with my life. Also, now instead of wishing ill fortune on assholes, I tell them to get home safely. I was casually driving in bumper to bumper traffic on the freeway. We are going probably 5 to 10 miles per hour at most, stop and go. I was in the far right travel lane, with one more lane to my right, being an exit only lane with the exit right close by. This car had decided to wait until the last second to get over and cut me off pretty bad, especially since I didn't see him coming. Literally out of nowhere a cop pulls up, cuts me off, but I'll let him slide this time, and pulls the guy over. I just smiled as I drove by, but he wouldn't look at me. I've also been on the other end. I was driving to work, and a lady was going 60 in a 65 in the far left lane. When I could finally pass her, I'm gunning it to get up the hill at the same time and white smoke starts pouring out of my hood. Maybe a quarter mile later my temperature gauge starts going batshit on me. It was just a hose that had come undone, and I stopped driving on it quick enough to not do any permanent damage, but I still felt like a jackass when I had to pull over and put on the hazards. As I was behind someone on a stop sign, they started leaving, and when I started going they instantly hit the brakes and I crashed into them. All I did was break a taillight on their car, no dents or dings or anything. So we talked it out, and they said the only way they wouldn't involve insurance or file a report was if I gave them $400 for a busted taillight on a 95 Corolla. My premium going up would cost more than that, so after trying to negotiate and these people not budging, we drove over to the bank and I paid them. Right as I'm pulling into the street, on that same 4-way stop sign, after a full stop, out of nowhere a car crashes into my left side headlight, the same one that broke when I crashed earlier. Dude comes out and apologizes. He was learning how to drive stick and asks me not to involve insurance. I told him how there's rarely any damage and it's okay. He hands over a $500 check and tells me it's for my troubles. That itself paid for the $400 and the bumper and headlight I got off of matching color car at a junkyard, and a beer. I live in northern Thailand. There are a lot of motorbikes on the road, and virtually nobody has any idea how to drive properly, which is unusual in Asia and even in Thailand. Northern Thai people get shit for this all the time. It's like Idaho drivers, don't ask if you haven't been there. Anyway, the way most foreigners respond to this madness is with a kind of social autism on the road. We just want to get where we are going and fuck everything else, including rules, other drivers, common decency and the laws of physics. So now that you understand that bit, let me tell you about the most satisfying karma experience I've had driving a motorbike. I was on a 110cc, small, Honda Dream that was probably 15 years old, dodging and weaving and trying to get to a shop to pick up some groceries and get home, and I was on a deadline, so I was driving fast doing this. Some fuckhead sees me driving this way and has a problem with it. I think it started when I cut him off. Hey, if I could do it, he wasn't going fast enough. Anyway, he keeps up with me and tries to pass me in the mile or so of road that we are on together. He's honking at me, other people are honking at him or me, was never clear. I didn't do anything in this time to make other people honk, and finally we pull up to a light where we have to stop. The guy's beaching and moaning loud enough for me to hear, but I don't think he realized that I understood. Lots of variations on fuck this guy and fuck these people, and right before the light turns green, he decides to get the jump on me and speed off across the intersection. What he didn't count on was another prick like him coming the other way. Since you already understand that there is a collision by the time you've gotten this far, I'll just describe my impression of it. Picture the Dalai Lama. Skinny, middle-aged, glasses, short hair. Now instead of his orange robes, put him in a pair of dirty green shorts, some cheap rubber flip-flops, an old t-shirt and a plaid patterned, dirty, white polyester button-down shirt outside of that. Now make him sweaty, dirty, and racist against white people, and you'll have a pretty good idea what the guy looked like. The clearest impression I had of the guy in this collision was of his legs in the air, like he was doing a cartwheel, with his sandals flying off and going in different directions. My personal favorite was driving home from college one year and having a group of rowdy adolescents pass me. Mind you, I was going about 75 miles per hour at this point. Cruise control is an essential for me when buying cars. We did a bit of a dance, as they apparently could not decide how fast they wanted to be going on this major highway. Eventually the driver decided that it was time to pass me. However, as soon as this car of rambunctious kids got in front of me, they immediately slowed down to approximately 70 miles per hour. As they had appeared to be heckling me and being overall jerks, my temper got the best of me and I sped up and passed them going probably around 80 to 85 miles per hour. I passed them while going by a state trooper in an area designated as 65 miles per hour. I just about had a heart attack when I saw the cop car in my peripheral as I passed it, and I sweated profusely as I drove on, checking my rear view mirror every 15 seconds. Next thing I know, there are lights. However, this trooper isn't gunning for me, but instead is pulling over the assholes that had passed me in the first place. It was a beautiful feeling. Does self-made karma count? A former co-worker, I'm a truck driver, was driving in pretty heavy traffic one time, just crawling forward waiting for his exit. All the while people are whizzing by on the hard shoulder to get to the exit ahead of time, which irks my co-worker, who we'll call Bob for the purposes of this story point. Well, when he finally reaches the exit, it just so happens that some riced out car is coming down the hard shoulder, and Bob pulls into the exit right in front of it, which means the car runs into the truck. It wasn't going very fast, so it was basically just a fender bender, but the guys in the ricer are quite upset about the whole thing. So Bob calls the cops, and when they arrive and start taking statements, the first thing the driver of the ricer says is, "We were just driving here on the hard shoulder and he pulled right in front of us." Cop goes, "Wait, you were driving on the hard shoulder?" "Yes." Cop turns to Bob and says, "Okay, you can go. We've got this." Just last weekend, some Mexican guy, I say Mexican because he was in a post-90s Toyota with new chrome rims, who knew I wanted to get in front of him, but instead he sped up to block me, even though he was going slow, and it's not like I would have slowed him down by getting in front of him. Not that big of a deal, and I ended up eventually getting in front of him. With him directly behind me, I turn right into a shopping center and I hear screeching of car tires behind me, and I realize it's the Mexican guy who wouldn't let me pass him. And later, as I'm leaving the shopping center, I see the two people who hit each other. Apparently the big black SUV hit the back corner and sideswept the side of the Mexican. I laughed in the Mexican guy's face as I drove past, because I knew he recognized me from earlier. Later I realized I most likely started the accident by slowing down to turn, and either the Mexican or the woman behind him weren't paying attention and didn't start braking until it was too late. A couple people and I were driving up a mountain pass to go skiing. This VW van pulls up alongside us, and we look over to see a bunch of young guys bare as push to the window. Obviously a ski party bus who decided to moon people on the way. We thought it was pretty hilarious, but also knew they were being stupid. They then sped off along the mountain pass, probably to do the same thing to the next car up ahead. About a half hour later, we again saw the VW bus. It had driven off the road and right into a tree. The tree was where the driver had been sitting. It looked pretty bad. We stopped to see if they needed help, but everyone was okay. I still don't understand how the driver survived without a scratch, and it turned out they were locals, so some of their parents were on the way to help. So we continued on our way and went skiing. Not really instant karma, since what they did was just stupid fun, but it was still a pretty crazy situation. In Korea, the taxi drivers will often refuse to pick up foreigners. It's a racism thing. It's actually illegal, but how exactly do you police or report it? Anyway, one night myself and two friends are trying to take a cab from one area of Seoul to another after watching the World Cup downtown. There are just no cabs on this stretch of road for some reason, which is odd because it's a fairly busy street. After waiting for around 10 minutes, a group of Korean 20-somethings show up also looking for a cab on this street. They're a bit farther up the road, so we'll catch the first one. Another 5 minutes go by and finally here comes a cab. We flag him down, and he begins to slow. As he gets close, he sees we're foreigners and he immediately speeds up and drives past us. However, he stops for this group of Koreans 20 yards up the road. Whatever, he's a racist bastard. Nothing new. You get kinda used to it here. Now here's where it gets awesome. These Koreans start yelling and taunting us from up the street. We turn back to keep looking for a cab. A few seconds later we hear a screech crash. We turn back to see this cab driver had attempted to run the red light and gotten T-boned in the intersection just up the road. At that very moment another cab appeared, picked us up, and we got to drive past the accident and wave to all the people who were now standing around the crash in the middle of the road. When I was in high school I could be pretty reckless on the road. I drove a 5.9L Ram 1500 Magnum, a beast, 345 HP Ike. It was lowered 3 inches and drove like a muscle car. The rally circuit was in town and we went to watch. Basically, we sat on a 30-foot tall pile of gravel and watched cars appear and disappear around a corner going like 60 miles per hour on gravel. Absolutely crazy, those guys. If you've ever been to one of these events, Subaru practically pays for the whole thing. They have the most cars, their own helicopter monitoring the race, and most of the crowd shows up driving, you guessed it, Cerberus. We get a little bored of cars just flying by a corner and leave. Two regular Joes in Cerberus who pulled out at the same time suddenly think they have rally skills. My high school brain thinks it a good idea to do my best to keep up with these people. We are doing 80-90 miles per hour on a 40 miles per hour road complete with extreme curves rated 15 miles per hour or less and dotted with trees. I did a good job in keeping up with these guys. I'd lose them in the bursts, but catch up in the corners anyways. At some point, I decide this is absolutely nuts. I'm going to crash if I keep this up. I reduce my speed prop 30 to 40 miles per hour coming into a corner. Just as I start to come out of this tight bend, all I can see is a huge cloud of dust across the entire road and probably 20 to 30 feet tall. I slow down to a complete crawl to survey the scene and make sure no one is injured. The guy in the lead successfully made the corner. The guy losing the race took it too fast and fishtailed before his rear passenger tire slammed into a tree, causing the vehicle to spin the other way, at least a 360. The rear wheel was bent at a 45-degree angle. It was completely totaled point. If I hadn't slowed down, I likely would have been involved in that accident. Long story short, stock Cerberus are not rally cars, and watching a rally car race and owning a Subaru does not a champion make you. Oh, and no one was seriously injured. I was on my way to work one morning and stopped at a red light point. This particular red light is right in front of a tunnel in the side of a ridge point. Going into this tunnel, the two travel lanes merge into one lane about 50 feet past the red light, with the sign stating right lane ends, merge left point. I was the first car at the light in the slow lane point. Next to me was a little old lady in the fast lane, and behind her was a beach of a hag point. The light turned green. I put on my left turn signal, indicating my intent to merge left to proceed through the tunnel point. The hag behind the little old lady wasn't letting me over. When I sped up, she sped up point. When I slowed down to get behind her, she slowed down point. It was as if she was trying to keep me from getting in the left lane. Knowing I had nowhere else to go point, the little old lady in front of her realized what was happening and slowed down to let me in front of her, allowing me to get from the ending right lane into the left lane and proceed through the tunnel before the hag beach behind the old lady. Upon exiting the tunnel, the old lady went to the left through the roundabout, and old hag beach fell in behind me, flashing her lights, flipping me off in my rear view, and generally acting like a childish T-What point. Then she starts swerving, tailgating, trying to pass me in the same lane I'm driving in, etc. point. As I merge onto the freeway on ramp, she is trying to pull up next to me point. I decided fuck this, so I straddled the line that marks the shoulder to the left of the on-ramp, giving Hagatha plenty of room to get in front of me, which is obviously what she wanted, and then slowed to a stop, and Hagatha commenced to plow into the back of my truck on purpose. So I got out, she got out, and she approached me, huffing and puffing, and declared, "You done faked up now, motherfucker, you're gonna pay for my car, I'm suing the shit out of you." To which I replied, "Beach please, you hit me, and in this state, that makes you automatically at fault." Well, this rubs Hagatha the wrong way, and she decides at this point she wants to get scratchy and punchy with me. What she didn't realize was that I was a full-time automotive paint/pizza delivery driver, and since I carried copious amounts of cash for both jobs, I carried a can of pepper spray. As Hagatha was commencing to scratch and punch me, I simply reached in my pocket, removed my can of pepper spray, and dispatched a healthy stream right into her gaping pie hole, in the middle of her attempted utterance of the term motherfucker. It was actually more like motherfucker. Now understand, all this is taking place within the time frame of about 30 seconds, and after pepper spraying the beach, I realize I need to call 911. While I'm calling 911 and explaining the situation, she calls her husband, telling him some crazy guy has chased me down and pepper sprayed me and is trying to beat me up, hurry come quick. Meanwhile, I'm on the phone with 911 detailing the incident and letting dispatch know that she has called her husband to come to the scene, and she is now telling me I will be a dead man when he arrives. Point. After I hang up with 911, she hangs up with her husband, then calls 911 herself and tells 911 I had been trying to run her off the road since Ringgold Road, and that I slammed on my brakes in the middle of the road and made her hit me. So, knowing where this is going, I start taking pics with me cell phone, showing her car slammed into the back of my truck, the position of my vehicle on the shoulder, the lack of skid marks that should be present since I slammed on my brakes, etc. The police show up, pull me to the side, and asked what happened, and about this time, her meathead husband shows up, in classic hothead fashion, ready to beat Myers Point. Cop tells him to get in his car and leave, or be tased and taken to jail. He keeps running that mouth, then starts walking towards me. Point cop just runs up and shoulder blocks the guy, knocking him on his fat ass, and says, buddy, I suggest when you get up you get in your faking car and leave, or I will have you and your wife in jail and I'll let you Badeen Squee Beach go just cause he is acting like he has sense. Point get in your car and leave. So meathead gets up and leaves, and the cop and his backup start trying to figure out what happened. I tell my side, and Agatha tells the cops her side, which was how I chased her up Ringgold Road, tried to sideswipe her, threw a drink at her, ran her off the road, made her slam into the back of my vehicle, then pepper sprayed her as she was asking if I was okay, then chased her back to her car and pepper sprayed her again. She just kept yelling over and over again, he assaulted me, I want him in jail. So then the cop comes over to me and was like, look, she's making these accusations and we have a general idea of what happened and who is at fault, but without any witnesses to corroborate any of what either of you say, we have to take you. Point now I'm gonna try to talk her out of it, but if she wants to press charges for assault, I suggest you do the same. So the cop goes back over and tries to explain that if she has me taken to jail, I have the right to press charges for assault as well. He tried to tell her that I didn't want either of us to go to jail, that I just wanted the accident documented in a report so I could get my truck fixed. Point she yells at the cop, I want that motherfucker in jail right now, he assaulted me. So the cop comes over and is all, I gotta take you man, she ain't gonna hear otherwise. Point do you wish to press charges on her? To which I replied absolutely. Point so the paramedics come, clean her face up with saline, and then one cop takes her and the other cop takes me. No cuffs, no pat down. I kept my cell phone and was able to make calls on the way to the jail and conversed with the cop the rest of the way. Point he more or less told me he knew I was in the right and didn't want to take me in, but had to. Point so we spend 8 hours in jail, get out, and get a court date. Point we show up for court and my lawyer, her and her husband and her lawyer, and the prosecutor meet me in the hallway and offer me a deal. Point all my charges, assault, no proof of insurance, would be dropped if I agreed to testify against her for following too closely. Her assault charge was dropped as well. I said okay. You could see the steam coming out of her and her husband's ears, so our case gets caught, and her lawyer right off the bat starts talking about my temper and how I pepper sprayed a poor innocent little woman, and the judge tells him to SGF carrot those charges were dropped. Point then he breaks out these huge poster-sized pics of the scene of this incident with diagrams and notes printed on it, real law and order type sheet. He's rambling on about how I caused the accident yada yada, while I'm pulling out my cell phone and pulling up the pictures I took. Point I showed them to the prosecutor. He chuckled and waited till her lawyer was done. Point then he was like, Your Honor, I have this, and handed the judge my phone. Point he looked at my phone, looked at her lawyer, looked at my phone, and said she's guilty. Pay fines and costs to the court and damages to the co-defendant. Point they were pissed. They didn't say shit or even wait to be dismissed. They just stormed off, flung open the courtroom doors, and stomped off. Point a couple days later, I called her insurance company to see about getting my truck fixed. Point I had already called and filed a claim weeks prior and was told, well, we decided that both parties were at fault, so each party will be responsible for their own vehicle repairs. I had 3 estimates for $1,200, $1,300, and $1,500 in damages. This time when I called, I started off by telling them, yeah, we just went to court a couple days ago and she was found at fault for the accident for following too closely, so I would like to file my claim please. The agent's response? "I'm sorry sir, but we are standing behind our original decision that both parties were at fault." I replied that she was the one who rear-ended me, and in Tennessee anytime you rear-ended someone, no matter the circumstances, you are at fault for following too closely. And I'm sure that this is not the first claim they have had to pay for their insured following too closely, and that she was found guilty in a court of law for following too closely, therefore she is the responsible party. The agent replied, "Unfortunately for you, we don't go by what the courts say." The Progressive Auto Insurance agent actually said this. So I called my lawyer. He sent them a letter. A week later, I had a check for $800. I went to Bonnaroo and had a great time. I found out later from a coworker who got charged with assault used the same lawyer as she did. He told me the same attorney charged him $2,500 for an assault case. I paid my lawyer $600. Salt and pepper to your tastes. TLDR. Dumb bitch got mad cause I went through the tunnel before she did, rear-ended me, then assaulted me. I pepper sprayed her in self-defense. She wanted me to go to jail, so we both went. My charges got dropped. She got found guilty, got mad. Insurance didn't want to pay, said they didn't care what the courts had to say, then paid me. Her lawyer costs 4 times as much as mine did. My second real job, and it was a horrible commute. Luckily, I worked 10 AM to 8 PM. This meant that every night I would be coming home down the 26 freeway by the Portland Zoo in light traffic. I had also recently bought my first brand new car, a Nissan Maxima. I was coming down the hill around 55 miles per hour limit, as per normal, and a lady in a silver Mustang in the left lane decides I must be trying to race. She accelerates, as I'm undertaking her, right towards the final turn before the freeway goes into the tunnel. This is usually just about the point where it's a good idea to start slowing down. As this is Portland, it has recently rained, and the roads are a little slick. I look over and see that she is now in a 2-wheel slide and has her front wheels tacked completely against her slide. I slow down as the entire left side of her car begins to grind along the center divider. Of course, as soon as she slows to a non-ridiculous speed, her front tires catch, and she veers across all 3 lanes, and then into a spin. I nonchalantly roll past now on her opposite side. Of course, it wasn't over a Suburban, also speeding, now swerves from the right lane to avoid her, and crashes into the left wall of the tunnel ahead of me. Now, the Suburban is doing a slow roll across all the lanes from left to right. I sneak past in the right-hand lane and continue my commute. This is where it began, the tunnel basically. If you are driving faster than me, it's probably not safe. When I was 17, my friend and I decided to go fill up water balloons and throw them at people while we drove through our town. We are having tons of fun at the expense of every pedestrian that decided to go out that day. When we come up at our local mall, the theater at our mall had a type of circle driveway in front of it, and as we drove by the theater on this circle drive, we see 2 girls sitting near the curb and decided they would be our next targets. We each pick up 1 water balloon. I'm in the passenger seat. My friend is driving. Take aim and throw. We hit both of the girls with the water balloons and got beautifully hilarious reactions. While both of us are laughing hysterically, my friend gets distracted and ends up losing control of the vehicle and pops the curb, stopping only inches from a stop sign. I start yelling at him to back up and get the fuck out of there before we get in trouble, when we realize that both of his right side tires had busted. We quickly pull over, embarrassed and trying to avoid eye contact with the girls, who are now laughing at our idiocy, and call a tow truck while we try to explain to his parents what happened. The worst part was we were planning on taking a road trip down to Austin the next day. The whole thing was incredibly embarrassing, with both of us realizing karma's a beach. TLDR friend and I throw water balloons at people while we drive. Friend loses control and pops the curb, busting both right side tires. Instant karma. I was going up this hill on a road that is 2 lanes, no passing, and for some annoying reason no one goes the speed limit, 45 miles per hour, above or below, generally about 25, only. It also always seems to have about 10 cars at once. I'm at the end of a pack of these cars, for once going the speed limit, and a guy comes roaring up behind me. After a minute he's had enough and passes the entire pack of cars going probably about 70. Apparently one was a unmarked police car. I haven't laughed that hard in quite a while. Few days ago on the same road, had this stupid girl tailgating me. I go exactly the speed limit. I can't see most of her hood because she's so close. I drop to 35 miles per hour and she gets even closer. Then clean my windshield for about 20 seconds and she finally backed off for a while after she had to keep cleaning hers off too. I ended up pulling off right away once we got to the same place and noticed she had a space open next to her once she parked. She seemed surprised to see me next to her glaring and she ran inside. Everyone has the asshole going 90 speeds past me and I see him pulled over 2 miles later. Story. I actually have one where I saw the guy get pulled over. And wow, did he deserve it. I was helping my mom move cross country. Translation. I got to spend 12+ hour days driving her RAV4. I was driving with a pretty heavy foot and mostly going on instinct. Anyway, we were somewhere in the Midwest, and I was in the left lane passing by the slower cars at a moderate pace when all of a sudden this asshole comes out of nowhere and starts tailgating me. Even though I was already doing 75 to 80 now, I would have just gotten over, except I was trapped in the left lane, and since I really didn't trust the idiot, seriously, who tailgates at 80, I kept accelerating, trying to get past the line of cars on the right. And he kept right on my tail, even up over 90 miles per hour. At that point, I kept going, because I was legitimately worried the guy was psycho or something. Finally, I find a spot to get over, slide in front of a truck, immediately decelerate to a reasonable speed, and see the cop, just as the asshole goes whizzing by at 90 to 100. And, sure enough, the cop goes straight after him. After all, I just looked like I was executing a pass. To get around a semi, I gave the asshole a little wave as I went by. Kind of an odd story but self-imposed karma, not so much brought on by the authorities. Live in a suburb outside of Pittsburgh, so the roads are the subject to hills and somewhat tight turns. Just before getting home there is this stretch that only has one tight turn, a couple more turns, while going downhill, before doing the same uphill after a 4-way stop intersection. Posted as 25, but most people are 30 to 40 range. Also, it's 1 AM or so. I end up behind this guy for this stretch. Just do the usual distance behind any other vehicle, roughly 30 feet, and from what I could tell this guy does a failed brake check on me, already have brakes applied, cause he's going much slower. So we proceed on and ultimately get to the uphill stretch. Posted as 45. He does 40, I do 45. So one, somewhat sharp, uphill turn and I find him almost stopped, so I slow down, and for whatever reason, he rolls down the window and gives a bird. Not just casually flipping the bird, giving it like I murdered his family, and he straightens his arm, lifting his hand higher for me to see. I smirk and mutter, hope you like sunlight. I put on my high beams for the rest of the time he's in front of me. When I was working as a computer repair technician for Geek Squad, a man came in to pick up his computer which he said had been damaged going through a security checkpoint at the Sun International Airport in Albuquerque. Was driving along the road and there was a guy up at the lights that had turned green. He was stopped and it was a 2-lane road and I was in his lane. I saw him up ahead, so I turned my blinker on and changed lanes and drove through the green light. Then I see in my rear view mirror this guy barreling up the road. He jerks into my lane in front of me and slams on his brakes trying to make me rear end him or something. I move out of the lane and slow down so he can't try it again, and we both come to a red light. A truck pulls behind me, so I can't get out. I see the guy get out of his truck. His truck had an advertisement for the pool cleaning service he worked at. He comes up to my door screaming obscenities at me and telling me he is going to kill me. I still don't know what I did wrong to this day. There was a cop that was turning out of a nearby intersection and sees this guy banging on my window furiously, and he turns on his lights and gets out and makes the guy get on the ground and takes him to jail. I had to give my statement and such, but it was pretty quick. They asked me if I wanted to press charges. I decided not to. Note, this was in the UK. We drive on the left. I'm on the 2-lane approach to a 5-exit roundabout in my 99 model, beat up metallic yellow Daewoo Matties. I want the second exit, So I'm in the inside lane. Some boy racer in a new, very shiny, black Subaru Impreza comes up the outside lane, at speed, flies onto the roundabout, still at speed, and then proceeds to attempt to take the first exit. He nearly makes it. The entire left side of his car buzzes the front right corner of mine. He floors it, and I, with no hope of catching him up, proceed to the next petrol station to inspect the damage. Where it's light point, there's a 3-inch section on the front right of my car where all the gold paint has rubbed off, plus a good bit of the white undercoat. Onto the front and rear doors, and possibly also the front and rear wings of the now not so black and shiny Impreza. What looked like his girlfriend and his mates were in the car, so I hoped he was properly embarrassed. I might as well share. I had just bought my first car, a Ford Focus, and drove up to my hometown to visit family and friends. I had picked up my best friend from his girlfriend's house and we both decided to stop at our favorite pizza place which stays open pretty late. It was like 2 AM and there was a group of teens at the front window ordering, and we were parked by the drive-through window waiting for our order. As we get our food and slowly start driving towards the street, my friend is breaking his neck checking out the one girl in the group by the window. Wiggers be hating and start their little show, while my friend and I are talking shit back to them. As I'm pulling out, my friend looks forward and notices I'm headed straight into a parked car and turns my wheel to the left so that I only end up hitting the passenger side of my car and the parked car. In disbelief that I just crashed my 1-month-old new car, I keep going down the block and pull over to see the damage. As I'm about to get out, I see a car coming at us pretty fast and notice the wigger and his friend step out. Of all the cars I hit, it happened to belong to one of these idiots. Knowing we'll probably get into a fight, my friend and I grab whatever we use as a weapon and get out. Wigger was heated, but surprisingly the driver wasn't and was trying to de-escalate the whole situation. Anyway, told my dad about it the next day and notified my insurance. Apparently the other guy didn't have insurance, and I got a letter from his insurance about 2 months later attempting to claim compensation for Dushar's car, but he never received any money from my insurance. Everything went better than expected. TLDR, my gym is remain unrustled to this day. I have 2 of these. During one of the spectacular snowstorms we had in the Northeast last year, I was driving home after dropping my wife off at work. I've lived here all my life, so I know the proper way to drive in snowy conditions, which is slow. I'm exiting the highway and some guy in an Acura TSX is riding my as like he doesn't even notice the fact that there's 4 inches of packed snow on the highway. When we enter the roundabout, he proceeds to zoom around me. He then tries to take the first exit, but is clearly going too fast and understeers across the opposing lane, burying his car deep into a snowbank on the other side. The next time I was working as a surveyor, which on this particular day involved driving around in a van painting aerial targets, I once again found myself on a roundabout for an interstate interchange with one car in front of me. There's traffic control cones set out for some other work being done on the road and a state police cruiser sitting in the work area. About 800 feet before we get to it, the cruiser pulls out into the travel lane. Amazingly, the car in front of me decides it's a good idea to get right on the cops as. Almost immediately the cruiser brake checks the car. Bad idea, but amusing to see nonetheless. The car backs off slightly, but after less than 15 seconds they're right back to tailgating. Or 3 count goes by, and, whoop whoop, the blues go on. The cruiser whips the cruiser over and gets behind the car, pulling him over. I was in absolute shock at the stupidity of the guy in the car, but it was an amazing sight. Kind of reverse karma. We were pulling out of the car park at Thorpe Park, a theme park in the UK. It was closing time, so cars were moving very slowly. Driving out of the parking lot lane to our left was this gang of Jerry Springer ejects. Everyone but the driver drinking White Lightning. There was clearly some inbreeding, shouting abuse at everyone who walks past their camper van. So when they get to the end of their little lane to pull out onto the main exit route, they cut off some girl in her car, forcing her to slam on the brakes. They then drive past her, flipping her off, shouting abuse and laughing. So we decided to cut them off for justice points, so that's what we did. We pulled out in front of them, cut them off, and watched as their faces turned to shock. That typical "hey, that's not fair" look. While my buddy Paul, the driver, flips them off. Again, for justice, we drive into the back of someone else. Bear in mind there was serious gridlock, so we were only going 5 miles per hour. There was no damage. But still, we had to pull over while we inspected the damage. The woman in front who we pranked had only bought the car a week ago, so she was freaking out. The driver tried to calm her down, while the rest of us sat in the car, while the inbred family sat there laughing at us, in traffic, for about 20 minutes TLDR, tried to avenge a hot girl in a car, ended up crashing and getting laughed at. Living on the road, my friends, will teach a few things it seems. I was headed south of Seattle on the interstate there when 4 potheads passed me on the left, me being in the slow lane a mile from the exit ahead, I suppose. The hippie car was a rusty, old beater with one mismatched tire, a red, yellow, and green Bob Marley sticker on the rear window and mounds of greasy dreadlocks flapping in the Washington wind. 10 years I'd been on the road, and when I looked down on them, I saw it coming, looked in my mirrors, and prepared 18 wheels and 60,000 pounds of hurtling truck and cargo. Without warning, the dopey driver whips across in front of me, hits his brakes and the mismatched tire locks up in a ball of smoke. No way I can stop, but I was prepared and managed to somehow swing around their now stopped car. The gods give good karma to fools and opers, and that day instant karma saved some smokers. This guy was plastered at 2 in the afternoon and crested the hill by my house, a 25 miles per hour zone, going approximately 50. He hit my uphill neighbor's parallel parked car, which slammed into our parked pickup and sent it into my sister's car, across the street, and up into my yard, crashing my neighbor's car into a tree. My sister's car was fixable, mine and my neighbor's were fubar. He didn't even slow down. My neighbor's boyfriend saw it all, hopped in his car, and followed the guy. The guy who was driving behind him was on the phone to the cops and following him too. The drunk guy's car was badly damaged, and it died, after about 3 blocks. My neighbor's boyfriend pulled the guy out of his car, and started beating him. When the cops arrived, they looked the other way on that. I lived in that house another 3 years, and would often see the guy who did this riding his bike past on his way to work. He had lost his license. We never got reimbursed for our totaled pickup, because he didn't have insurance. So I was driving home from work on an abnormally windy day, just before a storm rolled in. Since I'm tired, and it is rush hour and traffic is high, I didn't feel the need to go particularly fast. I'm in the left lane, soon to approach a traffic light, and take it easy. Some soccer mom in Suv, probably late from her tanning salon appointment, to pick up her brats from school, is behind me, tailgating and honking at me. I ignore her, since I need to turn left anyhow, but she finds an opening, passes me on the right, and blatantly cuts me off purely out of spite. Point after all of that, she's managed to accomplish all of 1 car length ahead of me, before having to stop at the red light we were both already approaching. I'm annoyed, but whatever, as people seem to do that all the time around here. Well, as I said, it was a particularly windy day, and there's a tree on the median getting blown about. No joke, tree gets uprooted and lands right on top of her hood. It's not a huge tree, so it's not like she was in danger, but her car wasn't looking so good, and she was basically stuck there with a tree on her car. A couple of people ahead got out to make sure she was okay, so I didn't feel the need to offer any assistance, and continued on my merry way. Point I was grinning the whole way home. It was beautiful. If that beach hadn't cut me off, it would have been me dealing with a faking tree on my car. I didn't have instant karma, but I saw it happen to someone. I was a sophomore at my community college. I was taking the bus heading home. We stopped at a bus station on the way and the bus driver takes his 10-minute break there. I was sitting by the window of the bus that had a advertisement graphic on the outside, but it would let the bus passenger see what's going on outside. So I take a look outside and see people waiting. One of the guys outside was a thugged out Latino/Hispanic looking gangster with piercings and full of tattoos. This Latino/Hispanic gangster was on the most ghetto bicycle ever. I mean, his bicycle was the definition of street credit. It was a pink bike with white tires, and it even had the rainbow ribbons at the end of the handlebars. Also, it had the ringer bell right by the handlebar. Some guy, Caucasian, was looking at the Latino/Hispanic ghetto person and start to smirk at him because of his bike. The Latino/Hispanic gangster got off his bike and tried to protect his street credit. He got into the face of the Caucasian man and a fight was about to escalate, but then, a old black man appeared and broke those two up. He's the kind of black person that has the coolness of BB King. The Hispanic/Latino gangster rode off in his pink bike with white wheels and rainbow ribbons, but tried to stare down the white guy he was about to get into a fight with. While doing so, he crashed into a trash bin. The security guard came out and made the Hispanic/Latino gangster person clean it up. He did, since the security guard had the "I'm Clint Eastwood, don't fuck with me" look. Was an usher at my friend's wedding, and we're all in the back of this Hummer style of limo getting driven to the castle/golf course venue. Guy gets there and thinks that there is nowhere to turn this beast of a limo, so drives onto the green of hole 5, thinking that he'll just reverse, so he's facing the exit. Simple. Well, turns out that the ground is usually kept moist for the type of soil on the course, and the limo pretty much digs 4 very deep ditches with the wheels. All of us are killing ourselves with laughter, but then clock the groundskeeper going straight for the driver's door of the limo, verbally raps this dude for 5 minutes, gets told to reverse out, police are called, we just go inside for beers, not our fault after all. Oh, the kicker is that just a couple of 100 feet down the road is this massive empty car park. TLDR, getting driven around by a Hummer limo. Who decides to drive onto golf course causing massive unsightly trenches, verbally wrapped, cops called. I picked up my girlfriend and her friend from a night out. It was about 1 AM and we were going to stop off and get a McDonald's drive-thru on the way back. We got our food, parked up in the car park, and started eating. A car of about 4 boys, all about our age, pulled up next to me and started swearing/shouting at us for no reason. I was the driver and almost finished, so I just decided to give them the thumbs up and drive away. I was driving up the road from McDonald's and could see them approaching in my rearview mirror. I was stopped at traffic lights, and up ahead I planned to take a slip road onto a dual carriageway. I was currently on a 2-lane road, and they pulled up alongside me and carried on. Their driver was revving his engine in his car that was easily 15 to 20 years old, but slightly modded. Although my car was 10 years old, it's only done 40k miles and is in very good condition. I was confident. Wasn't too hard. I pulled ahead right from the off, pulled into my lane after slowing down, and they were stuck behind me as I went pretty slow down this slip road. They overtook me as I got onto the dual carriageway and got in front of me, but I was obeying the speed limits now. I needed to take another joining, single carriageway, limit of 50 miles per hour, to join another dual carriageway, so pulled into my lane. So did they. They sped off, and I thought that was all done. I got onto my road, cruising at the limit, 70, and could see them in the distance. They waited for me to catch up, and when I did they drove alongside me shouting, mooning me, swerving into my car, etc. I didn't really know what to do. Whichever way I went, I knew they would too. They were getting so close to my car it was really dangerous. The 2 females in my car were scared, and I was 10 miles away from my home, all pretty much on this road, and I didn't want them to follow me home. As I was driving along I was trying to hatch a plan. Then it came to me. I didn't do anything different. After driving along this road for some time, I knew my opportunity was coming up. I looked at my girlfriend and said, watch this, and smiled. I didn't look at the other car. I indicated to come off on a slip road, which led to a big roundabout with many traffic lights, but it also was the way to a housing estate. I was hoping they'd think this was my destination. I pulled into my lane. They pulled into the lane too, in front of me. I started slowing down, naturally for the roundabout ahead. I must have been going about 50 miles per hour about this point. The people in the back of the car were swearing at us, and I was smiling as at the very last second, for me, rejoined the dual carriageway. I drove over all the paint and cat's eyes, where you're not supposed to drive, and narrowly missed the grass verge. I was confident I could do it. I had a lot of time. I slowed down and there was not another car in sight, apart from the one in front. It was too late for them. They couldn't rejoin the road. They would have to maneuver through the lights at the bottom, which would take some time. All the while I sped back up to 70 and drove home. I didn't see them again. My girlfriend and her friend waved at them as we went past them when they were stuck in the lane approaching the roundabout. I'm driving home from a long road trip with two of my best friends. We are tired from being on the road for nearly 3 weeks and just want to get home safely. We started in New York, went all the way to California, down the coast, and then back up to New York. We are currently on the New Jersey Turnpike, which is pretty close to home at 12 am. Meanwhile, a guy in a souped-up Lexus pulls up next to us and starts mocking our speed by going exactly as fast as us in the next lane despite us going faster or slowing down. I think he wanted to race us in our Honda CR-V loaded with our gear/3 people. Lol. The guy's giving us some more attitude by speeding up and slowing down and giving us dirty looks and then decides to take off, going at least 100+ miles per hour. We catch up to him 5 minutes later, pulled over on the side of the road, and we laugh at his stupidity and continue driving. Another 5 minutes pass and guess who is back beside us acting like a cocky bastard? Fortunately he didn't stay along this time and sped off again going 100+ miles per hour. I kid you not, maybe 10 seconds later we see a different cop come out of nowhere and pull that faker over again. 2 serious speeding tickets for this guy in a 15-minute span. Instant karma at its best. I like your story, but I have a comment regarding lane changing. I was taught that during a lane change, your blinker should blink no more than 3 times before you commit to changing lanes. This, from my driving instructor. He said basically that the turn signal is a signal of immediate intent. You signal, you give the other drivers a blink or two to react accordingly, and then you make your move. If you aren't going to commit, turn it off. Mind you, I still had around a mile, so I didn't feel that worried about merging. I put on my blinker and waited for an opportunity. It reads like your method, putting on your blinker and driving down the road potentially about a mile. So at least 60 seconds, maybe 2 to 5 minutes, depending on the speed, is totally contradictory to my lessons. If I see a blinker on and didn't see it turn on, I assume the person left it on accidentally, and so I pretty much ignore it. I don't back off, making a space for the person who I assume is oblivious. Am I the only person who was taught that way? Note, don't vote me down. If you were taught differently, just say so. I was on my daily commute to work one morning with my baby daughter in the backseat. Some jerk decided to put a U-turn right in front of me to where I had to hit the brakes hard. Now I drive a large SUV and stopping suddenly is not its greatest ability. I managed to slow quick enough without hitting the dick face. However, my car was pretty close to his bumper. I continue slowing down and all I can see is the guy wildly waving his arms in front of me. My only guess is he thought I was tailgating him. So I go around him, and he starts swerving, and pulls next to me, and starts yelling at me through a closed windows. I pay him no mind as we are slowing to a red light. He then slams on the brakes, and goes behind me to get around on the driver's side. He is now in the left turn lane on my driver's side at a red light. He continues to scream who knows what, while I just look at him not doing anything back. I don't take chances ESP with my baby in the car to make anyone's road rage worse. I don't even honk at people because people are batshit crazy on the roads in South Florida. Anyways, this sheetbag is still yelling through his closed window, lol, so I just look at him, smile and wave. What he didn't know was that below the driver's window I had my .38 revolver in hand. I won't instigate, but believe me, if you come up to my car with my child in it, I won't think twice to shoot you. He then proceeds to try to cut me off through the light and speeds off. I don't get people. There's a 9-mile stretch of my commute down a 4-lane road, 2 lanes in either direction. At the end of the stretch there's a U-turn for people in the opposite direction that they need to get to the local middle school, so this 9-mile stretch is always awful during the morning commute. Stop and go the whole way, never hitting 10 miles per hour. One day this woman kept switching lanes back and forth, trying to get ahead, almost taking a few of us out in the process. Eventually she decides she's going to get into the breakdown lane, which was not allowed in this area, and guns it, speeding off with her motor roaring point. About 5 minutes later a cop goes speeding by in the breakdown lane with his lights and sirens going point. I make it about 3 or 4 miles down the road and this woman had slammed into a truck who had been trying to make a right turn onto the road. The truck had a big dent in it, but her car was just destroyed. I have no idea how she was standing outside it in one piece. I've never seen a car in that bad shape. I tried to give her the benefit of the doubt, like maybe she was rushing, because there was some sort of emergency. But the part of me who thinks she was just a jerk who didn't want to wait in traffic was vindicated seeing her car in tiny pieces all over the road. TLDR, woman tries to avoid standard rush hour traffic by speeding down the breakdown lane on an on-highway road. Hits a truck trying to make a turn onto the road and completely destroys her car. I was driving from Columbus to Cleveland, Ohio in the rain. It was a pretty bad storm, the kind where you want to keep 2 hands on the steering wheel the whole time. I was going a reasonable speed and passing appropriately when this car I had passed speeds up, gets in front of me, and then slows down. So I pass them again and reach the speed I was going before. They then speed up, pass me, and get in front of me again. This goes on for a little while before I decide to just keep speeding up and not let them pass me again. I was so pissed by this point I said out loud, "I hope you get in a faking accident." Right after I said that I look in my mirror and they ran through a large puddle that caused them to do a 180 on the highway. Luckily they were able to turn themselves around without getting hit, since not many people were using the lane they were in. I actually would have felt bad if they had gotten hit. Just last night, my friend and I were leaving a restaurant and heading back to my place. As we walked out he turned to me and said, "I'll race you home." I took off and got the head start. He was behind but not too far behind. The car in between us turned left and he just started flooring it to catch up. The road widened to 2 lanes and I was gunning it trying to make a light when it turned yellow and I slammed on my brakes because I didn't want to risk running a red light. When I came to a stop, I saw a cop turning onto one of the side streets. That very moment he blew past me and the red light. When I looked down the road, that same cop pulled a U-turn and went after him. Just then, my phone rang and my friend sent me a text saying lol. When my light turned green I saw the cop pull him over and I passed by doing the speed limit, grabbed my phone and texted him lol. He showed up at my house some 15 minutes later. Unfortunately, he didn't get the 2 tickets the officer said he could have given him. This story begins on foot. It was a weekend and a buddy and I were looking to buy a computer off of Craigslist. It was starting to get dark and we were going to meet this guy in the Mounds Park area of St. Paul. Anyways, as we get to the location it was clear he had malice intentions, and as we got out of my car this scrawny white kid yells, "Yo, get these niggas." That's when a few older white guys hopped out of their car and chased at us. We naturally sprint back into my car and lock the doors while they kick dents in my doors and try to break the windshield. So I start up my car and take off. Now I'm driving a mid-2000s SUV with a V8 and they're pursuing me in an early 90s compact car, but since it was an urban neighborhood I was driving through, they're keeping up fairly well. I'm running red lights, swerving around cars, avoiding many accidents, and they're keeping close behind. Now it was a cloudy day and had been raining on and off, but at a point it began raining during the pursuit, and as we were going down a hill near the freeway I looked in my rearview mirror and see the car following me lose tread, spin out, and smash into a retaining wall. I hop on the freeway and speed off home. I live in a rural coastal town whose only connection to civilization is a 2-lane highway through the Santa Cruz Mountains. It's a pretty harrowing drive, unless you're a local. The speed limit 45 miles per hour, but there is a point where the eastbound side splits into 2 lanes so frustrated locals can pass the inexperienced visitors. I usually pass at about 60 to 65, but I've been sped past by angry sports car drivers in this spot a ton. After about a mile uphill, the 2 lanes merge back into one. One day, as I was approaching the spot where the 2 lanes merge, slowing down a bit, a yellow Toyota Celica coupe complete with racing stripes and giant rear spoiler, appears behind me out of nowhere going somewhere in the neighborhood of 75 to 80. The genius decides to veer into the next lane over and pass me, right where the two lanes become one. What he doesn't anticipate, I drive a Toyota Tundra, so he couldn't see ahead of me, is the small Toyota Corolla ahead of me slowing down, because traffic is coming to a complete stop. This happens often at this spot. The Celica rear ends the Corolla, apparently faking up the Celica for good. That's just what I've heard. Turns out this guy and his antics behind the wheel are well known where I live. TLDR, douchebag driving his douchebag car passes me only to rear end a different vehicle. Last week we had some guy order a pizza from where I work. For some reason he didn't want it delivered to his house, but instead to this gas station. We are not supposed to do this, but we made the exception this one time. Driver went out there, waited, called, and the guy never showed. He comes back to the store, and after a bit the guy calls back wanting to know where his food is. I tell him, we'll remake it, and bring it out there, but you have to be there. Oh joy, I was the one who got to take it up there. I wait around, people looking at me like I'm retarded, cause they already saw our other driver here earlier. I called him, and he actually answers. I ask where he is, cause I'm about to leave. He arrives shortly after. The dude comes pulling up in his little car, acting like a douche the entire time of this order. Gives me a large handful of change, and no tip. He then tries to start his car which is already running. You hear this terrible sound and the car dies right there. I chuckled and drove off. I was out driving while killing some time before meeting up with members of my robotics team, and I began heading down the road to get there. I was going slightly under the speed limit, +/-2, and this guy proceeds to cut me off, almost slamming his back end into the front bumper of my car. Luckily, with no one behind me, I was able to slow down enough, so I didn't hit him, but I was pretty mad. I saw the guy wave to me, so I began to calm down. Because hey, we all make mistakes. Lo and behold, another car comes flying by and cuts me off, causing me to almost panic and get insanely mad, as having that happen twice in a row is adding insult to injury. Turns out, the second guy who cut me off was a cop. He immediately turned on his lights and pulled the guy over for cutting me off. I drove quite carefully for the rest of the day. TLDR, guy cuts me off in traffic. He waves. I calm down. Second guy cuts me off. Turns out to be a cop and pulls the first guy over for doing what he just did to me. Not that great of a story, but some dickwad in an Escalade was cutting everybody off, and while this was on a main street, it was still a residential area. Plus, a school was nearby, and it was 3 PM, so most kids and teenagers were walking home. I see him cutting people off, but we were nearing the merge of a two-lane street, so I sped up to the speed of traffic to avoid having dickwad nutbolts cut me off. It really just looked like I was driving normal. He got pissed and tailgated me all the way to my street, which was another 10 minutes away. Seriously, are you faking that pissed off that you couldn't cut me off, that you proceeded to follow me? It was my lucky day though. My lives in a somewhat shady neighborhood, so police officers come to check the neighborhood out on a regular basis. The cop had actually parked his cruiser next to my driveway in my parking spot, so it looked like a member of our family was an officer on duty. I parked behind him and got out of the car and said hi to the officer. Dickwad sees this and speeds off. The cop sees that he's in my parking spot and moves, so it looked like he was going after Dickwad. I've got a ton. Here's one point. It was a sunny afternoon, and I was chatting with the driver as I took the #250 along Marine Drive into Vancouver. We had just cleared West Bay, leaving a long narrow windy section behind us. At this point some fellow in a small truck decided that he was fed up with following us, so he decided to pass on the left. Since this was a one-lane road, he's now roaring along at probably 90 clicks with his right toe in the gravel and his left a scant foot from the bus. The bus driver basically shook his head and gave him what room he could until he cleared our bumper. Now the day's entertainment was one car length ahead of us and still on the right shoulder, at which time he made an astounding decision. I believe he was trying to turn off, but, regardless of the reason, he suddenly cranked a hard left, managing, in the instant he had, to put his car fully broadside and perfectly centered across the front of the bus before we reached him. I was driving up the NJ Turnpike in bumper-to-bumper traffic. I see a car about 4 cars behind me. He's flashing his high beams on and off and tailgating people to get them out of his way. It's faking bumper to bumper, and we are darn 60, so he's just being an asshole. He finally works his way up to my ass and starts giving me the same sheet. Bam. I mash on the brakes and immediately get on the gas to avoid being rear-ended. I see in the mirror that he was drinking coffee and it's splashed up against the inside of the windshield. Hahaha, I'm laughing at him as he reaches down and puts a rotating blow light up on his dash vac. It's a cop. We pull over and he gets out with his trousers all wet from coffee. We argue a bit. He writes me a ticket. He screws up the ticket and puts my state as PA, which is where my rental car is from, and not CA where my license is from. I shut up and drive away laughing. My Muslim friend doesn't have an account, but he gave me this to post, so Allah, God, provided me with some sweet revenge on a racist today. Here is the story. I was driving a friend home, and I thought we were gonna take a left, so I moved into the left lane, and he said nah, you are better off in the right lane. I quickly checked, and the sub in the right lane had left a bunch of space that a car can fit into, so I immediately gave signal and cut back into the right lane. This is where the fun started. The guy pulled up next to me, since it was one of those huge lane where 2 lanes merge into one, and starts cursing at me. The gist of his rant was, you can't faking cut in front of people like that. What the hell is wrong with you? And once he saw my face, he pulled out his dog tags and flashed them at me. I killed your faking family in Iraq, so you better, blah blah blah. So this whole time I'm just staring at him dead in the face, making sure that 1, he knows I'm not sorry cause it ain't my fault, and 2, he doesn't jump out of his car. At this point my car is completely still, and he has pulled in front of me in all of his rant about killing people in Iraq. He doesn't realize that there is a convertible Beamer in front of him. Lo and behold, right at the end of the rant, when he's done cursing me out, he rolls into the side of his bumper into the side of the Beamer. I waited for a few moments while the driver from the Beamer got out, checked the damage, and asked the Iraq war vet to step out, or whatever. I heard him try to blame it on me. Oh, he was cutting me off, and that's when I put my signal on, turned into the left lane and drove out of their point. By the way, the traffic was bumper to bumper, so it wasn't like he was going 40 miles per hour and I cut him off. He was standing still and doing something or other and did not realize that the car in front of him had moved up considerably. Oh yay, he wasn't an old geezer either. This guy was maybe in his late 20s early 30s, so the rant was coherent and not out of old age. I thought to myself at the end of that, this is the second time someone has cursed me out like that while on the road. It's about time I got some well-deserved redemption. I was visiting my newlywed wife's grandparents in West Virginia. On our way back to the airport in Pittsburgh, a couple of hours drive, this college-aged kid was hauling us weaving in and out of traffic on the windy as WV highways. I saw him getting closer in my rear view, so I got over to give him plenty of room to pass, but he still tailed me for a bit. Enough to get my blood pressure up, and had I not been with my wife I would have probably brake checked him hard. He eventually passes and I think nothing of it until I see his dumbass pulled over pissing on the side of the road. Again, had my wife not been with me, I might have pulled over myself. About 5 minutes later here he comes again, same deal, weaving in and out of traffic like an asshole. Passes me again and again, I think nothing of it. Point about 20 minutes later, all traffic comes to a stop. It's slow and go for a bit, but I see emergency trucks up ahead, and I see what looks like this guy's car on top of another car in the shoulder of the oncoming traffic. When we finally pass the accident I can see for sure the fire crew is trying to get the girl driver out of her car, and the jackass guy who was driving the other car is sitting on the side of the road with a cop standing over him. From what I could gather, this guy must have been weaving through traffic and probably didn't have any place to go, but the grass in the middle of the highway lost control and went into the other lane, hitting this poor girl. When I got back home I searched the internet for any info on the girl, and I found an article that said she was alive, but didn't say how badly injured. The other guy was apparently a college kid driving home from college, and as I suspected lost control and crossed the median. The article stated there were many witnesses attesting to his driving skills. I'm glad there were no fatalities, and hope that this was the wake up this kid needed to not be in his hole, but I doubt it. I was living in Waco and driving a Pose Eagle. To drive legally in Texas, you need to have a vehicle registration sticker, car inspection sticker, current insurance, and a license. I was not the most responsible teenager. My license was good, the rest, not so much. I was driving to work on a frontage road when a cop pulls out behind me and zooms up to my bumper and camps, but there are no lights. I figure that I'm totally busted if he pulls me over. So I become the model good driver. So good in fact, that I actually yielded to a near stop for a freeway exit ramp. Officer Bubba was following me at a close distance, typing on his computer. When I slowed he rear-ended me. Not bad, but enough to crease my bumper. Do you know what happens when someone gets rear-ended by a cop? 3 more cop cars showed up. One car took Bubba to get drug tested. Another drove Bubba's car away. The third took my statement. Then the supervisor came out to talk to me. None of them cited me for my tags/inspection/insurance. The estimate for repairs was enough to renew everything. TLDR, I was breaking the law by driving with expired tags/inspection/insurance. I was rear-ended by a cop. No consequences for me. City paid me enough to cover getting my documentation up to date. I was working with this fat woman I secretly called Maggot at the time. She was always super lazy, reaped the benefits of my hard labor, claimed my triumphs as her own. Anyways, we were working alone one day. She was supposed to help me plant the lavender and instead we'd whacked the same sheet I saw her we'd whacked the day before. I planted 134 lavender that day by myself, and I got kinda beachy at her about not doing much that week, and she snapped at me for no particular reason about not running over my iPod in the grass with the lawnmower, and how she should have. And I freaking unloaded on her just an entire tirade of all the shit that pissed me off, that I wished she would have done. Meanwhile my boss shows up in the truck watching in, or as we have a huge mouth fight, and he backs down the hill and smashed her car into tiny pieces. I jumped up and down with joy and pointed at her. I'm pretty sure I even said the word karma. I licked the tears of her sorrow for a good 5 minutes until I realized it had an impact on my boss, but not much of one in the end really. This is kind of a reverse karma story, where I almost got screwed over, but got out of things. Basically, I pulled up to a couple douchebags in my mum's tiny 2010 Nissan Sentra, which is actually a pretty quick car, and I love it to bits. These douches in some kind of souped up 90s used piece of junk start yelling at me about how gay my car is, then blasting their music, and basically being terrible people. I realize they are going to try and race me. They're revving, and I decide to show them how sweet my car is. I wipe the floor with them, but then this cop stops me, and I know they are driving past, just laughing their ass off. She was telling me that I could have my car impounded for the speed I was going, twice the speed limit. It's a really long road that usually is really busy, but it was like 3 AM and my license taken away. But the thing was, I was at bingo that night. Straight up. My friends are hipsters, and we went to bingo, and they got drunk, but I was the DD. I just kind of said something to that effect to her, minus the hipster bit, and then said I was driving fast, because I want to get home so my dad can go to bed. Okay, I lied. He doesn't care when I come home, and I wouldn't do it again. Got the minimum fine. About $50. Oh yeah. I was driving on my way home from work to Lane Road, Semi in the right lane, me in the left, going about 50 in a 40. When out of nowhere some asshole in a BMW tried to squeeze between me and the Semi. Not much room. He forced me off the road and I almost hit a telephone pole. About 3 miles down the road I runs into this asshole again. This time he is waiting in the left-hand turn lane waiting for the light. I pull up next to him saying thanks asshole for cutting me off. He just laughs and says screw you. I laughed and asked if he was driving his mom's car. He got pisses, said it was his. I told him it looked like a car made for a girl. He began to get really pissed that I was calling his car a girl's car. Well, I notice a sheriff pull up to the light on the other side, so I decided I would fuck with this guy a bit more. I told him, this whole time you've been segging with me your light has been green. Without even looking he said, does this look like a girl's car? Rev's engine burns out and goes straight through a red light as Hole gets pulled over by the sheriff. I could give many rage stories regarding the road. Figure I'll buck the trend and tell one that goes against the topic of the thread. When I was 18 I was working 3 different jobs. One being night stoker at a Walmart. So I get off, tired etc. point as I worked a shift prior to the stocking job as well. On the way home some guy passes me on a solid double line and rather narrow road. I was living with parents in Maine and cuts me off in a rather dissish fashion. I shrug off the guy who passed me. Suddenly he slams on the brakes and I follow. At this railroad crossing the gate signal whatever didn't work that night and it didn't go down / or lights go off as a freight train went by. Me, holy shit, I would have not noticed or be as quick reacting due to super tiredness and been dead. The guy got out of the car to take a look at the railroad gate. I get out and basically thank him for cutting me. Seriously would have been killed if it wasn't for him being a dick. Edited some stuff. I was delivering pizza. It was my first day on the job. I needed to make a right turn, but this van behind me pulled into the right turn lane way before the lane actually started and proceeded to speed up. So I had to speed up, cut him off, then brake hard to keep from hitting the people in the right lane ahead of me. Of course it was a woman driving the van. Why she sped up I'll never know. Other than she was a stupid old postmenopausal woman who can't drive for shit. Like I said, there was traffic waiting to turn in front of us, so she was accelerating to stop. Typical woman driver, in a hurry to destroy her brakes. I was pissed, and being my first day on the job I was stressing. I proceeded to flip them off. They passed me about a mile after the turn, when I had to make a left. I noticed it was a large van with handicapped license plates and a Church of something something logo scrawled on the side. Being a prick and an atheist I laughed to myself and said something like, obviously God can't help you, be a better driver. When I got back to the pizza place, my boss pulled me aside and said, did you cut off a church bus full of disabled children and flip them off? I looked him straight in the eye and said, no, why would I do that? I have a giant sign on top of my car with our phone number on it. Why would I flip them off? How stupid do you think I am? I told him about how they had a raised van and I had a very low to the ground car and they were hugging my bumper. I explained that I had to adjust my mirror and then held my hand up in a wave gesture to apologize for cutting them off, but being so low they must have thought I was flipping them off. They were driving erratically and basically cut me off, so they must have been blinded by anger. He totally bought it, and later I found out the church burnt to the ground and those stupid handicapped people all died. Lol karma. A couple of years ago I was driving a friend to a formal, Australia's version of a prom. We were in a little convoy down a 2-lane street opening up into a freeway. The lights turned orange and the cars in front sped up to go through. Not knowing the area well and not wanting to get left behind, I gas it as the light goes red. As I'm rolling through the intersection I see a cop waiting on a motorbike watching me run this red light point. He flips his lights on and I immediately slow down thinking I'm done for this. I start pulling over and instead of slowing down behind me, the cop shoots past me at over 60, cuts me off, and goes after the car in front. What he didn't realize is that the car was only driving at 30. The cop realizes this too late, hits the brakes and the bike starts skidding sideways. He skids for a couple of seconds, but then the tires grip and flips him into the air. He hits the road like a sack of shit at speed and starts tumbling down the freeway with his bike spraying out sparks right in front of me. We all pulled over and went back to check if he was okay. People were already at the scene and told us to get on our way, so we didn't argue. The cop was in shock, so we got out of there before he realized what had happened. TLDR, cop tries to issue red light ticket, fails, and rolls down the freeway. I was driving down the road sometime last year minding my own business, going maybe 5 miles per hour over the speed limit, which was 35 miles per hour. The guy behind me thought he was hot shit in his 90s Camaro and decides to fly past me. We meet up at the next light and he's revving his engine like he wants to race. I haven't 08 grand pricks, nothing special 3.8 LV6, but I figure I'll make him feel special. The light turns green, and we both take off. He stays close, but is still behind me, not letting up. At this point we are at about 80 miles per hour in a 35 about to go over a bridge that goes uphill, so you can't see what's on the other side. I decided that it's time to let this douche have his moment, and I slow down to the speed limit. He flies past me at the top of the bridge, and I hear screeching tires and metal on metal as I get a glimpse of him rear-ending the minivan stopped at the red light on the other side of the bridge. I drive past him slowly, pointing and laughing at him. I bet next time he'll think twice before racing over a bridge you can't see the other side of. About 6 months after I got my license, I was giving my brother rides to and from work. On those commutes, I go down a 2-lane road with 45 to 50 miles per hour speed limit. At that point, I was still in my super go to try hard good driver phase, and I refused to speed point anyway. Once, while driving on this road with my brother, a big ass Jeep is hardcore tailgating me, like I could see his trash stash and the generic USA t-shirt that he cut the sleeves off. He keeps riding my ass for a mile or so, at which point I stick my car in neutral and just coast. As I keep slowing down, the redneck in the Jeep keeps getting more visibly upset. Once I get down to 20 miles per hour, I go back into second gear and maintain my ludicrously slow pace. The road isn't all that heavily used, and no one else is behind me at this point. Well, Earl Hick has had enough of my tomfoolery and decides to cut across the double yellow line and pass me. The problem is there was coming the other direction. They see each other just in time to slam on the brakes and avoid a collision point. I see all this, laugh uproariously, and speed back up to 45 miles per hour, knowing the jimmies of the dick in the Jeep were sufficiently rustled. Well, it was on 4/20, and I was at a 5, and we had just got Krispy Kreme donuts. Heavy traffic making it almost impossible to pull out. Red light, and a car blocks the faking way for me to get out. I'm already out in the road a good bit, and I have to back up. I was yelling at them, "You're faking stupid," as I was backing up, and ended up backing into the guy behind me who was also in the road. It was definitely my fault, but I was blinded by anger. I cracked his front license tag, which was a Florida Gators tag, and this happened in Athens, Georgia. I apologized profusely because I felt like an idiot and offered to pay him $10 cash, all I had on me, but he said to forget about it and that shit happens, but to be more careful. Point also, before people blame it on the marijuana, I'm actually an extremely careful driver when high, almost too careful, and actually drive the speed limit and sometimes catch myself driving 5 under. It's kind of a long story, but here goes. I was new in town and was getting some serious grief from this roid raging school bully. I finally stood up to him and punched him as hard as I could, but had to run because he and his friends were going to annihilate me. I made it to the street with only a skateboard. I was getting away, but these guys had a Ford Super Deluxe convertible and they were pissed. They decided to try and run me down, which would have probably killed me. Boy, that escalated quickly. They come up behind me, so I flip around, put my hands on the hood. I'm now skateboarding backwards, being pushed by the car. I jump up on the hood, run over the car, and jump down to the skateboard at the rear of the car. The guys in the car are dumbfounded and distracted by this, and don't notice the truck parked up ahead. The driver, the bully by the way, swerves, but it's too late. The car slams into the back of the truck sideways and breaks the rear door. The kicker, it's a manure truck, full, and the contents spill out, filling the convertible and burying the occupants. A bunch of stuff happened after that, but I'll have to get back to that at a future time. Well, you have seen nothing. Driving in Pakistan is a beach. The drivers are idiots. They don't follow rules. It's mostly free for all. Everyone is in hurry, and you have to be extra vigilant while driving. And if the assholes driving bikes don't kill you, some idiot speeding up and losing control will. And if that's not enough, the idiots simply cross the road, even though there is a bridge made just for it. There have been numerous cases where I have to make a close call, but luckily I don't overspeed. I follow the regulations and I always keep my distance and keep a good braking distance. Driving an automatic car helps because you have more control and more time to react. Point. I could go on and on about this, but seriously, no one honestly followed traffic rules. They will only pretend, and there are a lot of idiots who act all tough. But I'm sort of sadist myself, so I usually am the guy taking out the douchebags. The more they speed up, the slower I go, and since I time the car in a way that the jerk behind me doesn't have anywhere to go, it usually works again. I'm a fair driver. If I see you're driving faster than me and you're coming fast, I will give you way. But if you're driving like a maniac and forcing me to jump into a slow lane just so you can fly past me, sorry, it ain't gonna happen.